The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnokiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnokiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com. Welcome back to Magic Without Fears, Hermetic Podcast. I know it's been a minute since we did a live stream episode like this, and I apologize for that time. I have lots of things to explain and things to say and news to share about why that took so long and what I've been up to, and an injury I suffered from briefly the last little while. Great breakthroughs in health and all of that. But we're really going to touch on something today that has been close to my heart for a very long time, and that is Morgue Official. I got introduced to him during lockdown years ago by friends who really liked him or who followed him, who enjoyed interacting. You know, these relationships can be complicated, the parasocial ones. So they were fans of him, and they were showing me and telling me I should talk to him. Obviously, he's far too big a YouTuber to talk to. Also, I don't really have interest in talking with certain kinds of people. And so I asked her, well, what do you know about this guy that makes you think I should talk to him? She's like, well, he's into the stuff you are. And I was like, okay, so what's that? She said, well, Gnosticism. And I said, well, it's not bullseye on my interest, but certainly of interest. And I said, well, what's his take on that? And then she responded something I didn't see coming. She said, well, he didn't come up with his own stuff. He ripped off this other guy's system and just redid it for himself to pivot. And so she accused, his whole approach and his whole system of neogenics, is that what he calls it? Whatever he calls it. Apparently he famously stole it from someone else. So that's the drama. That's the drama around this guy that I'm aware of. And then I stopped thinking about him until I saw him put out a video on the Golden Dawn. And then I saw another video on the Golden Dawn and another one, and then on the Inner Order teachings. And I think he's gotten close to over 500,000 views in total from talking shit about the GD and just spreading disinformation and misinformation. But that's just my opinion. We get to find out what you guys think as well today, and hopefully you'll let me know. Like and subscribe, of course. You know the drill. And thanks for being here, of course. This is going to be a lot of fun just to hang out. There is a lot of other details and things we can talk about later on. I have been rereading, in fact, not just Regardie's Middle Pillar for the deep dive we're going to do on the Middle Pillar, but I'm even rereading the Cicero's, which is the majority of that modern version of Regardie's book. And because I haven't read that since it first came out in the 90s, not the Cicero stuff. The Regardie stuff I'd read in the early and mid 90s. And then when the Cicero expansion of that book came out, I, of course, enjoyed it like everyone else did. But I haven't really dove back into it since then. And comparing it with the original appearance of Middle Pillar exercises in the Philosopher's and Portal grade of the Golden Dawn has been much more interesting than I thought it would be. So needless to say, the rabbit hole you asked me to pursue first and foremost was far deeper than I thought it would go. And that's always fun. And the Enochian stuff will be great to dive into too. And I'm not just talking about doing these live streams in the distant future. I'm talking about doing them very, very soon, maybe this week or weekend even. And just, going full steam ahead with more fun stuff. So let's check this out. If I can, I've gone through his main videos. I've lined them up sequentially, and in order, so we can see his own development as he discovers the Golden Dawn and decides to expose us. He's exposed us. Now, where are these videos? I had them. There we go. Number 1, what do secret societies really teach inside the Golden Dawn? You know that's going to be good. Let's check it out.
Welcome to Dawn of the New Earth. My name is Morgue. I'm an ex-Christian revealing hidden knowledge to transform consciousness. And today we are talking about what secret societies actually teach. Now, you hear a lot about secret societies, but it's usually drama and gossip and conspiracy theories. And what we're going to actually be looking at is what actually is taught within secret societies. Now, specifically, we're going to look at the Golden Dawn. Now, the Golden Dawn is one of the most influential secret societies on the Western occult tradition, and we're going to be seeing exactly what it is that they teach. If you don't know anything about the Golden Dawn, check out my first video on this playlist where I give a little bit of a history and a background. But today...
Oh, I thought I got the first video. I thought we had the first one. I don't know if there's one before this, but yeah, I guess the other one might be before this in sequence. Let me check. Which one are we doing? Yeah, I guess technically one of them's a bit more of the history in the back. Oh, we'll do it next anyway.
We're not taking a look at a history or a background. We're taking a look at what is actually taught. And in addition to this, we're going to be taking a look at what magic is and understanding how we can understand magic in a rational and logical way without getting wrapped up in insanity, which can happen if one does not have their rational faculties about them when exploring this stuff. So what are secret societies actually teaching specifically with regard to the Golden Dawn? We're going to find out right now. It's going to be good. Before we get started, as always, make sure you like and subscribe. And if you want to help my channel grow, if you want to help me reach more people with this information, then become a member on YouTube or on Patreon. If you hit the join button below this video, you can see all the different memberships you can get. You can get access to our members only videos. There's a new one every week, our Discord server. There's a lot of stuff. Check it out. And it helps out the channel a lot. I want to remind you, a couple big announcements. My fourth book, Teleocracy, Creating the New Earth, is available right now. Just came out a couple weeks ago. And if you have no idea what I'm about, check out my first book, Neogenesis, Dawn of the New Mind. And I just released this book as an audiobook narrated by me. So you can check this out as an audiobook as well. For all that stuff, links are in the description of this video. You can also find my Spotify channel in the description of this video, where you can, consume this information on Spotify, which can be very helpful. All right. So today we are exploring what secret societies actually teach. And specifically, we are talking about the Golden Dawn. Now, the Golden Dawn is a secret society, like I said, that was highly influential, one of the most influential societies on the occult tradition and many of the forms of magic that are taught today. Now, we're going to be exploring this. And the main thing that I want to get across here...
I mean, he's definitely accurate so far, right? He's, I'm sorry that we're not starting with his little laying out of the history of things. I'm trying to look in the background to see which video predates this video, because I thought I had it right. I spent time actually figuring it out.
Is that exploring secret societies and magic in general and the occult can be very tricky, because it takes a very strong rational foundation to be able to really understand what's being taught here. What I mean by that is you'll have some people who look into magic and they'll think, this is a bunch of BS. This is just woo-woo. This is crazy. This makes no sense. It's just a bunch of mystical nonsense. And then you have other people who get into it and they take it literally, and it becomes like another religion where they're doing these rituals and they're doing these ceremonies and doing all this stuff, and they don't even really know what the heck it is that they're doing. And then what you need, but then there's the people who really come on in the middle here, where you realize that all of these different aspects of these systems are symbolic in that they have hidden meanings. I mean, that's what occult means. Occult means hidden. Esoteric means hidden, inner. And so esoteric, occult, inner, hidden, these things aren't meant to be taken at face value.
Yeah, that's a massive mistake, isn't it? What a huge error he's made there. The idea that, so first of all, he's confused occult forces with the information. The information was never really that secret. It was sold at market, you could say, throughout almost all eras of human history, sometimes more or less popular. But again, it's the forces that are occult. The teachings are there. The teachings are found even in mainstream religions. And to say that the knowledge is symbolic, or to say that the knowledge is metaphorical or symbolic because it's secret, is just a gross logical fallacy as far as I can tell. Yeah, don't take this literally because it's secret knowledge and therefore it's symbolic, meant to be interpreted however you want. Like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
And so what we're going to do is explore this in detail and really tease out the important bits to figure out what's actually going on here. And what I want to know from you guys, all right, is that we don't talk about this a lot on my channel.
Yeah, it's interesting. Lisa says, I don't know this for myself. However, I see he uses NLP as a weapon in his videos. I see it, and that's enough for me. See, I wish I kind of had learned something about NLP because then I would notice it more when people are using it on me. But when I worked briefly with Marcus Mattern, he was using it all the time on me, and then he would go to my students behind my back and use it on them. And they know because some of them had studied it and some of them reported it, and were left in tears essentially by his manipulation. And I guess it might have worked on me to some extent, maybe, but probably not to a great extent, because I called out, if you have good principles, you call out someone when they do something wrong, and all the NLP in the world isn't gonna trick you into thinking what they did is right. But yeah, that is a warning sign, if you see, I mean, I guess if someone's using it to make a more compelling video, really goes to how nefarious their intention and content is. But yeah, when you see someone using those sort of maybe I should learn some of those tricks.
And we've kind of started to. And if you want more on this stuff, let me know. If you want more about secret societies, more about magic, more about these systems, tell me in the comments, because I take your comments seriously.
And clearly, people did want more.
You enjoy watching. So let me know, because we're going to be taking a look at what the Golden Dawn teaches. But there's a lot more. I mean, it's incredibly in-depth just in the Golden Dawn. And there are many other systems as well. So make sure you tell me in the comments if you want more of this kind of stuff. All right. So we're going to begin. And to kind of kick things off, what we're going to do is I'm going to read some excerpts from a book called Self-Initiation into the Golden Dawn Tradition.
Oh, amazing. Oh, amazing. He's actually, I mean, this is exciting. He's actually, he didn't just like, some of the stuff we've covered, it's like they didn't look at a single Golden Dawn book or website or anything. At least he's talking about a book we know and love, which has its strengths and its weaknesses and its problems. Yeah, but still holds up today as a very useful guide. So let's see what he got out of it, or what he's reading from it.
By Sheik Cicero and Sandra Tabitha Cicero.
Sheik Cicero. I'm sure he doesn't mind being called Sheik Cicero either. That's not a bad name.
Now, the reason why we're going to be reading some excerpts from this is because, in my opinion, this is one of the clearest, most level-headed explanations of the Golden Dawn system. And what I like about this particular book, because I've talked about this before, is that one has to be very careful when it comes to secret societies, because secret societies can engage in a lot of manipulation. A lot of people get into,
but not YouTube channels. They won't manipulate you at all.
Into it for the wrong reasons, because they want power, they want control, and so they get an extreme amount of ego inflation, and they can manipulate lower members, and it can be a big problem. Now, I'm not saying that every society like that. I'm sure there's some decent ones out there, but it just breeds a lot of potential for manipulation. So be very careful. And I'm not recommending that you join any of these. But what I like about this particular book,
Yeah, so he's saying that if you join these groups, you'll encounter ego-inflated people who try and manipulate you. Charming.
Book is that they
Which means you should only trust him. Just trust him. He knows this stuff, but he's not one of these ego-inflated manipulative types like you'll find in those groups. So just keep watching his channel, and you'll find the true way through the woods. He's your guide.
essentially say, hey, you don't need to join an order or a society. Here is the information that is actually important. Here's the real value. So let's start right away, okay? First of all, let's look at the word initiation. Because when we think about secret societies, and by the way, when I say what do secret societies actually teach, many of them share very similar overall ideas, but they can come at it from extremely different ways. So particularly, we're looking at what the golden...
Yeah, Dat boy who said this never experienced any of that in the GD. I mean, like, you know, it was interesting in my years there, when I had run-ins with people when I was going through the grades, and you know, I was young, so one guy was like, I remember one guy actually like freaking made me cry. He was so nasty to me, just so nasty, like full of more hate than I've almost ever felt coming from someone's face into my face in my life. He was so cruel and nasty, and he was in Theoricus, so he was going on about how I was just in Zelator and therefore I was shit and wouldn't be there as fast as him, and he wanted me to give him my books. This was at a big event too, so everyone saw him do it to me. It was crazy. It was wild. Was he around next year? Of course not. Of course not. He played himself. He invoked some nasty darkness, and clearly it's like, yeah, everyone told me at the time, like, they're like, yeah, someone like that doesn't last. Don't worry. Don't even sweat it. And I was like, okay, cool. Yeah. And sure enough, he was gone. Yeah.
Dawn teaches, how the Golden Dawn teaches it.
Jesse, man. Jesse. Hell yeah. If you guys want to see, Jesse did my first interview on this podcast ever. The very first one. Under a pseudonym, I believe. So go check out episode 1, recorded with him speaking on speakerphone over Facebook, recorded into my iPhone 5 and then posted, because that was the tech I had during lockdown and couldn't get anything else. Yeah. Yeah, that Theoricus was a tool. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I bought this old edition of the Key of Solomon that I found at Bodhi Tree Books, like the Dino De Laurentiis old brown hardcover. It was stolen with the rest of my books eventually, of course, but it was beautiful and everyone wanted it, and I was the one who found it in the used section for like only $40. I've seen versions of it like that, but now those versions sell for hundreds and hundreds. But yeah, he just was going on about how I wouldn't be able to use it for longer than till later than him, and therefore I shouldn't have it. It was really wild. But you do meet people like that. Those are people whose egos are crazy, and certainly not usually at the higher levels. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, not my experience.
Like I said, if you want other systems or more on this, let me know in the comments. But when you hear about secret societies, one of the words that comes up very often is initiation. So what is an initiation? So according to this book, it says, since the earliest days of the ancient mystery religions, and the ancient mystery religions are those that were practiced, there was the Egyptian mystery religions, there was the Greek mystery religions, the Eleusinian mysteries, the Dionysian mysteries, basically mystery schools, or they were called cults, even like the Pythagorean cult. And these were essentially secret society, ancient secret societies. So since the earliest days of the ancient mystery religions, the most profound spiritual experiences encountered by mystics have been highlighted by the act of initiation. Marks the beginning of a new life, which is dedicated to spiritual goals. It is the first step into a profound and supremely meaningful existence. So there's two ways you can look at initiation. In one way, you can look at it in if one is going to, let's say, go join a secret society or advance to different grades, there are initiation rituals, and these are the actual physical rituals that one goes through. But on a spiritual level, an initiation happens in the mind. It happens in the soul. And it is a profound shift from the normal, mundane life into a life that is devoted to the transformation of the soul. So it's a shift in perspective. An initiation is essentially, when it's internal, it's basically going, I am making a shift from the ordinary to the transcendent.
I mean, that's what a spiritual initiation is for sure, but there's lots of initiations that are other types of beginnings. When you join a lot of groups, they have initiations that aren't meant to spiritually have that effect. I mean, I think you could argue a lot of I think some might even argue Masonic initiations aren't designed to have the same effect as a lot of more magical ones. Again, that's absolutely no shade on Masonry, and there's lots going on in Masonic one, but yeah, I think the term, just keep in mind that the term is a bit broader. And if you're joining a group and they say they're going to have an initiation, it's often just going to be like, you know, if you join the Odd Fellows, I think, like, you know, they have their ceremony, and then you all have a little potluck or something, and you don't have to be too scared about it, too worried about it. We're not all groups are like the OTO that strip you down naked and that sort of thing. So, you know, again, you want to be careful with fear mongering this. I don't think he's fear mongering it at all. He's just trying to understand the Golden Dawn, it sounds like. And he's got a good book for it. He's got a good starting book for it. So that's cool. Let's see where this goes.
So here is an oath.
Oh my God. He's literally just reading straight from the book without, like, it's interesting. He hasn't done much prep here. He's just sort of, anyway.
That is said by the Adeptus Minor of the Inner Order. All right, so this is says,
we're not going to.
I further promise which comes after the Outer Order. The Outer Order is essentially about, and we'll get more into this. The Outer Order is essentially about balancing the psyche, preparing oneself to connect to one's higher self.
For the new world order.
It's about a soul or a mind that has begun to make contact with their higher self and is now going higher or beyond human. This is the Inner Order. And it says, yes, right here. This oath, the Adeptus Minor of the Inner Order committed him or herself to undertake, consciously and deliberately, that which was ordained as the birthright of all humanity to become more than human. It is this that is the ultimate message of esotericism, that evolution.
All right. So you're saying you've avoided joining existing groups free of manipulative leaders. Well, you could join a group that doesn't have manipulative leaders. Yeah. I mean, I understand why people stay solo, but yeah, it's a shame to think that you might miss out on what can be done in groups out of fear of that. But to each their own. To each their own. Yeah. So far, Aristotle says it sounds like his entire premise is academic, only zero experience with it, so entire value is that of an opinion, right or wrong. Yeah, I think you're right about that for sure.
Evolution continues.
Yeah, we're talking about him because these videos are probably responsible for the majority of what most people think about the Golden Dawn online in this ecosystem.
And the purpose of each life is to grow into the image set for us by our Creator.
Wait, you think, okay, Bo Jackson says, you say there are groups that are amazing, but you will eventually run into ego inflation one way or another. That makes no sense. Like, it's not inevitable. Thinking things that are optional are inevitable makes no sense. Like, that's like expecting everything to turn out bad. That's like being one of those people, well, it'll be good for now, but it will go bad eventually. Like, lots of things don't go bad. I mean, tons. And look at all the members in the Cicero order. You don't hear about them leaving or running into ego problems eventually. There's lots of groups where you don't run into ego problems because the whole criteria for being in the group is that you've done that work. The idea that it'll inevitably happen later on is completely fallacious. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Don't believe everyone is bad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually know how rare they are. I mean, magical groups in general are rare, for sure. Bo Jackson, what you're saying is that people don't handle the energies of the different grades well all the time. Right. Sure. That's usually a beginner thing, though. That's usually, people who you've known for years and who are really great people don't usually all of a sudden turn into egomaniacs who destroy you and attack you. That's not actually very common. Yeah. So anyone who's can't handle great energies and it's causing them to like have mistreat people, like that's someone who's made very little progress. So that generally doesn't happen later on. That generally happens not at all later on because people have dealt with that stuff at an earlier stage. I think where the groups where you find where that does happen is where it's not a serious group and they're not actually requiring that people learn how to, as you say, how to mitigate it and how to integrate it and their personalities. I mean, at the very least, you expect a professional attitude from people in these sort of groups to some extent. And so, yeah, people acting out, I mean, there's just so little tolerance for it in a lot of these groups. Yeah, you mentioned pride. I mean, maybe it's because certain kinds of groups have just begotten so large and so prominent that they're really causing this sort of mentality to be presumed. But it's not my experience in the groups I've been in. I mean, and I've experienced problems and issues in groups. Of course I have, especially with leadership, right? I mean, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. That's just that's my thoughts for now. What are you saying Satan for, Michelle? Why are you saying Satan? Are you just spamming Satan? You can't just spam words. It's not good. So no more spamming, okay? Otherwise I have to put you in a timeout. Yeah, am I fortunate? Well, I don't think I'm fortunate. I think I had a very rough experience in the group I was in particular. Rougher than most people did in that group at that time. Again, the groups change over time as well in a big way. Yeah, I can say more about that. I actually have a lot to say on that later on. But yeah, I mean, am I fortunate or am I lucky or maybe I'm discerning? Yeah. What does too many rings mean? Michelle, I love your support and participation, but you got to explain your comments have to make sense. So too many rings, maybe. I don't know what that means, but let's keep going.
To attain and our own divinity. What does that mean? The image? Well, in the Bible, it says that God created man and woman in his image. In other words, what they're getting at here, because remember, in esoterica, you don't.
All right, so he thinks esoterica is one big thing, and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn can be interpreted by the Hebrew Bible, right? Yeah, it's a problem, right? Because, it has that word hermetic at the beginning. And so maybe the Bible isn't the best source of information to understand what a Hermetic Order is like. Maybe you'd read something Hermetic. Just a thought. Yeah.
Take anything literal, it's symbolic. So being created in the image of God means essentially we have the divine blueprint within us that when we activate it, we can become divine. So the goal of esotericism is to activate this divine blueprint within us to become divine. And we're going to see in these secret societies, particularly the Golden Dawn, it's about unlocking each of the different levels in this spiritual blueprint to achieve the highest levels possible.
Yeah, that's not true at all. So this idea that he's confusing the map for the territory in a very big way. But you got a bunch of comments just came in, so we'll quickly go over them. That is the right question. Definitely agree, Lisa. Unfortunately, it happens more often than not to, and the trick is, how does one discern when they don't have the tools or the healing? Yeah, I mean, that's a problem right there, right? How do you, if you want to, if you have to go through experiences to gain the tools to have that, then how do you know what group to trust to learn those tools? And for me, I got to experience the Maharishi world growing up. Then I got to experience the Rudolf Steiner anthroposophy world as a student and as a kid growing up, and then dipped into the reclaiming tradition of Wicca and Celtic Druidry, but all before, and Amorc. And I did Amorc. I did all those things before I found a Golden Dawn group. And when I did find a Golden Dawn group, I vetted them. I went around to the other bookstores in town, especially Golden Dawn books, which was not connected to them in any way, and found people who had met some of the guys and asked if they were legit and serious and not crazy. And I got some good referrals saying, yeah, you will learn stuff that with them, they're sound. They're sound guys. And so I was lucky in that regard. I found a group of sound people. And sure, they had their oddities eventually, I guess, but things changed, and I got to be a part of how they changed and made them change for the better along with other people. And so it kept, took it in the direction which it went, which is to become one of the largest Golden Dawn orders in his temples in history and order. You'd prefer to see it aligned to source versus disconnected from source. The Abrahamic Christian view is too limiting. Well, the Abrahamic view and the Christian view are completely different. Neither of them are limiting to Christians or to Jews. In fact, to not use their framework would be the limitation, to see God as just a source, right? So it's okay if it's limiting for you. Like a religion that you don't believe in would definitely be a limitation. That's, again, alignment. That goes to what you were saying, Lisa, about alignment, which is, you should see if what a group is already doing lines up with what you're into. I wasn't particularly interested in the Golden Dawn per se. I was interested in learning magic and Kabbalah and magic. And but then I turned out the Golden Dawn was quite worth the study. Yeah. You're not too late, occultology. It's been a slow start, a slow but fun start. To me, Abraham thought has shown to be a disease on consciousness. Well, that's a nasty thing to say about Abrahamic stuff, don't you think? I mean, isn't that tarring it with a broad brush, the same as I'm critiquing Morgue here as doing, right? So, also, if you're not Jewish and you don't follow Abrahamic thought, why would you think that you could assess it since you don't understand it, right? Like, I don't try and assess Buddhism because I'm not a Buddhist, and I don't claim to have, and if I were to assess it, it would be a very harsh assessment. I would see it as, I might say things like, it's focused on the genocide of consciousness, right? Now, that's a statement many Buddhist masters have agreed with and would agree with. It's not a very nice assessment, though, is it? And certainly sounds like I haven't got much direct experience and appreciation of the thing I'm talking about. And I think we should be careful to do that, to judge things we don't know and that just don't speak to us, and to claim that that's their fault and that they're limited and stuff. Yeah. So I don't know what how Gills is here. Michelle says ego pride is Satan, and that's Saturn, and that's one of the has rings, which is you represent whom you unite with. I mean, sure, that's not a thing in my tradition or the esoteric systems I practice in at all. and neither is Satan in that interpretation at all. But if that's your view of things, I can see why. It's I think that's a pretty common idea that ego pride is Satan. I mean, that's more following Milton. That's more following Milton than actual religious ideas and scriptures. Lisa says, here in LA, 22 Teachings feel like an amazing ceremonial magic group, but you know I'm invested in a different working. Yeah, do I? Do I know what you're invested in different working? Yeah, I'm aware of 22 Teachings, of course, and Naha, and yeah, I mean, yeah, it's modern magic. They're teaching modern magic. Well, the thing is, Michelle, the way you know someone is ready and has faith is different depending on different traditions and religions. There's no universal. The universalizing these things is what leads to totalitarianism and manipulation and control. Yeah. Oh, yes. Tolkien as a mythology and spiritual path. That's right. I love that. That's great. I love what you're doing. Constructive criticism. Well, what you said wasn't constructive criticism. What you said was a statement of ideology and theology, which I don't adhere to at all, because I have a different tradition than you're part of, clearly, and that's okay. Yeah. Yes, Aristotle 72 nailed it. A huge red flag, not just in occultism, but in the occultism when someone speaks in absolutes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, we all do that sometimes, but then if someone is like, hey, what did you mean by that? It's good to, if you can't then winnow down and clarify what you meant, then you were making a sort of a problematic generalization. But if you're doing it just for ease of communication in the moment, people know what you mean, great. Or if they can ask what you mean specifically and you can narrow it down, then that's cool, in my opinion. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Nice. Oh, you guys are on fire today. An amateur magus in the house. Hey, brother. Good to see you. Maybe you should jump on again sometime and we can do this together. Still getting over the fact that he's trying to interpret the Hermetic using the Bible direct. Yeah, you caught what I was saying there, eh? You caught what I was saying. Well, to understand, I mean, there's plenty of the ideas from the Hebrew Bible were well known in that era at that time, and even ideas from Christianity and from similar religions and messianic movements were well known. And so all that stuff was part of the melting pot of the Greco-Egyptian and late Hellenistic world, of course. But yeah, for him to say, what's this mean? And then jump to the Genesis. Well, he does say on his YouTube, he's an ex-Christian, so he's going to interpret everything through that bias. Oh, snap. Indeed. Jorge in the house. Good to see you, brother. You learned that when I was doing lesson in the Kabbalah. Yeah, well, there's lots of different kinds of Kabbalah. There's no single Kabbalah. That's the thing. There's lots of different schools of thought. And yeah, Kabbalah, yeah. Pop Kabbalah, Bop Kabbalah. Elisa says, I've also not been a fan of them using this being an excuse to wipe out Proto-European thought and honestly everything indigenous everywhere. Well, I don't know what is an excuse for that. But yeah, wiping out any thought is generally not great, I think. Lisa, exactly, Magus. I am sick of that having be the litmus test when it ought not to be so. All right, last question. Curious as to which neurolinguistic patterns anyways picked up. Yeah, let's know. And Brent Edwards in the house. Party time. Okay, we're gonna get back to it because we have 5 of these videos to get through. We might be here all night.
Evolving beyond human, spiritually speaking. And this is often depicted through the tree of life. It doesn't have to be. There are many methods to do this, and we're going to explain why there are many methods to do this. And remember, stick with me. If some of this stuff sounds confusing or like kind of crazy, we're going to be unpacking this rationally and logically and looking at it from a grounded state of mind. Okay.
That's very Ficinian of him, right? Like the idea that you have to I mean, Ficino mistranslated the Hermetica to say that nothing can go higher than reason. But the Hermetica actually says you have to go there, you have to go beyond reason.
So it'll all start to connect. It'll all start to click.
Oh yes, there are 5 of these videos to show you. These got so much traction. They're the most watched Golden Dawn videos on YouTube, I think, on the internet, and altogether, especially. He really hit, I guess, a cultural interest in them a year ago, at a time when I guess I was too busy teaching to pay attention to what was going on in the popular world. And yeah, so he rode that train to the station and made a bunch of videos. And the final one, which is what really crossed the line for me, it's like where he's talking about unveiling the inner order's teachings. It's like the disconnect between what he just said, analyzing all this stuff rationally and logically, and the fact that it's material that is meant to take you on a journey beyond reason. That's quite the disconnect and quite the failing of his intellectually to even consider that. But if what he wants to do for his channel, of course, is just go over and be logical about stuff that is written and designed to take you past logic. It's meant to take you beyond logic. That's why we have that's why there's so many mystical praxes used, such as contradiction and paradox, other heuristics. So things that you accept as conditionally true, provisionally true, to get you to the next truth, but they're not facts. You're not learning facts. You're learning truths that help you get to other truths. So to analyze that logically, good luck.
Let's see. See, all right. I love.
It's like if, imagine I told you to not go near the porcupine because it can shoot its quills at you. And you're like, let's analyze that logically and understand it. It's like, well, it wasn't a fact statement. It was a truth statement to keep you away from the porcupine, but it wasn't factually true. It was just heuristic to say, hey, stay away from them because you can get hurt if you're not careful.
This quote here says, you need neither to travel to the mountaintop nor obtain any tool.
Aristotle, I think he revealed that earlier on, where he basically gave us a reason to be wary of all such groups and to not join them. And that if you join them, you will encounter people whose egos are out of control and they'll try and manipulate you. And if that was the case, then none of these groups would really exist, because they wouldn't thrive, they wouldn't survive, they wouldn't train people to go on and create new ones, and it would have fallen apart a long time ago. So yeah, he's doing that as a technique to get you to be interested in what he's talking about, but not trust anyone else as the source of information other than him.
Other than your own consciousness. No garment need you other than that of your own imagination. No authority need you other than that of your own true will. Set forth then into the new dawn.
Right there, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Otherwise, he'd be like, oh, the fact that it mentions true will is not a Golden Dawn thing. That's a sign of a different ideology or theology creeping into it, being inserted into it. But he doesn't know that because he just doesn't know
it. A new start on the greatest adventure there is, to become one with the divine genius, to become one with the divinity within yourself. You don't need to travel anywhere. You don't need any tool. You don't need any kind of special clothing. You don't need anyone's permission. All you need is your own consciousness, your own imagination, and your own true will. And this is very similar to what Jesus said in the Gospel of Thomas, when Jesus says, if anyone tells you the kingdom of heaven is in the sky, then the birds will be there before you. If they say it's in the sea, then the fish will be there before you. Rather, the kingdom is within you and it's all around you. This is essentially very similar to what Jesus was saying in the Gospel of Thomas, saying, hey, divinity, it's not outside, it's not somewhere in the sky. It's not somewhere in the sea. It's not somewhere you go to when you die. It's within you and all around you. You just have to be able to unlock the secret, you have to have the eyes to see.
Yeah, I mean, nothing he's saying there is specific to the Golden Dawn. He's just giving generic spiritual jibber jabber. I mean, we all know. Yeah, Gospel of Thomas. Yeah, it's facile, but whatever. It's all right. We all understand the, you know, if you can speak to a broader audience. He's speaking to a broader audience than I generally do, and that's okay. We know what's going on.
So, quoting now from the book, initiation means to begin, to embark upon something new.
Wow, like I really thought he'd be more intellectually dexterous, shall we say. And I thought he'd have more thoughts. And this is very, very, he just said initiation is something new, and then okay.
The characteristic of this event,
he's still reading from the self-initiation book,
are marked by an expansion of the mind to include an awareness of higher levels of consciousness. Initiation means to begin something new, and this is marked by an awareness of higher levels of consciousness.
This is like kindergarten level, isn't it?
And by the way, as I read this, I want you to kind of think about what we talk about in the Neo-Genian system and see how certain ideas align very well with it. Initiation is the Initiation is the precursor of immortality. Humankind has the potential for immortality, but only obtains it when men and women align themselves with the immortal spiritual essence that underlies all aspects of the manifest universe. So humans can become immortal. Everyone has the potential for immortality. And guess what? This also has parallels to the Gospel of Thomas, where the Gospel of Thomas says, these are the secret teachings of Jesus Christ, and whoever understands these hidden messages will never die. Same idea, obtaining immortality.
Well, what was his Freudian slip, amateur muse? What was that? I missed his Freudian slip. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Like, so mystery schools were about immortality. Magic was separate from mystery schools, and there was mainstream religions. But the mystery school's goal was immortality because it's about showing you how you're immortal, like what the meaning of life is, life after death. You become immortal through understanding the mystery of what life is. Whereas I think his Neo-Genian thing is very different to the teachings of ancient mystery schools and the immortality of the soul.
Alchemists talk about obtaining immortality as well. You see this constantly in esoterica, this idea of obtaining immortality. What does this mean? Well, this means...
You should say you see this constantly in mystery schools, right? I mean, there's lots of esoterica that has nothing to do with that, but whatever.
When you realize that you are divine, when you unlock the secret of what existence is, you quote unquote become immortal because you realize you're eternal. Your physical body isn't immortal. You're not going to walk the earth like a vampire or some BS like that. It means what you actually are is an eternal soul that is just connected to an avatar that's allowing you to have a particular experience in this particular lifetime. So in the Neo-Genian system, this is why we have the triadic perspective of the avatar, the zeta, and the absolute. Avatar being your egoic self associated with the body in this particular lifetime, and the zetic perspective associated with your higher self, your inner star, the eternal self that you are.
Okay, and now I get what this is all about. Okay, yeah, I think we get it. I mean, yeah, he's like renaming the Ka and the Ba, or Guf, Nefesh, Yehida, Ruach. Like, he's just like, oh, that's what his system is. Yeah, he's just, yeah, and also he's he's missing the point that that immortality is achieved through divine revelation and experience, and he's treating it as if it's just gained by getting new information, which again is weak. Hey, Satori's in the house, Canadian brother. A soul without effort. Well, I don't know if that's what he does in his Neogenian thing. I haven't looked at his websites or anything like that. I don't know his deal. I thought he just did YouTube, but again, I don't know these people. This was much requested. I put this off for a long time, but when he did the video on inner order teachings, I was like, okay, let's at least put out this so that people who are attracted to what he's talking about in the Golden Dawn and go looking for it can see that, you know, where he's right and where he's wrong.
Obtaining that rare and splendid essence is the supreme objective of that part of the Western esoteric tradition known as magic. The goal of all magical processes is the purification of the natural human being. That is, the extraction of the pure gold, a chemical reference, of spiritual selfhood from the husk of the outer personality. Magic is a spiritual science. And I really like this definition of magic, but this actually is.
I mean, it's definitely what he's creating is definitely a kind of cult. I mean, again, what's the difference between a religion and a cult? But yeah, I think that's definitely, I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know how deep his beliefs are or how convicted he is about them. He could just be like my old buddy Marcus, who was basically a life coach who pivoted to magic because that's where they saw the cultural trends going.
Is a definition of high magic. And we're really getting into high magic here. Golden Dawn is a tradition of high magic, which is different than low magic or practical magic. We've talked about the difference before.
What?
But just
oh my God, I can't
to touch on it. I think it's important real quick for those who might be new. High magic, which is what the Golden Dawn represents, is about connecting to the divine. It's about activating the divinity within you and becoming fully transformed. It's about transforming yourself, reaching higher levels of consciousness, connecting to divinity. Low magic or practical magic is more the kind of magic that people are familiar with, like, oh, I want to cast a love spell to bring love into my life. Or I want to make money, so I'm going to cast a money spell or whatever. And that's usually, ironically, what people are more interested in. They're like, oh, I want to know how to do it. But what's interesting about this is that what people don't really.
Yeah. So, I mean, high magic generally refers to celestial magic. But obviously, we never use planetary alignments to get that new job or help us, stay healthy or find love. We don't never use the celestial forces for that. So high magic isn't practical. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't know what high magic and low magic are. I mean, there's different interpretations of it. There's the famous Don Craig one where he's like, oh, the high magicians were in the cities and the low magicians were in the temple. These are new terms and fabricated and for use. They're made up to be useful. And generally they're used to refer to celestial and then lower magic. So low magic, you have, chthonic spirits and demons and fairies and plants and sympatheia and other things. In high magic, you're calling on angels, archangels, celestial forces, sometimes for theurgic purposes, usually for theurgic purposes, but lots of people don't do call on higher forces for theurgic purposes. Some people just call on higher forces and the archons or archangels or divine names or sphera to create talismans or to help with planetary and zodiacal accomplishments. Look at if you're dealing with something in your chart and you're like, oh, I could make my home life a bit better if I handled this square that's landing in the 4th house. I mean, that would be high magic. A lot of Christopher Warnock's work is all on astro high magic. That's all high magic, and it's very practical stuff. I know there's amazing comments happening, and we'll get to them.
Realize is that if you want to engage in practical
Like
magic,
and subscribe.
You necessarily need to understand high magic, because I mean, it can still work to a certain degree, even if you don't, but it'll be that much more powerful. If you imagine magic is like a flashlight,
it's so interesting watching someone try to describe this.
High magic is like the battery in the flashlight. It's going to power everything. And this is why, so this continues by saying ceremonial magic, which is high magic. Ceremonial magic incorporates a process.
Yeah, but whether magic can be ceremonial or not and have nothing to do with whether it's high magic, right? You do some, like, you know, dance around a fire under the full moon and summon some chthonic entity. I mean, that's ceremonial. That's ceremonial magic. Looks like a ceremony to me.
Of memorization and ritual. Okay, so now we're getting into, like, okay, what is this?
Greetings,
how does this
Renee?
work? This is important stuff. This is what most people misunderstand. So let's make sure we understand this well.
Are you high or just incredible?
High magic incorporates a process of memorization and ritual, which results in the direct stimulation of the will.
The biggest advice I have for anyone who's wondering why we're even wasting our time listening to someone talk about terms they don't understand, I think the big takeaway is stop worrying about terms so much in general, in this regard.
And the exaltation of the imagination. So the reason for the rituals that are performed, the reason for the memorization of different symbols and systems is for what purpose? To stimulate the will. And what is the will? The will is ultimately the desire that you manifest in the world. It's your impetus.
You know, when a kid has to go up in front of class and present a project, and you can instantly tell right away that they didn't do any of the homework or any preparation. They're just like, the island of Puerto Rico is like Cuba, and it's got water around it, and there's people there, and they grow things, and it has sky above it, and there's people there, and they live there.
It is for action, stimulation of your will, and the exaltation of the imagination. Why is this important? Because they go hand in hand.
We're going to get through all 5
Your
videos.
imagination is what creates something that you want to achieve. If you want to achieve something, you have to imagine it. You have to visualize it. You know, even if you want to, go think about what you.
Yeah, you don't have to visualize things to do magic or to achieve things. Whatever I believe I can conceive, I can achieve. I mean, don't stop doing that. It definitely helps, and the placebo alone is worth it.
You want to have for dinner tonight. This involves imagination and will. If you want to have dinner, you have to think about, okay, where do I want to go to dinner tonight? Let's say I want to go to this particular restaurant. I'm feeling like ordering this particular food. I'm feeling like Indian food tonight. Then what do you have to do? After you have it in your imagination, you.
So when we talk about imagination and will, we're talking about divine higher faculties, right? Do they have the lower version of those faculties? As in, yes, but we just call that cognition. We just call that thinking. So he's like trying to explain thinking in terms of will and imagination of these divine faculties. It's really funny, actually, because, like, yeah, well, you don't need to draw on these great powers of imagination, the fantasia, and the will, the true will of your divine self to assess logos, like use your logos and your cognition to figure out what restaurant to go to. You just don't need to. But I understand the analogy he's trying to create. I don't think it's that helpful when it comes to the application of that stuff for higher purposes, but we're having fun.
You have to exercise your will to actually go out and do that. Meaning your
This could be helpful for any shut-ins having a hard time following through on dinner plans, though. I do agree.
desire goes from the realm of simply being a desire, but to an action. That is the will. The process of magic is about augmenting and transforming the imagination and the will. Those powers that allow you
He's
to
got
create
himself.
in this world.
You see what he just did there? That was really interesting. Because he's not defining these things correctly, he's ended up double defining them and trying to use them for two different purposes, and they don't serve that purpose even in his own definition. He just got himself in a little trap there. Check it out. It's really interesting if pay attention.
Then what do you have to do? After you have it in your imagination, you have to exercise your will to actually go out and do that. Meaning,
So he's equated will and imagination with the ability to just decide on a restaurant and go to it. So once he's done that, it becomes very hard for him to then turn those things into these great magical facilitating faculties that he needs them to be, because he's just reduced them to mundane faculties. You'll see the problem with that.
your desire goes from the realm of simply being a desire, but to an action. That is the will. The process of magic is about augmenting and
See, he wanted to say will and imagination there again, the classic Regardie line. But he's just finished defining will and imagination in mundane terms as being that basic ability of human cognition that lets you go to a restaurant. But you could also extend his version there to what lets you go to the bathroom. And you'll notice about going to the bathroom, often you just go to the bathroom, you do everything you have to do, you go out and you kind of forget about it. I mean, we do that so many times in our lives. You just sort of, it's happening when it's happening, but afterwards, do you think about it? Not at all, right? But yet it was your will and imagination that took you there. Wow.
transforming the imagination and the will. Those powers that allow you to create in this world.
But he's defined them also as the powers that just help you figure out that you need to go to the bathroom. And so it's hard to then take those things and be like, oh, are they really that great? Are they really able to do magic? The same basic everyday habit functions and routines and cognition that lets me function in my life, drink water when I'm thirsty, and go pee when I'm drunk too much water. How's that? He's got a problem here. He's got a problem here. And it's going to lead him into the inability to define magic accurately, completely.
So you can see, so far, this isn't anything crazy. This isn't about levitating or riding on broomsticks or making potions or anything of that nature.
Yes, we are in an
It's
airport
about
right now, correct.
Techniques to improve and transform your conscious and creative powers.
Wow, he takes a lot of sips of water as soon as he's said the simple packaged statement. He doesn't even have his own thoughts to extrapolate on with what he's reading out loud. It's remarkable.
The final objective, I'm continuing to read now. The final objective of all this is the purification of the lower personality and the realization of an elevated state of consciousness, wherein the magician's ego enters into a union with his or her own higher self and ultimately with the divine. Every action, idea, and utterance in any ceremony is designed to bring about this final conclusion. Each and every detail of the ritual itself serves to remind the operator of this single goal. This is important, right? This is what most people miss. And they're saying it very clear, very straightforward.
Aristotle, you think this guy's a kid? Is he a kid? I don't know. He looks like in his 50s to me. Is he a kid? I don't know. You say this kid is the perfect example of the difference between a cult academic and a cult practitioner. Academics are needed, but they are not practitioners. The map is not the train. But that, I think that's not even a good, like, academics don't understand the occult the way a practitioner does. So it's not like there's the occult, academic understanding of the occult and the practitioner understanding. That's not a thing. The academics study edically. They study an entire different methodology. There's no contrast to how practitioners study, who take emic approaches. So, yeah. You might mean, if it, by academic, you mean theoretician or like armchair occultist. I mean, he's not even that, because he doesn't know what he's reading and hasn't studied it to any real significant extent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's not an academic. This guy's, just commenting on the book. Yeah, you're talking about him who's just reading about it and comparing it to his neogenesis system and not actually practicing it. Yeah.
Very directly. The purpose of all ceremonial magic is the stimulation of the will, the exaltation of the imagination, and the raising of consciousness for the ego self to enter into a union with the higher self and divinity. And every action, every idea, every utterance in any ceremony is designed for this, to bring about this conclusion. Each and every detail of the ritual serves to remind the operator of the single goal. So as we go forward and begin to unpack the different teachings here and the different techniques, you're going to see all the different words.
I mean, to his credit, at least he's reading an actual book. Like MageSpace just used Kajabi and fed it PDFs to just pump out entirely fabricated lessons and course and everything. That's what MageSpace has done. The person himself might even be AI and not real. I think it's a real person, though, who's just Kajabi is a platform that lets you just create it just makes the courses for you. You just tell it what to make and feed it stuff, and it does all the work, which is why it's such garbage.
All the systems, all the tools serve as ways to accomplish this goal. It says a clear and open channel is created between the mind and the soul,
Stuart,
concluding in an increased concentration of magical abilities and the exaltation of the true and divine nature of the magician. So creating an open channel between the mind and the soul. What does that mean in terms of our system? Because in our system, we say essentially that the eternal mind is the soul.
Wow. Yeah, so he's really trying to efface the Golden Dawn and use it as a funnel into his thing, which makes what we're doing here more appropriate all the more, because he's not trying to understand it. He's trying to, he's just using it as a funnel, which, oh well, at least he gives us a chance to talk more about the Golden Dawn, which is why what we all love, right?
Soul. Well,
talk about magic.
So we have we equate soul to mind. Psyche means soul, after all. So in our system, we would understand this as more like the lower mind connecting with the higher mind, or the lower self, or the ego, or ego consciousness connecting with the higher self. So you are an eternal mind, which is your higher self.
Yeah, he's not even saying Golden Dawn bad. He's saying groups are bad because they have egotistical leaders, so join my group. MageSpace does not have any okay videos, as far as I've seen. But I would love to know what you think's an okay video, and maybe I missed it. Maybe he does have an okay video. I know he's, again, like Gallery of Magic or any of these pathways that are good intros for people. That's what they often are, is they're good intros. And if they're drawing people in and getting them curious, I think that's great. But when they, when they do other stuff, it's less great. But yeah, let me know what video you like of Mage Space. I'd love to check it out. Yeah, it is actually worse than what you said. Yeah. Of course it is.
But within this is your ego complex, which forms a very small part of what you actually are. So it's tapping in to the higher, greater, eternal mind that you are. It's about establishing a link between your ego and the higher self. And this is exactly...
Strikes like... Oh, like lightning. Yes, that's it.
Self with a capital S, or we can call it the higher self to avoid confusion, and the ego. And for Carl Jung, the ego is a complex whose archetypal core is the higher self. And it's been said that the ego is the servant to the higher self. So the ego, there's an ego-self relationship, and it's about creating an open channel between that relationship, making that relationship explicit. Magic is real. It's not something that should be toyed with by dabblers who know next to nothing about the subject, but assume that it would be fun to make something happen. And I agree with this very much. Magic is real. It's nothing crazy. We can understand it rationally and logically as highly advanced psychology. And it gets into the realm of understanding that reality is mind. So when I say highly advanced psychology, I don't mean it in like a materialist understanding of psychology.
I would love to hear what he thinks of highly advanced psychology.
I mean it in the true understanding of psychology, and that psyche means soul. So it's psychology was the study of the soul.
The depressing thing about this is it makes me realize that if I was a lot dumber, I'd probably be way more successful in life on YouTube, you name it, just in general. There's a certain puissance that comes from being able to just go out and say whatever with this kind of certainty.
And all reality is mind, and thus as above, so below, the macrocosm reflects, or the microcosm reflects the macrocosm.
That you are so not... Oh, God. Balls.
And that's what this is about. So it says magic is not something that should be toyed with by dabblers who don't know what they're doing. Surgeons,
Jung doesn't want any part
who
of
practice medicine without a license often end up in jail. Superficial occultists who occasionally manage to open psychic doors without knowing what to do next sometimes end up in mental hospitals. This is why I say, if you've seen any of my other live streams, I say that you have to be very careful with magic and the occult because you can go crazy.
Yeah, what a disingenuous and fucking wrong thing to say. I mean, anyone can go crazy. You can go crazy meditating, doing too much prayer, smoking weed. Some people's brains are susceptible to breaking under certain conditions. And that would be the warning he should be giving people is in general. And yeah, but to satanic panic it, he went satanic panic. He had to be like, it's magic and the occult, as if they're some universal thing set apart from everything else and not including all the other religions. All the religions do magic. They all are magic. Magic is no different from any religion. And the idea of saying, oh, magic and the occult is dangerous is satanic panic. It's othering. It's othering to demonize it and to make people afraid of it and make it more likely to be banned, made illegal, have people fired from their jobs, dox them, invade their home.
And you can go crazy because if you don't have an extremely firm grounding in reason,
Kajoka, I like that.
it becomes very hard.
Yeah, if we're going to have a more drinking game today, it has to be something other than drink booze when he drinks water, because that would not end well for any of us.
Hard to tell what is fact and what is fiction, what is real and what is fantasy. That line begins to become blurred. And a lot of people who get involved in the occult don't have that rational grounding, and they start to take the symbols as being real. They start to mistake the outer expression as being the true form and not realizing that it actually represents symbolically something that exists within us. And people start to go crazy. They can't tell fact from fiction. They start believing in all kind of crazy stuff. So that's absolutely true. And
yeah, he's describing schizophrenics. Yeah. Now there is some interesting research on schizophrenia in Hasidic communities. Hasidic, which is where Kabbalah really finds its home in Judaism, in the Hasidim, have a higher rate, a really shockingly higher rate of schizophrenia. And some critics like to pretend that's why Kabbalah is so, thrives so much there, but that's not why, I don't think. But mental illness is something you just always got to be on the lookout for. And we did our best to mitigate against that. Usually you don't let people in who are schizophrenic or bipolar, like who have pre-existing conditions. You check for that first, because unless you have medical health professionals in your group able to handle that, unless you have people trained to handle that, you can't let those people in. And people would take that very personally when we wouldn't let them in when they said that they had schizophrenia. Probably a third of people who applied to the temple I was in had schizophrenia, and we had to turn them all down. And we had to turn down OTO people as well. We had to turn down bipolar as well. Obviously drug addicts, though some snuck by. Yeah, because you're not, and it's not about, you're not allowed to learn magic. It's like, we don't have people professionally capable to handle in case something goes wrong. It's one of the reasons I then was like, hey, we're not trained enough to do all this work as best we could be. And that's when I went to seminary to learn what the churches knew about being an adept, about running a spiritual group and serving people in a safe way. And I learned a lot, and I passed on what I knew to the inner order members of our order who wanted to know it at the time. And a lot of them were like, damn, we should all go get this degree you're getting. And I was like, yeah, I think so. That would probably be a good thing for everyone who wants to do this sort of work, to go get actual graduate level training, because they teach you the therapeutic sides of it, where the lines have to be, and where you need to recommend someone to someone else, a different healthcare professional. So yeah, there's a lot to it, and his warnings are very insufficient, I find.
Why I always say be very careful with this stuff, and why I want to go over this stuff with you guys on my channel here, so that we can stay rationally grounded, see what's interesting to learn from these things, but all
demons means it depends. So all terms have to be defined, especially terms like that. It means something different in Christianity than it does in Judaism, than it does in Islam, than it does in every paganism you'll ever meet. If you're talking about the word daimone, it just means spirit, and it's used for gods as well. Daimones are gods. And demons in magic, in modern day occultism, are usually used to refer to just lower spirits, not necessarily evil ones. So demons isn't used in contradistinction to angels in general. Sometimes it is amongst certain practitioners. Again, the occult and magic aren't one big blob. There's completely different traditions, and a lot of them don't overlap with each other hardly at all in their theology and in their structure. So that's interesting. Oh, interesting, Stuart. When he takes a drink, watch his eyes. He's looking down at a screen where he has his notes. Every time he takes a drink, it's to look at that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, well, that's kind of clever. I'm used StreamYard, and if I can just pump in my notes and it runs it on the screen right in front of me like a teleprompter. I also have a massive teleprompter, but I only use it for special occasions. Yeah, so he's looking down at his notes. So that's okay. I'm glad he has notes. I'm glad he thought about this in advance. Bo Jackson says, Federer, RC, magic, philosophy, and religion do seem to have overlap, but they are hardly the same thing. Right, exactly. I mean, again, part of it's how you just define these terms. And they're defined slightly differently at different times. Like philosophy for Socrates and Plato was kind of a spirituality. That would be, and in many ways, a religion. Pythagorean philosophy was essentially a religion, and they essentially practiced what today we would call magic. So again, yeah, the Venn diagram, like this 3 circles. I wish I had a way to draw things on a screen, but I did find my drawing pad. I was, so one of the reasons I was gone and you haven't seen me much recently, I had to do a nonstop 3-4 day deep clean of the place because we have annual inspections in Canada. They always want to, your home's not really yours. You just got it. You're just borrowing it. And so, and I injured myself. I threw up my lower back of my arm. I couldn't for 3 days move my right arm unless I lifted it with my left. That's how messed up it was. Also had an appointment with my dermatologist and started UV treatment on my hands and feet for psoriasis. And I have to go 3 times a week. It's a big commitment, but I'm working on it. I went 4 days ago, so I have to start at 15 seconds again of the treatment when I go again. Yeah, it's like he's making up shit as he goes. Yeah. So the auditing begins. What else we got? Then I'm gonna summon diseases. Lots of diseases are inherited. Bo Jackson. Well, you were in seminary. That's awesome. Which one, if you don't mind? They ask. Yes, I was in seminary. I went to one of the many seminaries at the University of British Columbia. I don't want to be too specific because I actually took classes at many of them. It doesn't really matter which one I graduated from because, last thing we need is people bothering them. But there's a whole bunch of them out there. I started with Basilians, the Basilian Fathers at Corpus Christi, and did a few classes, I think, through St. Mark's, which is associated. And then there was a Presbyterian seminary. And then there's another group one. And then there was the Regent College. I did a lot of stuff up at Regent College, but they're the evangelical seminary. Still had a lot of great professors. They had a really good bookshop. What's his name? The Power of Now guy would hang out at the bookshop all the time and talk to us and ask questions and see how our studies were going. Because he lives near there. And Packer was the big one of the Eugene Peterson was the best teacher at Regent College, in my opinion, when I was in that at UBC. And Eugene Peterson wrote the Message Bible, which I still really love. It's a Bible rewritten in modern language, but with the help of through the scholarship of the language. They didn't ignore the Greek and the Hebrew to write it. They did a good job of that. Anyway, yeah, Eckhart Tolle, yeah. Well, you can still go to Regent College bookstore at UBC. You'll run into him inevitably. I don't think he's moved out of the area because that's the rich area with mansions and stuff. He still goes there a lot. Sort of like how Jimmy Page still goes to Atlantis Books in London. You want to meet Jimmy Page? Just go to London, go hang out at Atlantis Books every day of the week, and you'll probably run into him. There's so many questions. Okay, we'll get through these, and then I'm gonna tell you about something exciting. Astroetheric philosophy. I don't know what that means specifically, but yeah, I mean, think of it however you want. Oh my God, Nish the fish had botched seriously. A mentally ill woman had joined them and wound up running off after a missing person. Oh wow, that's wild. Yeah, things happen. Things happen. Stewart says, dude, he really wants to hammer that word rational. I've lost count of how many times he said in a video he needs you to know that he's the rational one. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Biggest takeaway from this video as far as I need to get bigger cups. All right, Bo Fratercy. Oh wow, that's really cool about Pythagoreanism. I didn't know that they would consider a form of magic. Definitely a philosophy and religion, but this is the first I heard of it as magic. Yeah, I think because again, there's different definitions, and I think Pythagoreanism definitely qualifies. And I think a lot of their religious practices would today count as magic. Yeah. Oh no, I'm doing great physically. The great thing about being born with or having severe autoimmune diseases is the more you learn about them, the healthier you get. So even though they're degenerative and you're on we're all on a downhill slope as human beings, but the upside about starting out diseased is you learn more about your disease. So it actually feels like you're going uphill and getting healthier the older you get, because you learn more how to live. So all I eat now is is eggs and beef and lamb and a little bit of seafood. That's all. I don't eat fruit or vegetables. And every time I do, I get in trouble. and no carbs and no sugar, and I feel great every day. Yeah, not without exception. Thank you for the super chat, for the donation, Val. That, God bless you. That's very helpful. Yeah, everyone, throw in some, get a free channel membership, like and subscribe, share the show, throw in a what's it called? What do you call it? Gift memberships or membership gifting or whatever. Super chats. I think it's a new month, so I think I can give you guys some. Okay, here you go. There you go. There's some memberships for you guys. All right, we've got really exciting stuff coming up here. I have so much to say outside of this whole thing we're doing here today, but let's start off with just saying this year's EnokiaCon is going to be amazing. It's going to be epic. You should definitely come. It'll probably be the biggest one we ever do with the most presenters. It's happening November 6th through 8th in Austin. You can go to enokiacon.com and get your thing. And it's going, if you want to learn what these traditions, we don't allow people in who do this sort of stuff. It's people speaking from depth of knowledge and experience out of their traditions. And the list of people presenting is fantabulous. We just did some spring workshops in Austin the other month. I've almost got those edited. It's a lot of work to edit multicam angles and all that in 4K, but they'll be out soon. So you get access to all of that when you subscribe for the annual membership. And I've also got like headliners booked for the MagicCon in April 2027. I can't announce it yet till the date's confirmed, but it's going exactly the way you would hope that events like this would go, in the planning and in the meeting of the desires of what people want. So for example, there's an additional workshop going to be done this November that hasn't even been announced yet, hosted by in a private small breakout room of just 20 people, run by Ike Baker. He hasn't told me the title yet, but we'll know soon. So yeah, we're doing it all. We're doing what the magical world actually needs to have done. And if you're curious to hear more about EnokiaCon, the upcoming event in November, online or in person, well, here is a song I wrote to promote it. Enjoy. yeah, come Austin. Austin's great. Glad you like the song. I'm gonna go add some upright bass with a friend in the studio this week, and then release the final version of the trailer for NokiaCon with the song with upright bass. Maybe an extra verse added in. We'll see. There'll definitely be a verse added in for the vinyl pressing we're doing of the song, and with next year's Ballad of Dee and Kelly, which we'll press onto a 7-inch vinyl. That'll be fun, just for fun.
Always be very careful, especially when it comes to like secret societies or orders or groups, because they can very much take advantage of that and be very manipulative. So be careful. Very, very careful.
He has no examples of this, no circumstance, no, you know, it's like he's just saying that.
I can't stress that enough. This is,
Yeah,
you know, no
can't
joke
stress
with this
it.
kind of stuff.
He has zero examples.
So
I don't
The
think he's coming
conscious
out of any personal experience. I think he's coming out of the experience of like trying to be that kind of leader, it sounds like, because he's just too imprecise
commitment.
and smearing the very thing he's talking about.
Okay, so now we're
Next.
this is very important as well. So in magic, you learn all kinds of things, all kinds of symbolism. You understand, you begin to learn about Kabbalah and the tree of life, the elements, alchemy, and zodiac symbolism, all this sort of stuff. Hebrew alphabet,
All the stuff. All
kinds of symbols,
All kinds of
of
stuff.
systems.
So much stuff.
And why? What's the point?
Just
why the
amazing
heck
stuff.
would anyone do that? Sounds like a big waste of time. Like why the heck would you learn about the 4 elements? We know that the 4 elements isn't what literally makes up the physical universe. So why the hell would we learn about the 4 elements or anything like that?
I am a golden god! I am a golden god!
Learn the symbolic, magical alphabet of the unconscious mind results in the cultivation of psychic reflexes, which aid the magician and make all ceremonial work flow more smoothly. But more importantly than this, the memorization of
Well, okay. We'll interrupt. Recent, yeah. Well, esoteric metal band or something. I mean, the metal I'm into is, most people don't call it metal. Like I like Tool and Deftones, and most people say that's not metal, so that's fine. Call it alt rock or whatever. But like Ike will be playing music this November. He'll probably do some drums, guitar, and vocals. Hopefully a lot of drums too, because I don't think we have another drummer. A number of professional musicians are going to be there, which is why we're following Joseph H. Peterson's advice to keep the music at our events as jams, just as jams. I was always going to do the hire a cool local band thing to play one night while we, you know, but then I was like, yeah, I'm a musician. So many others are musicians. A lot of us are ex-professional musicians. Let's just rock out. We know what we're doing. Rock out with our Glocks out, because it's Texas. Though when you say that in Vancouver, that's a meme in Vancouver, in Canada, the glockenspiel.
magical data changes the very structure of the psyche.
What are you asking, Brian? We do? What do we do? So we do. Yeah, Stuart, doesn't it have a distinct lack of personal experience? Like you can see it the way he's. I'm really surprised. I've never really watched this guy, so I'm learning a lot. Very vague. Yeah. Like for example, when I talk about the groups I've been in and the problems, I then talk about like exactly what some of them were and how they manifested in other groups and how they were different attempts to deal with them over time. And eventually, you know, and I even went to a school and did a master's degree just to try and learn to be better at and more professional and more, you know, therapeutically effective at dealing with these sort of problematic situations, especially when they arise. I mean, he's just not, it's not doing that anyway.
Which is gradually infiltrated
Yeah.
by holy symbols that speak on a subconscious level to the divine being in each of us. The mind of the magician is steadily purified by this process as an increasing percentage of mundane thoughts are supplanted or transformed by spiritual thoughts. This is key. This is critical. So make sure you understand this stuff. This is the stuff that most people pass by. They don't realize that this is the true heart.
I mean, it's in the introduction of the Cicero book, so I don't think most people pass it by. I think it's what most people get to in their introduction to Golden Dawn stuff. Like, he's talking about stuff from an introductory book and from its introductory section. So the idea that the introductory stuff that everyone studies and learns in their introductory phase is stuff that people overlook isn't very, you know, most people just go straight to running outside and never learn what their shoelaces are even for. But some people who listen to me are going to find out the secret of what your shoelaces are for and how to use them to your advantage.
High magic. Why are you learning about all these symbols? Why are you learning about all these different correspondences? What's the point? The point is that your unconscious mind does not communicate in language. Your unconscious communicates in symbols.
Yeah, it was a whole folk music thing, Brian, the rock out with your Glock out. And it was a whole folk music thing here on the West Coast. I don't know if it hit across Canada, but everyone was even making shirts. There was like dozens of iterations of shirts with pictures of a Glock and spiel on it. And it said, rock out with your Glock out. Pretty funny.
And metaphors, like when you go to sleep and dream, your dream symbolically represents something. So when you begin to learn symbolism and correspondences, you are learning an alphabet of the unconscious mind. You are opening up a channel to connect with your unconscious mind. In other words, you're learning a language for your consciousness to communicate with your unconscious.
Yeah, still no mention of using these symbols and rituals to attract spirits and our own spirit, right? He's really psychologizing it and doing this rational thing.
And it says here that this changes the very structure of the psyche. And one example of this, quickly, is like the four elements. If you learn about air and fire and water and earth, and you begin to understand the various symbols that represent each of them and the various correspondences that they are attributed to. So, for example, really quick and superficially, we can understand air as representing intellect, reason, and communication. We can understand fire as representing libido, will, power, strength. We can understand water as representing the unconscious, emotions, intuition. We can understand earth as representing the physical world, actually going out and doing something, stability, being in the moment, success in finances, everything that is more practically related. And so you see, when you start to learn about these elements, it doesn't have anything to do about what matter is physically made up of. You're learning symbolism that corresponds to the structure of your psyche, archetype.
Yeah, so you notice he didn't even mention the body when mentioning Earth. Most of us would see our earthy selves as our body. Yeah.
You're learning, you're symbolically learning archetypal correspondence.
See, yeah, he's looking at it all on one level. We don't look at it only on one level. We have 4 worlds and 4 levels. Pardes. Yeah, Pardes. The garden. The 4 levels of interpretation. Literal, historical, metaphorical, analogical, and anagogical.
And then so when you begin to learn how to balance the 4 elements, and let's say you do certain rituals that are about balancing these elements together, what's happening is this is sending a communication to your psyche. because you have projected essentially your psyche outwards. If you're, let's say, working with certain tools or what have you, you're communicating with your unconscious. And by consciously doing things that are balancing these elements, your psychic structure, psychic just meaning psyche, doesn't mean like reading minds or anything. Psychic just means of the psyche. You're beginning to balance and inform your psyche how to begin to structure itself. So, you know, if you want to improve your communicative abilities, you would work with the element of air. If you want to increase your willpower, you would work with the element of fire. Or you would work with all of them to balance them out. If you feel like there's something missing in your life, like, you know what, I really want to be more connected with my emotions, then you would work with the element of water. And these aren't like, you know, it's not like, oh, it's like, oh, I'm going to do a magic spell and it's just magically going to happen. That's not what it means. It means that you are consciously communicating to your unconscious mind and embedding the way that it needs to structure itself. And it furthermore says, so the magical data changes the very structure of the psyche, which is gradually infiltrated by holy symbols or archetypal symbols that speak on a subconscious level to the divine in each of us. It speaks to our unconscious self. And the mind of the magician is steadily purified by this process as an increasing percentage of mundane thoughts are supplanted or transformed by spiritual thoughts. And what that means is, again, I think the 4 elements is a really good one because it's pretty simple, pretty easy to grasp, and it's a good example. So what this means is, you know, take the...
Wait till someone tells them about the sub-elemental system in the Golden Dawn.
Average person, they're thinking about what they want to eat for dinner, what they're going to watch on Netflix tonight, what kind of party they're going to go to on the weekend. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with those things. There's nothing wrong with going to nice restaurants and watching Netflix and having parties on the weekend. But for most people, this is all they think about all the time. And what this is essentially saying is that in addition to having these symbolisms, symbolic archetypes structure the psyche, is that it is going to transform the way you think as well. So if you're taking the time, for example, to learn about the different correspondences between the elements and the different tools that represent the different elements, you know, sword for air, wands for fire, cups for water, a pentacle.
Yeah, that's not right. We don't use the sword. We don't have a air sword. Oops. Just making stuff up. Yeah. No, we have in the Golden Dawn, we have an air dagger and an air sword, but neither of those are in the Golden Dawn, technically. Those are in the inner order. They're not in the outer order. Yeah.
For earth, you know, you and the different symbolism, you know, you're concentrating on all this, you're learning all, so your mind begins to and in my opinion too, there's some people who think, oh, you don't really need to know what they really mean. It's just going to work on an unconscious level. In my opinion, you need both. You need to know, for it to be most effective, you should consciously know what it means as well, because that's going to, you want to link between your consciousness and the unconscious. And if you consciously understand the symbolism.
The dude doesn't know what the unconscious is. Okay.
That's going to help even more inform the working into your unconscious. So
what does he think the unconscious is? Does he think it's like your true mind and you have to like fix it and put it together and restructure it so that it does a better job? Like, what does he think the unconscious is? Weird. It's almost like he thinks the unconscious is like the true link to our true selves or something, and that we have to, you know, figure out who we are by accessing this part of our brain we can't access. Whereas, you know, our unconscious, especially like our shadow self, we see it around us. It's externalized outside us in the world. Freud didn't know that, but, you know, turned out Freud was wrong about a few things. And yeah, we see this. We see our shadows around us in the world. You can, by in the corner of your room where you didn't clean stuff up, in the friend that you canceled on for the third time last minute, in the exercise you keep procrastinating or just not doing as much as you should, in the homeless person that you were about to give money to but then realized it was a 5 and so you just didn't. There you see your shadow. That's your shadow. It's out there, manifest, visible for all to see, except sometimes you, unless you engage psychologically with ways of observing it, or do self-analysis or meditate.
You're transforming consciousness, and you begin to concentrate on things that will lead to your, instead of thinking about Netflix and going to parties on the weekend, again, nothing wrong with that every now and then, but you start to contemplate, for example, balancing the 4 elements, which is balancing what's important in your life, realizing, oh, you know what, I really need to work on my willpower because I really want to accomplish this goal and I haven't been able to. So I'm going to work with the element of fire. That's just one example. You are now concentrating on things that are leading to your personal development and your transformation. This is the alchemical transformation of the soul into different stages, different grades, different degrees. So, and by the way,
what I like so far in his very ham-fisted attempt to read from a book that we all know is he hasn't really disparaged it or done much to disinterest people in it. Besides his early warnings against joining any group whatsoever, he's reading out of a self-initiation book, first of all. So it's written for people who aren't planning or interested necessarily in joining a group. So that's okay. He's not discouraging anyone. He's saying things, I think, that would encourage people, a lot of people, to get this book. And we like that. We like that people would get this book and check it out for themselves. So
first 4 orders.
Yeah, well, that's the fun, Reeston 13. This is painful. If it wasn't for your commentary in chat, I would have stopped watching a long time ago. He's not even charismatic. If this was a D&D game, he'd be the bard with charisma 1. Yeah. I know, he looks like the kind of guy, he looks like a person with charisma because he's got such a striking appearance and presents himself well. Charisma black hole, right? I mean, geez. Where's the style, brother? You got to internalize it. See, he doesn't internalize what he's reading about the Golden Dawn or the mysteries or Gnosis or Gnosticism, just like he doesn't even internalize the charisma that he presents physically in his outer shell.
I'm sorry, the first 4 grades in the Golden Dawn, which is related to the outer order, is all related to the 4 elements. So each grade represents a different element. So each individual who goes through each of the grade will concentrate on an element on each grade that they go through. So the first 4 grades are associated with each of the elements.
Can you guess which meme I'm
and that's
prepping?
the outer order. And this is all about balancing your psyche. And what this will do is when you balance your psyche, this will open up the connection between you and your higher self, which is the goal, the union with the higher self. So you're balancing your psyche, and that which was associated with the first 4 grades, and transitioning from the outer order to the inner order marks when one begins to focus on becoming beyond human. So
that wasn't actually that bad, right? Like you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I can't meme on that really, but that wasn't so bad. It's just awkward. It's like asking your buddy who knows a lot about the Golden Dawn to tell you something about it, and he picks up the book and starts like reading you sentences because he doesn't actually know much about it. And that's so it's not doing the worst job, but he's talking about there being a necessary transition from the outer order to the inner order, and that comes when you start to be more. None of that's true, obviously. You complete the Golden Dawn, and if the work you do after you complete the Golden Dawn is good enough, if you keep working and doing the work sufficiently, you might get invited into the inner order or an inner order. Yeah, but there's no necessitation of going from the Golden Dawn to the Inner. It's not even presented as something you should want to do. I certainly wasn't encouraged to ever join the Inner Order. I had no interest in joining the Inner Order until I was in Portal. Like, I didn't even want to become an adept in Portal. A lot of people I knew in the Golden Dawn had no interest in becoming adepts. Part of that's because they knew that there was unlikely that they would be able to. A lot of people really got that. They realized that like, oh, there's no way I'm going to do that level of work. I'm just not going to find the time in my life or put in the kind of commitment to be a part of an Inner Order. Because you join an Inner Order, like, there goes your solstices and equinoxes. Like, those are gone. So you got to be, be willing to write off certain days of the year as being dedicated to certain things in general, in most orders. And a lot of people, for that alone, I mean, to be an adept in our temple, I mean, you had to be free 4 or 5 nights a week, because that was the kind of group we were running. Not all groups are like that. Many groups just meet once a month, and that's cool. That's totally cool. It's not what we were doing. If you were an adept, you had to be free for rehearsals 3 nights a week, free for adept class on Sunday nights, and at least teaching 1 grade. So free another night. So that's what, 5 nights of your week that you're busy just doing GD for as long as, that's how some groups are. He's not very inflammatory. I mean, for me, when I was in the temple, I was allowed 1 night off for a date every month. That's what I was allowed to have as a new adept. Once a month I could take, and I'd meet up with my fiance, we'd go for dinner, but half the time I got a call halfway through the dinner and had to leave and had to run. So it was very rough on our relationship, as you can imagine.
The Outer Order is about balance and opening up communication.
And no, Masonic lodges don't meet nearly that much. They meet like once or twice a month for most Masonic lodges. We were basically 24/7.
And then the Inner Order is about firmly establishing that unification with the higher self and going beyond ordinary consciousness, ordinary human existence.
I mean, you really should do that in the Outer Order, in the transitional grade, in Portal. I mean, it's not really the Outer Order. I mean, he doesn't know the details. That's okay. But it's right about making that connection. But the connection is demonstrated before you're invited to the Inner Order, usually, in my opinion. Ideally, it's a recognition of the work that you did on your own when left adrift in a liminal space, without time limits, without necessarily as much guidance, without as much of a curriculum as you had before. You're not going to pass out of that grade through just basic testing. Something else has to happen, and you're being watched to see if it happens.
When the secret recesses of the inner self have been reached, communication with the universal power is then possible. And by the single act of one student tapping
Stuart, I agree. Interesting.
into this divine power, the whole of humanity is enriched. And this is what we talk about a lot about in the Neogenian system, where...
So the fruits of Golden Dawn training are very common in the Neogenian system. Right. And so let's talk about the fruits of becoming an adept in the Golden Dawn. The idea really of becoming like Osiris is that you bring abundance to others' lives. So if that's the thing I look for, and that's the thing I try to do. So you have to get beyond the point of being able to take care of yourself, and then get to the point of giving to others. And the goal of the Inner Order, in my opinion, for real, is to serve the Outer Order. That's when you're talking about the actual practical purpose, when you're actually in an Inner Order, it's quite clear what the role is to, and that's part of our Rosicrucian vow, right? We commit to train one other person to replace us in our life, at least one, who we pass on everything we know. And it's very hard to find people to pass on everything you know, because people have limits to what they want to know and how much they want to do. And so it's the kind of the work of a lifetime to find one, or if you're lucky, if more than that, people to pass on the tradition that you represent and are a part of.
In the Neogenian system, for example, some people go, where do I start with all this? I want to help change the world. Where do I begin? Well, it begins with you. It begins with you leveling up your consciousness. And because when...
Right. Okay, let me address that. Masonic lodges. Masonic lodges meet 4 to 5 times a week. I'm a Freemason member of many lodges, people. I mean, I'm a Freemason. I mean, they don't meet 4 to 5 times a week. Yeah, they don't. They meet usually once or twice a month. Some groups meet every week, but not usually. You can do more. A lot of people choose to do more, but that's not a condition. That's not a requirement. It's not something you'll be expected to do. And if you fail, you'll be, kicked out. When I'm talking about rehearsing for initiations, doing initiations, teaching classes at a full-time temple, I mean, it's not optional. Someone's got to be there. Yeah. Just doing the work, the mundane work of keeping those things running is a spiritual journey all on its own. Yeah, well, he's just trying to make millions of dollars on YouTube, and I think he's succeeded in that.
We are all part of a network, and when you transform yourself, you're better equipped to help others transform. This is going up Maslow's hierarchy from self-actualization to transcendence in the extended hierarchy. So when one is benefited, the all benefits when it comes to transformation of consciousness. And one quick thing that I want to note here is that there's a lot of really great magical rituals and whatnot. But I think what needs to be, and a lot of it's emphasizing actualizing divinity within the self, which I think is really important. But I do think that there also needs to be a very heavy emphasis on actualizing our collective unity as well. Realizing, because even in magic systems, people usually get very ego inflated, which is the opposite of what it should do. But they start,
what? See, that just tells you a lot about him and the people he's around, right? It's that. Don't blame that on magic and spirituality, buddy. Blame it on your social circle and the kind of people you attract and choose to be around. Yeah, those are just, fakes and phonies most of the time. The people who are like, their ego's inflating because they're not doing the work. Oh my God.
I am a god. I am master over everyone. People should listen to me and what I have to say, and I am the master. They are the, student and whatnot. When
I am a golden god! I am a golden god!
I had to.
This, the Gnostic Jesus, not the traditional, in magic systems, people usually get very ego inflated, which is the opposite of what it should do. But they start, I am a god. I am master over everyone. People should listen.
And what's his basis for saying that? He's just like making that up. Yeah. Hey, it's out there, but yeah.
To me, what I have to say, and I am the master. They are the, student and whatnot.
I agree.
When really it should be like a teacher. Like Jesus Christ is a really good example of this. The Gnostic Jesus, not the traditional Christian interpretation that we have today. The good version, the esoteric Jesus.
Wow, he really doesn't know Gnosticism or Gnostic Jesus very well. The Gnostic Jesus can be a lot less Jesus than the normal Jesus. If you were to meet one, you'd probably want to meet the nice normal one that most Christians worship. That would be the Jesus you'd want to meet. Some of the other Jesuses, oh boy.
The morning star. So,
see, he's trying to characterize the Gnostic Jesus, the morning star. That's a mainstream Jesus thing. Some,
here's a really good example. This is case in point as to, why I say be careful with secret societies and orders. It says to be an initiate means that one is accepted into an...
While he's promoting his own secret society order type thing. Yeah, that's so interesting.
Inner circle. It confers a sense of status and belonging and of having been uplifted through the disclosure of divinely inspired wisdom. So yeah, so in my opinion, you got to be careful here, because when you start getting involved and like taking oaths of secrecy, and you kind of start to miss the point, and it becomes like, ooh, I want the special rank and the special title because I want to be above everyone else. And I want to be, one needs to be careful.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Tradition. The ritual of initiation is meant to purify and prepare the candidate to receive the secrets and teachings of that tradition current. A new initiate does not receive the total volume of knowledge immediately, but in gradual stages. This process of spiritual evolution begins at the bottom of a hierarchical ladder, each step of which is accompanied by an...
Yeah, he's like, his criticism is, oh, you take vows to be special. Well, it's like, I mean, it doesn't even occur to him that there's knowledge and teachings passed on. And he didn't even read the actual vows, so he doesn't even understand the main points in them. There's some main points in them that he missed. And saying that people join special groups to feel special and have titles, I mean, that definitely happens. But yeah, why did I join a group? Because I couldn't learn more from books, not without guidance and help. And even then I felt that there wasn't the books that existed to guide me in the way I wanted. And I was right about that. There's more books these days, but almost too many.
Additional initiation ceremony and further study. I'm not a fan of this. I've talked about it a lot. I'm not a fan of the structure. I don't think there needs to be secrets. I don't think that there needs to be non-disclosure. I think that it should be much more open source, like you go to school. This should be accessible to everyone, for anyone, and it should be very clear what it is that you're going to learn. None of this smoke and mirrors stuff. I think that it has a very negative impact.
So, like, they should put out a big green book where they lay out everything you learn and all the rituals that you would do for anyone to get for $50 from a book. He's saying that the thing that shouldn't exist and that should exist is the very thing he has in his hands. Yeah. And he doesn't understand, like a lot of people do this sort of game where it's like, oh, it shouldn't be secret. It should be out in the public. It's like, yeah, it is. It's all in the public. But guess what? You just can't learn it very well on your own because you don't have the knowledge and experience. Like, yeah, anyone can buy a manual on how to build a car engine. I use this example a lot because it fascinates me, that some guys can just go in there and take them apart and rebuild them in a classroom, put the entire car apart and back together. But if you try and do that on your own from a book with zero training, zero education, and no one to ask questions of, it's going to take you a hell of a long time if you even ever succeed. So the information's out there, but yeah, there's a lot of things you can't do on your own. He's not even considering the fact that you need other people to do certain things, like put on these ceremonies, and that the ceremonies might have a purpose. It's the same mistake Mage Space and those other guys get, where when they look at the system divorced from the ceremonies and initiations that actually hold it all together. Good point, Stuart.
But to the, I like this book because this book basically says you don't have to do any of that. You don't have to join a magic order. You don't have to join a secret society. You don't have to do any of that. You can understand this stuff yourself, just in your own consciousness. So the very name of the order, the Golden Dawn, alludes to the shining brilliance of the eternal and divine light breaking through the confines of darkness to herald the birth of a new day in the evolution of humankind. The aim of all the rituals and practical magic work of the Golden Dawn is to create a spiritual bond between the magician and the immortal self.
Yeah, that's actually funny. He's saying that these groups shouldn't hide there's things behind smoke and mirrors while he's reading a book that lays it all out, but then pointing to his own thing, which is not public, right? Which isn't publicly accessible. That's funny.
So you can see this is high magic. This isn't about, oh, I want to cast a spell to make more money, or I want to cast a spell to attract romance into my life. These are for creating a bond between you and your immortal self and leading towards the evolution of all humanity to the next level.
So parochial.
And
dude, he looks
I'm
so
seeing
confused.
to chew on. And I'm looking at what's coming next. And
the people are retarded.
Yeah, this is too much. Oh my God.
The different grades, what these different grades are about, and what one learns in them. And I think that that will be good for next time. And by the way, I've just read a few excerpts, little excerpts here and there from like half of the introduction. And this book is, I don't know, like 500, 600 pages. It's a long book. So my point being, oh no, I'm sorry, 1,250 pages. It's 1,250 pages. And
people work their entire way through that book and then join orders or come work with someone like me and get training. So it's just the first step. It's not a bad step. It's a great step to take. It's like the students I work with who have gone through that book, they get to do more, they're able to do more advanced work or do the same stuff at a more advanced level. And it's really wonderful. It's really a joy to work with them because they have such a solid foundation of things. You know, there's a few things to tweak. Like that book has some of the wrong, just, you know, it's got typos, it's got a few errors. Even the Ciceros would love to redo it, I think, or have mentioned that there's errors in it that they would like to have changed. And then there's some Thelemic things that got inserted, I think, kind of by accident, because it was, you know, it was the 90s.
So my point is, I'm really curious what you guys think. I want you to tell, and by the way, there's a playlist on Golden Dawn if you want to know more about the history of this order and how it was established and
I've noticed.
I'll watch that. But I want to know your thoughts. Tell me, because like I said, magic and secret societies, it's a whole can of worms, extremely in-depth. There's so much to cover. So I want to know what you think. Tell me if this is something you're interested in. Do you want to hear more about magic? Do you want to hear more about the Golden Dawn tradition? Do you want to hear more about secret societies in general?
And what's great is people did want to hear more. He ended up doing a bunch more videos. This video, as of the other day, is at 24,000 views. His third video gets 68,000 views. The one after that, 41. Altogether, we have almost 200,000 views. And so people are very interested. And many of them are discovering the Golden Dawn through him and then joining his new genetics thing or whatever it's called. And on their way to immortality, I'm sure.
General, tell me if this is an area of interest to you, because this is something we could certainly explore, but there's a lot to it. So I want to know what you guys think. Tell me in the comments. I'm very curious to hear. And if you do want more, then we will continue this next week and begin to dive even deeper. And it gets very, very deep. Let me tell you,
you know, he actually would be probably a fun guy to talk to about this. If he wanted to come on the podcast, I'd have no problem with that. I mean, he's almost 1 million subs, right? So he doesn't need people. He doesn't need to do anything. He's making crazy money, for sure. And he's just trying to make videos that people like, that his people like. And so, but he would be interesting to clarify some of the stuff for him and talk to him about it, get into it. That could be fun. I'm sure he won't see this or hear about it or want to talk to me, but yeah, he's not as off-putting as I thought he would be, based on things. So there is that. I'm curious, maybe his next one will be more problematic. I don't know. He just seems he seems sort of chill. just a little. It's not in depth. It's not in depth.
Barely even scratch the surface. So my friends, thank you so much. Remember to check out my books. My books are in the description of this video. Start with Neogenesis, Dawn of the New Mind. If you want a rational structure, rational foundation, this is where to begin. And if you enjoy my work, consider becoming a member to get access to members only videos. I want to give a big shout out to everyone who supports, especially Renaissance Fairy, Cassidy, Angela, DB, Nusalina, Christopher, Dallas, Digital, Seaweed, and everyone else. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Shall we do the next one in sequence or jump to the end? Let's jump to the end. No. Do this. The next one. I mean, this just looks interesting. They all look interesting to me.
Welcome to Dawn of the New Earth. My name is Morgue, and I am an ex-Christian, revealing hidden knowledge to help transform consciousness and create a new world. And today we're answering the question, what happens when you join?
I mean, fundamentally, he's all about reason, right? And the Hermetic tradition is all about reason, but also going beyond reason into nous. And so the Hermetic path might be exactly what a lot of his people are into, or get into, would be appealing to them if they were willing to minimize the role of reason and let it be in the service to the divine. But I think he puts reason at the top of the pyramid.
A secret society. Now, the last couple of streams, we have been talking about the Golden Dawn, and we gave a basic introduction and considered its history, as well as a very general overview of what it's about. But today we're going to be taking a look at what would actually happen when you...
Stuart, I think you nailed it. Stuart says, I think he's looking confused because he realizes he's done a bad job at pointing out why someone should get his material versus the self-initiation book. I think you're right. Yeah. And that's probably what I was feeling at the end there. I'm like, he hasn't really, I don't think he's done what he intended to do there. But yeah, good to hang, Stuart. Nice to meet you. It's nice hanging out for a bit. Looking forward to, see you again, Stuart. Go to Hermetic Mystery School and join my mailing list if you want to get free videos and hear about the upcoming streams and live streams. You can hit the notification bell. It doesn't always notify you, as you are probably aware. And yeah, subscribe, drop a comment below, become a channel member. It really helps things out, and we'll keep unveiling. We're going to go deep with the stuff we're going to do on the middle pillar exercises and Enochian upcoming, even though I've done a ton of that already. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be there'll be some novel approaches and ideas and things that I've been researching to bring to you guys. And that's why those streams have been taking longer to prep than I thought. Plus I had the whole injury, house cleaning, new doctor's appointments, whole health regimen that's kicking up into a higher gear, and I'm planning the events and editing last events stuff. So it's a full-time gig I got going on here, and I appreciate all your support, super chats and memberships. All that stuff helps. And starting a book club end of the month. Stay tuned. I'll create the new membership tier for the book club, for our Hermetic book club.
Joined this secret society, and this is one of the most influential secret societies in the Western occult tradition, and it is absolutely...
Can we just respect the fact that he's mentioning the Golden Dawn in these terms and not the OTO or Martinism, which we, no shade on them, but yeah, it's nice that he's putting the Golden Dawn on such a pedestal. I wouldn't be surprised if people who are into whatever his books are get into the Golden Dawn as a result of all his videos.
Massive. So let me tell you that we are going to attempt to do this, but I have to, give a sort of general a warning here that there is a mountain of information, and that takes years and years and years of study to really understand. And so I'm going to do my best to put it as succinctly as possible. But just to give you an idea, I'll show you some of the books that we are going to be reading some excerpts from, and you can see they're absolutely massive. The first is Israel Regardie's The Golden Dawn. We're going to be, some of the information that we're going to be discussing comes from this, as well as another book known as Self-Initiation into the Golden Dawn Tradition. And so, by the way, if you are interested in either of these books, I have put a link to where you can get them in the description of this video. So let me put these aside. And on that note, we are going to get started. But before we do, make sure you like and subscribe. And if you enjoy my work, consider becoming a member because it helps out a lot. It helps spread this information. And if you hit the join button below this video, you can see all the different perks you can get access to, like our members only videos. There's a ton of them, our Discord server, etc.
And I guess those links he's putting below this video are affiliate links. And so he's probably making a few grand off people buying Golden Dawn books through affiliate links. Stealing money from Jeff Bezos. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely always use affiliate links when you can.
Check it out. I want to remind you that my book series is out. You can check out the first one, Neogenesis, Dawn of the New Mind. This is book number 1. The link is in the description of this video. And you can also find the audiobook version of this as well.
So, you know what's funny? Of speaking of the demographics, Stuart, what the age of his group and stuff. Yeah, I think his audience is young. I think his audience is young. Though the friends I knew, the friend I was telling you about who told me about him, she put him on a live stream when I was at her place. And then she was like, you should talk to him. And I told her, we're not doing the same thing. And he doesn't have knowledge for me to inquire about because he doesn't study what I study. She then super chatted and told him to look into my podcast. So there is a live stream out there of him where he says my name in my podcast. So he technically has heard of me, but I'm sure we'll never interact ever again. Anyway, I thought that was funny. I just remembered that. I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, what? He should talk to you. People at that level of YouTubing, they're in their own little world because, you know, they're doing good.
Well, narrated by me. Additionally, you will find a link to my Spotify channel in the description as well. So there's a lot of stuff in the description. Check it out. All right, my friends, we are going to get started. Now, I want to put a disclaimer out here. Is it the reason?
Candy, welcome. Look at the translations you came to know. What translations of what? We're curious. Tell me what you're talking about. And I'm sorry if I put people in timeout. It's just sometimes things get spammy. If you get spammy and there's no cohesiveness to the flow of the chat, and it's just like, you know, I don't have to explain that, right? Yeah, secret society. Someone please tell me a secret society. Yeah. I mean, he's using that for clicks. They're calling it a secret society. I mean, it's fair to call them secret societies. Excuse me. There's thousands of secret societies in the world. They're all called, you know, they are generally known by that name.
Why that we're talking about this sort of thing in general is because I want to let you guys know that this is information that you
secret societies, to be clear, aren't defined as societies that are secret. They're defined as societies whose members are secret, usually. Otherwise, no one would know how to join it because they wouldn't hear of it. Skull and Bones is a secret society because its membership was secret, not because no one knew that Skull and Bones existed. Its building is still there on campus to this day, and it was quite well known that it existed. You're saying I should look at the translations. I claim to know the Golden Dawn. What do you think? I don't know what you're asking, but if you clarify, well, I can answer. I'd love to answer those questions once I know what you're asking.
use to transform your life, and you don't need to join some sort of secret society or organization to be able to understand this information. And that's actually what the authors of one of the books, the Golden Dawn Tradition, Self-Initiation book I talked about, written by Sheik and Tabitha Cicero, they very much say that you can do this sort of thing on your own. You don't have to join a specific order or whatnot. And I just want to put that warning out there because secret societies can be very dangerous. and magic can be very dangerous. Okay. So I want to put that disclaimer and out there because I want to say I'm not critiquing any specific.
See, again, saying secret societies and magic can be dangerous. Like, anyone can be dangerous. Go to a rally, go to school, go do anything can be dangerous. They're not especially dangerous because it's magic. Magic isn't especially dangerous than anything else. Being in a group of people that happens to be a secret society doesn't mean it's more dangerous than being in any other group of people. Like, look at the groups of people we got running around these days. You think they're safe? I mean, people are dangerous.
Society. I'm sure that there are some societies out there that are great and have fantastic members and are healthy, but there are some that are very dangerous. And in my opinion,
see, I think the dishonest thing here is you got to warn people about people rather than about groups. It's not that, like, I'm sure there's bad Masonic lodges even with run by, but it's because of there's bad people. It's not because the lodge itself is bad. It's generally not groups themselves that are bad. Amwork's not bad. It's got some nasty people running it for sure. Really litigious, nasty, evil people. But it's not bad in and of itself. And most Amwork people you'll meet are going to be great. And they have venues and buildings that you can do ceremonies in and go to lectures at. That's all good. Yeah, he should be worrying about people, but he's not doing that.
Using secrecy creates an atmosphere that is just ready for manipulation and coercion and sometimes abuse. So we have to be.
Secrecy doesn't do that. Humans do that, and they can do that exact same. I was more silenced when I worked in ministry for the Anglican Church of Canada than in the Golden Dawn. When things happened in the Golden Dawn, I told people they happened. I said, this happened to this person, and I'm reporting it, and I think we should expel this person. And then they generally got expelled, right? In the church, when I noticed things going on, it was like, well, yeah, you can call the cops. You can report this to the diocese. But what do you think will happen to your life and future career, right? There's no secrecy going on there, but I was silenced much more effectively.
Very, very careful. I just want to put that out there. Talking about this stuff, I'm doing it to show how you can use it in your life without having to join these things, not to get you interested in joining these things. Because like I said, they can be dangerous, and magic itself in general can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. And the reason why is because you have to be very rationally and logically grounded. Some people might even wonder, why are you talking about magic? That's crazy. And we explained this a little bit in the last video, is that if you understand the underlying mechanisms behind it, it's actually very logical and rational. It seems crazy because a lot of people misunderstand what it is and take it literally instead of symbolically and metaphorically. But
so he doesn't believe in magic, not in the magic that the Golden Dawn is talking about. He believes in this psychological, symbolic, reasonable stuff. That's not what the Golden Dawn is talking about, though.
Western occult tradition and the different magical techniques are actually used often in psychology, particularly Jungian psychology, in processes like individuation and active imagination and working with unconscious archetypes, just to name a few. So we're going to get right into it. Like I said, I showed you some of the books. This is a massive amount of information. So we're going to get started, and we're just going to start wading our way through. And if some of this sounds confusing, I guarantee you that it will, because it's...
So clearly he did the other video and maybe a video before it, but I don't think so. And people were interested. So he was like, oh, I should get some more books. And he's starting to read. And you can see since last time, you can tell, right, that he's read a bunch more and gone, this is interesting. Maybe this would be something I would enjoy, but too late. I've started my own thing and I can't go be a student now that I'm a master. That's the danger of teaching and being any kind of authority or master or figure in anything you do, is that you really run the risk of cutting yourself off from continuing to learn and grow. Universities and school systems have had to take great efforts to make sure that their teachers and scientists continue to learn. Once they start teaching, they give them years off. They give them entire sabbaticals so that they can keep learning and growing. And I have to expend quite a lot of effort and even money to continue learning. That's why I continue learning with professors or with other magicians. I just did a Alexander Cummins class a little while ago on mercury retrieval and anti-thieving magic. Really cool teacher. Al Cummins will be at EnochiaCon, of course, doing he wrote a beautiful book of Enochian poems or invocations that summon the geomantic spirits and forms. Really cool stuff he does. But I do that. I study the Hermetica with Dr. Litwa and do other things. Like, it's hard once you start teaching to keep learning. It takes a real dedication, a real investment of time and energy, but it's essential. Otherwise you get stuck where you like, he seems like he'd be like, oh, this might be cool for me, but too bad I'm already doing my own thing.
Stuff that we're not normally used to thinking.
It's cool to see him daunted and realizing how vast the system is and how complex and lengthy. It's a lifelong journey, that system.
Thinking about in the everyday world. But don't worry, we're going to explain it. We're going to take it one step at a time and start to tease out the information and see what all of this is about. So what happens when you join a secret society? Well, specifically, we're going to be talking about the Golden Dawn. All secret societies are different, of course, but we're going to be taking a look at specifically what would happen if you joined a secret society, if you joined the Golden Dawn. And the Golden Dawn is a magical order that teaches secrets of magic. Magic is about transformation. Magic is about transformation of the self or transformation of the world and reality.
Yeah, that's not what magic's about. Sounds like he's talking about alchemy or spiritual alchemy or alchemy, as it's technically called. Magic's about attracting spirits to do things with you and for you.
And what we have to understand here is that when one joins one of these particular societies, let's really focus on the Golden Dawn here, is the first thing is initiation. And we talked about this a little bit in our
way too
in
long
the last video. If you haven't seen the playlist on this,
I've
highly
never
recommend
that
it.
last video. I've never seen someone speak for so long and say so little.
I usually say, oh, you don't have to have seen the other ones to understand this video. You don't really, but it would.
What did I say myself, Michelle? You said yourself certain individuals have branched out to another vine. Yes, people branch out in every way in life that is possibly imaginable. But what's the context? Magic was taken. You say because magic was taken away from imagination by order. That doesn't make any sense to me. That is demanded and for the better good. And that's why it's okay to work and have a family and distract and family and to not to inform or advocate. I don't know. I wish. Sounds like there's a couple ideas going on in that sentence all at once, and I can't parse it out. I'm not trying to be difficult here, but if you can clarify your ideas, that would help or say them in one idea at a time, perhaps. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Kind of like, I don't even, I stick my L's. Well, that's magic. That would be magic.
Definitely help with this kind of stuff. So just to recap a little bit, last time we talked about what the Golden Dawn represents. The Golden Dawn represents the emergence of divine light. I'm looking at some of my notes here to recall what we talked about last time. And it's symbolically about breaking through darkness as a symbol of humanity's spiritual evolution. And there are magic is used. And there are different types of magic. There's high magic and low magic. The Golden Dawn focuses on high magic, which is about transformation.
And we've clarified he doesn't understand the difference between high magic and low magic. He thinks he's confusing, theurgy and thaumaturgy, someone said. And thaumaturgy is a problematic term, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware, but we understand how it's being used most of the time by us. Yeah, but saying that high magic is theurgy and not celestial doesn't make any sense. And again, high magic's not that valuable a term. It's mostly a pop term. Yes, please make comments make sense, especially if you're speaking to me. Like when you say that I myself said it when certain individuals branch out to another vine. There's no noun. Said it, what's it? And I don't know. And part of that's because by the time I see your comment, it's passed on from what I was talking about. So you have to give me context. We'll get good at this as a community as we go along. Don't sweat it too much. We'll figure it out. I'm glad you like my shirt. It's Mercury Day, Woden's Day. So I'm wearing the color of Mercury, activated by the flashing color of blue.
Of the self and connecting to divinity. And magic typically involves working with archetypes, which are structures of the unconscious mind.
He's really doing backflips to make this all
universal
rational
forces. So if you were to
and it
join
is rational, but he's ignoring spirits. He's ignoring the role of spirit and the role of spirits. So like the darkness, what's the darkness? Is it just a metaphorical darkness of humanity? It couldn't possibly be what the Hermetica talks about when it discusses the 12 punishers, the kakodaimones, the evil spirits that punish us. There's 12 of them, and then hundreds and thousands more. We couldn't be talking about those dog-faced demons that we keep back magically, ceremonially, and through meditation and prayer and other practices. See, he's taking everything in this very metaphorical level, even to the extent that Regardie didn't take it. Yeah.
Golden Dawn. First of all, the Golden Dawn is divided into different grades. Not only is it divided into different grades, which are different levels, it's divided into 3 orders, actually. There's the outer order, or the first order, the inner order, or the second order, and then the third order. Now, let me see if I will bring up on screen here something known as the Tree of Life.
Took a while to get there. Speaking of order, I'm going to put out a call for live stream moderators. I don't know how to make moderators, but I'll figure it out. I'll put out a post to members only, and you can comment below and say if you want to be a moderator, and they'll make you into a moderator. That way I don't have to worry about random stuff too much.
This is the Tree of Life. It's a symbol used in Jewish mysticism.
I should go do some high magic right now.
And it is at the heart of many Western esoteric traditions.
All right, Michelle. Michelle is saying, I'm saying certain individuals have been under certain conditions without any prior understanding of so, and when they branch out and get information from another and bring it back to where they come. I think I get you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, things we learn in different places, we bring back with us, and yeah, absolutely. Toshigintach Avrian Mahara.
And this is related. Why am I bringing this
guy
up?
In the chat? He speaks Scottish to me in comments, and I respond in Irish Gaelic. So we're both speaking two of the 3 Gaelic languages. Can anyone name the 3rd Gaelic language? And not you. I know you know it.
Because this is related to the system of levels in the Golden Dawn and how the Golden Dawn is structured. So the Golden Dawn is structured based on the Tree of Life. So what is the Tree of Life? To say it succinctly,
because he bought the books.
The Tree of Life is essentially a blueprint. It's a structure. It's a blueprint. It's a blueprint that outlines the mind of God, your mind, and the structure of the universe. Because ultimately, these are all the same thing.
Technically, it's the faces of God. So the Tree of Life is the diagram of the partsuf, or partsufim with the plural on the end, the face or faces of God. Less so, it's not really about the mind. It's about the human soul and the faces of God.
So it is a blueprint that lays out the structure of the mind of God, your mind, and the structure of the universe, because they are all one and the same. And remember, in the Western occult tradition, God is not seen as like a creator.
If they were one and the same, then there'd be nothing to do, right? I mean, he hasn't gotten to the part of the book where we have the tree before and after the fall. Otherwise, he would be saying what he's saying, right? So we have very different trees for different purposes, and it's not all the same. And there's a tree that represents God and a tree that represents us after the fall. And then there's a tree that represents us in the restored Eden. And you can see Kabbalistic Jewish versions of this, and there's Christian versions of this. There isn't really many cool pagan ones yet, but I'm sure they'll get around to it eventually.
God like in the Bible, but rather that we are emanations from that God. So essentially that we are God at heart, just locked away. Most of us haven't realized it yet. Anyway, this is a blueprint for that structure. One of the things that one learns in the Golden Dawn is how to work with this structure, which I will, if we have time, I'll begin to explain that. But the reason why I'm just bringing it up right now is because
I feel bad for him. It's like he's really struggling here. It's a very to try and he has my sympathy. Like to try and explain the Golden Dawn, and all you got is a few books you just bought. Holy moly! Like he's kind of doing us a big favor by doing these big streams to share with his crowd a bit about it. Honestly, I'm sort of kind of taking a 180 and being really glad that he's done these. We'll see how it goes.
Because we're talking about how the Golden Dawn was structured, because the whole idea is like, well, what happens when you join a secret society, specifically the Golden Dawn?
A damn fine cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Well, first you start off at a certain level. Okay. So let's see if I can show you here. It's probably too small on the screen for you to see. I'll try and make it a little bigger. So we can see the Tree of Life has been divided into 3 sections. And this is divided into 3 orders. And so you have the first order or outer order. And then you have the second order or inner order. And then you have the third order. So we're going to be focusing on the first or outer order today. Later, we may focus on, focus on the second or inner order. And then the third order is a topic that we may discuss if that's something that you guys want to talk about.
So he doesn't have books that really explain the third order. I think the first series piece of writing that's ever been done on the third order just came out in the newest version of the Light Extended, the Golden Dawn Modern Journal that we use and have, and I should send in a paper for the next one. But the first serious study on the third order ever just came out. The Third Order of the Golden Dawn by Dr. Tony Fuller, who wrote the #1 history book on the Golden Dawn, and is without any doubt the unofficial leader of our tradition. I say unofficial because it's definitely unofficial, but if you talk to anyone, they will agree with that. And if they don't agree with that, well, that's fine, but they probably haven't read what he's written or don't know him. So there's reasons for all this. And yeah, this piece on the third order that he's written is lengthy and amazing, because for a long time people thought that the third order and the secret chiefs were the same thing, which never really made a lot of sense, because the secret chiefs are discarnate spiritual guides like archangels. Like Raphael's one of the secret chiefs of the Golden Dawn, just like Raphael's one of the main teachers of John Dee in the Enochian system. See where that's going? Yeah.
So just to be general about it, the outer order is about balance and preparation. The second or inner order is about going beyond human. And then the third order is where the Golden Dawn, the founding members, particularly Mathers, claimed was the realm of those who were no longer human. They called them the secret chiefs. And these were apparently ascended masters that...
So... yeah, that's secret chiefs are above the third order, because we have initiations there's third order Stella Matutina initiations. So clearly you're not dead when you go through them.
Communicated with the founding members on how to structure the order and give lessons. Now, That's very
Fun fact for the 10 equals 1, the word is not abscissimus that is used. That's something Crowley probably added in. And then it got retroactively superimposed into the GD. Is this the dude that had a cult? LOL. I don't know if this guy had a cult. Hey, chat. Nice to see you. Art of Personal History.
likely not true. But there's more to it than that. We won't have time to talk about the secret chiefs and all that supernatural stuff related to spirit communication and whatnot in this video. But if that's something you guys want to see, I'll absolutely do a video on that because it's very important. But this kind of goes, case in point as to why I say be very careful about secret societies and stuff, because you can see already where there's a certain level of manipulation going on here. Even we've barely even started talking about this.
Wait, he's calling out manipulation and all he's doing is looking at a grade structure? Come on. Dude. Oh, dude, I need to go do some high magic. I'll be right back. Let me go enjoy a little bit of high magic. And you can listen to me sing a song about my upcoming amazing live events in Austin, Texas, also available online. 3 equal payments I didn't deactivate it. You can still get it for 3 equal payments right now if you go to arcaneresearchsociety.com or nokiacon.com. And I hope to see you online or in person in Austin, Texas, and this November.
But you can even see it with this, where you have the founding member, one of the founding members, Mathers, going, oh, I have this secret, special connection with these secret beings that are telling me how we should do things. So let's do it this way, because this is where what the secret beings are saying. And see, you gotta be very, very careful with this sort of.
And none of that's how that happened. None of that is how that happened. So most people had no idea that there were secret discarnate chiefs. They actually thought the chiefs were physical, because inner order stuff, members who joined the Victorian Golden Dawn were just looking to learn the mysteries, right? And they thought it came from Germany, which essentially it did. The SRIA is the Rosicrucian order before the Golden Dawn that it grew out of, and the SRIA grew out of the German order of the Golden Rosy Cross, whose complete teachings recently got translated, and you can read them here. Yeah, so the grade structure of the Golden Dawn comes directly from the Orden des Golden Rosenkreuzer. Gold und Rosenkreuzer. Gold und Rosenkreuzer. Das ist genau, wo sie gekommen hat. And so members thought that the secret chiefs were actually physical people. So Raphael, the Archangel Raphael, Mathers and Westcott referred to him as Frater L-E-T, Lux e Tenebris. And so even their top-ranking members like Robert Falcon, who founded the Stella Matutina, which is where Regardie got trained, and the books and the Sister Rose, that's all Stella Matutina material. That's not the original Golden Dawn, like the original Golden Dawn material. They didn't even use the Kircher Tree of Life. So this is the original complete knowledge lectures inside lectures. And it's only recently been published. But now at least we can point to it and say, hey, look, this is how it's different from the later Stella Matutina version, for example. So the Tree of Life, the first Tree of Life is given in the Zelator grade. And this is what it looks like. This is the Tree of Life Zelator students were allowed to learn and see. The grade in Neophyte, they just learned the names of the 10 Sephirot. Can you say it with me? Keter, Chokmah, Bina, Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferet, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, Malchut. Crown, wisdom, understanding, grace, power, beauty, victory, splendor, foundation, kingdom. And this is the tree that they used. They didn't use the Kircher tree, it seems, in the early days. That was adapted later on, it seems. And so a lot of their early trees look like that. And of course, in the later grade initiations, there's quite complicated trees. The prelapsarian tree and the Edenic tree are very different again. But again, even in the later grades, you can see the design of the tree. These are more Kircherian. But yeah. So things were changed a bit from the time of the original order to the Stella Matutina. But Falcon, who founded the Stella Matutina, thought that Raphael, the Archangel Raphael, this is how much what he's saying isn't true. The members didn't know that Mathers was getting stuff from archangels and angels. They would have been very pleased to find that out. But what they actually thought was that this stuff was coming from German and continental adepts in Europe. And so Dr. Robert Falcon, who's sort of like, he was like a real life sort of Indiana Jones type guy, like what's his name? The guy who went to Africa. So Falcon lived in a remarkable life. You should absolutely go read about it in Beyond the Sun, which is the story of Falcon's life written by Nick Farrell, friend of the show. And Beyond the Sun's a beautiful book. It also at the end has the higher grade level inner Golden Dawn initiations you can read, including the ones Yates and Westcott went through under Falcon later on. First they were his teachers, then they were initiates under him in his new order. Things were a lot more chill back then than people would like to realize. That's one of the missions I'm on, is to help people realize the culture and time and place of those older mystery schools and orders and groups, whether it's Victorian or Renaissance. Because when you actually understand the culture and personalities, like think about the Golden Dawn of the Victorian period, lots of Anglican priests, lots of priests. There was even a Catholic one at some point. And then there's actors and bohemians and also people working government and business and aristocrats all mixing together. And for the first time, it was a group that allowed women on equal footing with men. Amazing, very progressive for its time, and magically so rich, because they said, what if we cut aside all this pretense of our era and just do all the good stuff, all the best stuff, put it all together and work with it for real and really try and do something with it instead of just have it be formalities and passwords. Let's really try and do something with it. So Mathers and Westcott knew they were working with spiritual beings and creatures to get the system together. But they put on this whole display. Mathers, Westcott fabricated the cipher manuscripts to pretend that they got these secret manuscripts, and that's not true. And that they had this permission from the German adepts, that's not true. And so, yeah, this idea that the membership knew Mathers and Westcott were talking to angels is not the case. Felkin went around Europe looking for Frater LET, because that's what Westcott and Mathers called him, and had no idea that he was looking for Archangel Raphael, because that was the code name Mathers and Westcott used. So anyway.
Stuff. But anyway, the outer order is related to the first 4 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life. And so we're going to be taking a look at Malkuth, Yesod, Hod, and Netzach. So if you were to join, if you were to join, you would first start out as a neophyte. Neophyte means newly planted. So neophyte
means new life.
Let's see. Let me bring up my notes here. So I'm going to read some quotes from the book I showed in the beginning, particularly Self-Initiation into the Golden Dawn by Sheik and Tabitha Cicero.
Sheik.
And so the neophyte is kind of like it's where you begin, but it's not even considered a true grade that corresponds to anything on the Tree of Life. So so when I show the Tree of Life here, neophyte's not even on here. Neophyte is where you start. Neophyte is where you begin. And if you want to become a neophyte, you have to go through the neophyte initiation ceremony. So you go through an initiation ceremony. And this initiation ceremony, we talked a little bit about initiation before in the last stream, but just to remind you what initiation is, Sheik and Tabitha Cicero says, as indicated earlier, there are 2 forms of initiation, astral and physical. The first type occurs on the subtle planes of the astral and is not always perceived by the initiate until after the fact. This type of initiation is conferred upon a person directly for spiritual archetypes within the psyche. And the physical initiation reaffirms the candidate's spiritual intent and will by the act of submitting him or herself to the process of initiation. It's a physical proclamation to the manifest universe of one's desires to follow the path of initiate of the mysteries. So anyways, the initiation is twofold. One is astral and one is physical. The physical is you're declaring your intention.
Man, when he redescribes things, he doesn't even really add anything to it. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do all of these. It feels just so weird to have this stuff out there like this, but such is life. Should we do a bit more of this?
And desire to follow through in committing yourself is when you're going through an initiation ceremony and going through. So what's the point of all this? The point is, what magic is in general is about communicating with your unconscious mind. I gave the example of the 4 elements in the last video. When you're working with the 4 elements, earth, air, water, and fire, when you're learning to control the elements, it's not literally about learning to control the physical world. It's about realizing that these elements represent.
So what he's missing is we are trying to control the elements, but he's missing the piece of how we control the elements, and that's through balancing them.
Archetypal patterns, where air, for example, represents intellect. Water can represent emotions and the unconscious. Fire can represent willpower. And earth can represent groundedness and stability. And so when you're working with these archetypal symbols, you're basically communicating with your unconscious, because your unconscious mind does not communicate in words and language, it communicates in symbols. So if you are doing certain rituals, which if we have time, we'll talk about.
I think people hear voices from the unconscious mind, and the idea that it only communicates in symbols is Yeah, that's weird. It's a weird thing to say.
Today, if you are doing certain rituals that involve, let's say, balancing the elements, this doesn't have anything to do with manipulating the physical reality or changing the physical world. What you're doing is you're learning a language to communicate with your unconscious mind. So you can almost...
So he's missing the fact that we're doing magic to conjure spirits, elemental spirits especially, to do things, enact things in the physical reality and psychical, mental, emotional, on all levels of reality for us, and that we're using divine names to compel them to do so. He's missing that, but I guess that's not important.
think of... This is a language to communicate with your unconscious mind.
The line we use in the Golden Dawn in the Neophyte initiation is, by names and images are all powers awakened and reawakened. He's missing the powers part. He thinks we're just creating a pathway, but there's nothing coming down from the opposite direction. But there is. And that's when it gets dangerous, if you think there isn't, but there is. So actually, he's teaching the most dangerous approach to magic possible, which is one that doesn't fear the possibility that there's something beyond the signifier.
So when you learn these symbols, what you're essentially doing is kind of like learning words. And rituals or ceremonies are like sentences. And so obviously if you have just words if you just learn the symbols by themselves, it's not going to do much, right? Like if you just learn words, you're not really going to receive very much information. If you're going to open up a book and there's just a bunch of random words in there.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting, Brian, because you say, did he just learn how religious initiation works as an ex-Christian? When was he baptized? LOL. That's actually even better point than maybe it might look at first, because he should know that in the initiations, like you're banishing these, you're exorcising these evils, the devil, Satan, out of you in the rite of Christian initiation for adults, and in evangelical, almost every form of Christianity that has baptism has the idea of washing away sin, cleansing away maybe mortal sin, all sin. Some traditions, some see it as like getting the devil out of you. I know in the Catholic baptism I had, it was that typical, like protecting you from Satan and creating these protections around you. You're literally tracing sigils and seals over your body with holy water, while the archbishop is doing these invocations to different spirits and angels and saints and gods to protect you and keep you safe from the devil and all his evil spirits. And it doesn't occur to him at all that all of that stuff is essentially going on in a hermetic way in the Golden Dawn ceremonies. The neophyte is more often referred to as an exorcism than an initiation by most adepts when we're talking about it, in my experience. And so he's missing that whole side of it. But again, he's just pulling stuff from books, and that's fine. We're not going to judge him because he's not he's not doing what other guys do, where they pretend to be the experts, like Liam Thomas, Christopher, or Mage Space, or any of these guys who say, oh, I'm an expert, and then they demonstrate that they are very misinformed.
It's not going to tell you much. But when those words are ordered into a certain pattern, what happens? You receive information. So when you learn these symbols, you're learning words that the unconscious can understand. When you perform rituals and ceremonies, it's like putting together sentences and commands that your unconscious can understand. So when you are, for example, learning to arrange or balance the four elements, this is telling your psyche to balance your intellect, your unconscious, your willpower, and your groundedness. And so it affects a change on the psychic level. And when I say psychic, I just mean of the psyche.
Yeah, he's just making up his own sort of stuff here.
Not psychic just means of the psyche. It doesn't mean, reading people's minds or anything like that. Bending spoons, nothing like that. It just means of the psyche. So it affects a change on a psychic level when you work with archetypes and you work with ceremonies and you work with rituals. And so
see, if I was him and trying to pitch what he does, what he sells to people, I would focus on the fact that the Golden Dawn actually believes that these spirits are real and is actually calling them and summoning them and then compelling them to do things by different names and by becoming gods themselves. I would, if I was him, I would say, and in my system, you can do that without the belief in these obvious fictional entities that don't really exist. And we just deal with it all on a psychical level. So we get all the advantages with none of the superstition and religious nonsense. You know, that would be my approach if I was him, trying to use the Golden Dawn to, you know, promote neogenesis or whatever it is he does. But instead, he's sort of making the Golden Dawn seem very, very appealing, I think, to his crew, which is kind of good.
Well, you know, another thing you got to be careful about is when you are doing these ceremonies, it is heavily filled with symbolism, like the initiation ceremonies, I'm saying. It's heavily filled with symbolism and heavily filled with like oaths and declarations.
And like Puerto Rico has like people on it, and then there's water, and there's water too, and it's like in the ocean, but also like sometimes on land, but not like on the land, but like in it, but on top of it. And then there's the people go to the water.
And you got to be careful because you don't always know what these initiations mean until later. So, for example, a neophyte might go through the initiation ceremony and not really know what it is that these certain actions, these certain movements, these certain symbols mean until later. So particularly, it's in something called the Z documents. When certain members reach a certain level, they're given the Z documents, and the Z documents explain what the ceremonies actually represent, what they correspond to. And so, like I said, you always want, in my opinion, if you are going to be doing something that can affect your psyche, or you're doing something where you're taking an oath, you better sure as hell know what it is that you're getting into and what you're allowing to be implanted there in your psyche. So that's why I always want to stress, be very careful with this stuff. And what I like about this particular book is that, like, look at this quote. I think it's a great one. Where was this quote? Yeah. So any individual or group that claims sole ownership of the Hermetic tradition or claims to be the official grand high muckety muck of the world is doing occult students a great disservice by blowing off a good deal of hot air. The same is true for anyone who claims to know magical secrets that can only be bought for a high price. So I like that in this book, they often point out how there's bullshitters out there and to be very careful. They say questions of the legitimacy of heredity of a magical group can in fact get in the way of spiritual progress. If a student becomes more interested in buying or otherwise obtaining a magical merit.
See, the Ciceros know what they're talking about because they were OTO. They were Crowley. That's why there's some Thelemic stuff in the Cicero's books. But they don't even allow OTO people in their Golden Dawn order, you know, so they know the troubles. Troubles, oh, troubles set me free.
Badge from a recognized group rather than securing union with one's holy guardian angel. What is the holy guardian angel? The holy guardian angel is your higher self. So achieving union with the holy guardian angel means establishing a direct connection to your higher self. And so basically what they're saying is that, you know, be careful, because if you get into a society because you want a special, you know, you want a special pin or you want a special grade name, that can get in the way of progress. Another reason why you have to be careful with this sort of stuff. They say it reads, empty gestures and hollow proclamations of high degrees and titles means little or nothing to one's own higher self. The intent and determination to achieve union with the divine is the only important consideration in advancing to the path of an initiate. And to do this, one need not be a member of any recognized magical group. And I'll say that again because it's so important. The intent and determination to achieve a union with the divine is the only important consideration in advancing to the path of an initiate. And to do this, one need not be a member of any recognized magical group.
Yes, and that is because it's a Hermetic tradition, and even the Hermetica says very prominently that no one true religion, one religion has all the truth, and at best they have parts of it. Yeah, and the thing with this amateur magus, good, thanks for being here. It's great to have you, man. I love the recent work you've been doing. Every time, though, I have something to say about all the great occultists being lonely and sad. We could talk about that next podcast, maybe. Every time someone says the Holy Guardian Angel is your higher self, part of me dies inside. Right. Well, I mean, we like to respect the Abramelin heads and let them have the Holy Guardian Angel be the angel that it is allegedly to be. But also the idea that servient spirits or intercessory beings, no matter how important, replaces your own higher soul and spirit is very much not. Yeah, it's not really Hermetic. I mean, your nous is a daimon, and I think that does get called a Holy Guardian Angel by a lot of people. Crowley tried to conflate them. You find that then shows up in Regardie a bit, and therefore, as a result, in the Ciceros a bit, and they too talk about the Holy Guardian Angel. But what they are talking about is the nous. So unfortunately, we're stuck with the fact that a lot of people are going to continue and continually refer to say Holy Guardian Angel, but what they'll mean is nous and your daimon. And we're stuck with that. We can't get around that, unfortunately. Yeah.
Reason why I like this book quite a bit. So now that we know a little bit about like what initiation is, and we went over a little more about what magic is, how it affects the psyche, and how an initiation ceremony can begin to work on structuring the psyche. Let's talk a little bit about the various degrees. Okay. So like I said, when you start off, you join as a neophyte. And as a neophyte, you are learning the very basics of the theory of magic. So when you begin as a neophyte, you start learning various disciplines. And what you're essentially
holy moly, this is painful.
Doing is learning the language that you are going to that's going to aid you in communicating with your unconscious mind. So as you join, neophyte is the starting point. It's an introduction to the system. Then once you graduate from neophyte, you become a zelator, which of course has its own initiation. And this is associated with the element of earth. Remember when we talked about...
Holy, did anyone else just lose brain cells? I just lost brain cells. Let's
the 4 elements as an example. Active imagination is similar, but it does, in my opinion, this misses the point. And I have a, guess what, Jungian interpretation of astrology, because Jung was interested in alchemy. Jung was also interested in astrology. And when Jung saw that alchemy wasn't really about turning metal into gold, it was about purifying the soul, Jung saw that astrology wasn't literally about the causal effects of planets on human beings.
I don't know Martinism well enough to answer that.
But rather it was a system of archetypal symbolism that mapped.
Oh, so he doesn't believe in astrology, this guy.
Same thing with astrology. Now, some, of course, there want, and also astrology and tarot. Remember, this doesn't necessarily mean that these things are objectively true. They are just systems of symbolism. They're just archetypes. Saying that you're learning astrological symbolism doesn't necessarily mean that you think that the planets literally have an effect on you. Just like you don't think...
Astrology doesn't make any sense if the planets don't have an effect on you. It doesn't make any sense that they're the idea that they would be more objective and real and therefore effective on us because they're archetypes of the mind, that's even more far-fetched than the planets radiating energy out that affect us, right? The idea that astrology is real because it's real archetypes in the mind, no, that's like some weak sauce.
When you do alchemy, you're literally turning metal into gold. It is symbolism for something else. Same thing with astrology. Now,
yeah, Socrates called his spirit. Yeah, astrology is very important. It's part of our sciences for a long time.
of course, there are some people who take it to be literally true, and a lot of people in the occult actually take it to be literally true. But it does, in my opinion, this misses the point. And
it doesn't hold up if it's not literally true. Astrology barely holds up, and if you don't believe in the forces of the planets, and you don't necessarily need to believe in the spirits behind them, and the daimones or the archons who interact with the 12 punishers in a unique way in the Hermetica. And yeah, but if you don't believe they have a causal impact, the idea that they have a psychological impact is okay, then stop believing in them and you're free. It means that they couldn't influence people who don't believe in them, and that astrology wouldn't hold up in analyzing people that don't believe in it, if it's just psychological. Because if it's psychological to the extent that it governs people who don't know of it or believe in it, then that would make it just as occult a force as any planetary force, right? Just as unseen a force. And once you have an occult force, you have an occult force. Doesn't really matter how it came to be such. It's there if it's impacting you. So he's making astrology in some ways even more occult than if you believe that the planets and stars and heavens influence us directly, as astrology claims.
Guess what? Jungian interpretation of astrology, because Jung was interested in alchemy. Jung was also interested in astrology. And when Jung saw that alchemy wasn't really about turning metal into gold, it was about purifying the soul, Jung saw that astrology wasn't literally about the causal effects of planets on human beings, but rather it was a system of archetypal symbolism that mapped out or referenced forces in the unconscious mind. So you learn alchemy, you learn Kabbalah, you learn astrology, you learn tarot, you learn to work with archangels and angels in general.
Tandy says astrology is for an ancestral story and the traits of those. It's not about spirits affecting you. Your language ensures that you act specific ways. It's psychological from our ancient language. That is not correct. That is not accurate.
And so what's all this about? Working with archangels, things like this?
Yeah, why?
Well, so you have the different archangels, and the different archangels can represent forces of the mind. And so all of these systems correspond, by the way. So to get a better understanding of this, let's talk a little bit about what one of the rituals used in the Golden Dawn is. This is known as, and by the way, if this is a lot of info, I know this is kind of a lot of information at once. And what I would like you guys to do is tell me in the comments what sort of things you're interested in, because any one of these things could be an entire video. We could do an entire video about alchemy. We could do an entire video about Kabbalah. We could do an entire video about archangels. We could do an entire video about the Tree of Life. Anyway, tell me if there's any aspect you want to know more about, or if anything is confusing, because I often don't know, because I, have studied this stuff for a long time. I kind of have lost the ability. What you guys want to know about, what more you want to learn about, etc. Because this is a massive amount of information. So
it's a massive amount of information, and he's only going to give you 2 or 3 drops because he can only share what he consumes. I'm just teasing, Morgue. We love you. We actually do like you. You're probably one of the more popular and one of the better people I've looked at, and doing more good for the Golden Dawn than harm, I would say, at this point. Wouldn't you agree? More good than harm. that's pretty impressive. So thank you. Like and subscribe. If you haven't, hit the like button. Check out arcaneresearchsociety.com for my events coming up. I'm just going to run to the bathroom and let you hear me sing a song about the events coming up in Austin and online. EnokiaCon, one of the best gatherings of magicians happening anywhere, and you could be a part of it. All right, we're back, Jack. And you know, I actually have some very cool news. I'll save that for a little bit, not for long. Just something I found out. All right. Sorry, my high magic was a bit too effective.
These symbolic systems, they are tied together. And one thing that I want to mention is that when we're talking about archetypal symbolism, it's a very subjective science. And what I mean by that is it's not like doing mathematics. When you're doing mathematics, you're studying the formal structure of reality and
Cue John Dee's alphanumeric Enochian magic charts or any of the other magic squares at this point. Like, just flash them on the screen, all the like numbers and math, gematria. No one tell this guy about gematria or Notaricon.
certain things are either right or wrong, like 2 + 2 = 4. That's right.
Yeah, like Yod He Vav He equals 27. It's not math. It's just something we made up.
2 + 2 = 6. That's wrong. When it comes to these systems of symbolism, certain people might have a completely different interpretation of one symbol for another. One person might see a certain, let's say, angel.
So in semiotics, we call those icons. in semiotics, there's three kinds of signs. Semiotics is the study of signs, not as in portents and omens, but as in signs. So there's three kinds of signs: icons, sorry for fingering you, indexes, and symbols. So an icon is an image or a sign that tells you what it is by showing you. So a statue of the David, anything that visually shows you what it is. You know, a plastic piece of fruit on a table, well, represents fruit because it shows us that. An index is like a word, something that spells out and tells you what the sign is. So SIGN is the index of sign. And a symbol is something whose meaning is culturally and socially determined and must be taught. Just worth something, that's just fun facts. Interesting and worth knowing. I'm not sure. In Masonry, they often tell people, like, you can interpret the symbols how you want. But in Golden Dawn, not only do names and images, through names and images are all powers awaken and reawaken, but we don't even see colors as symbolic, right? So this whole symbolic interpretation he has of everything, it's not accurate when he's describing the Golden Dawn. Because in the Golden Dawn, not only are colors not symbolic, doesn't represent Mercury. This is pure Mercury. In the Golden Dawn way of thinking, the color doesn't represent the force, it is the force.
As being actually like an evil demon, and another might see it as being a being of light and about protection or something. So which one is right? Doesn't matter. There is not one that is right or not. It's about learning what resonates with you, because you're trying to communicate with your unconscious. You're not trying to create an objective mapping out.
Yeah, he's completely got this is wild. He's actually got, this is more interesting now because he's starting to establish his own thoughts, and they're shockingly wrong and off base, and also just very, I think, problematic in and of themselves. We'll talk about it.
Of what certain things are supposed to mean. They're symbols that allow you to connect with your unconscious.
So why would we then test each grade on what the symbols mean if they can mean anything that you want them to mean, right? If, like, for you, the black dragon showing up in a path working represents your higher self, we're going to be like, I think it represents, death and decay and putrefaction. Alchemically, that's what the black dragon sort of represents. If you want to decide it means something else, no one's going to have a problem with that, and maybe that's what you need to get out of it. But we use symbol sets to communicate spiritual ideas and to interpret spiritual ideas. So what's the point in ask yourself this: what's the point in using a tarot deck if all of the cards mean different things to different readers? Like if the Fool represented being bound to materiality, if the Magician card represented last judgment, then what's it all mean? Like, he's just preaching this utter relativistic sort of, epistemic nihilism or emptiness. It's definitely solipsism too, I guess, because purely self-referential and isolated to your own decisions and interpretation. But it doesn't make any sense in the context of learning a spiritual culture, religion, tradition, or system. It's very nonsensical. It's very irrational. He's being very irrational, very, very irrational. I don't know how to handle that. It makes me very confused. But,
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
To each his own.
So, like, for example, I'll give
I
the example
forgot to have the
fire.
comments on the screen.
In
I'll
the
go
Western
through them
occult
in a few
tradition,
minutes. I'm sure there's been a
fire
lot of
is
good
usually
stuff.
associated with willpower. However, some Jungian interpretations associate fire with intuition. Which one is right? It doesn't matter. It's what works for you. Fire doesn't objectively represent one thing or the other. It's a symbol that's about connecting with your unconscious. Now, there are some archetypal symbols, of course, that have correspondences that a lot of us can
He's being so contradictory and illogical. He doesn't see it. It's really funny.
Resonate with because they're within the collective unconscious. But ultimately, these are like jumping off points for unlocking your own intuition.
Tandy, I see what you're saying, but that's just confusing. Like, what you're saying is true. What you're describing is the interpretation of perception and experience. That's different than the interpretation of symbolic meaning. Symbolic symbols have meanings, and we give them meanings. It's not that they innately show them to us either or describe them. We have to teach each other what those meanings are, and that's where they find their power and have their value. Because yes, if you reduce them to utter relativity, where's the power and value is completely isolated to yourself and has no meaning outside of you, or not the same meaning, and therefore, what's the point?
Intuition.
Glad you're enjoying it.
So for me personally, I think fire being associated with the will and the direction of energy makes more sense to me than associating it with intuition.
Fire
I
with
think
the will.
associating intuition with water, to me, that makes more sense, and that's more typical in the Western occult tradition. But that's not how some Jungians interpret it. But that's a topic for another video. But I just want to point that out. Some people might be confused about, like, what if I see different interpretations? Which one is the right one? It's not really about which one the right one is. It's about what speaks to you and what kickstarts your intuition, because you're learning a language to communicate with your higher self, with your unconscious mind, with your true self. That's what you.
So when you're in an initiation and everyone gazes into, say, a mirror or a cauldron, but only the people who see a very precise thing or vision get to move on to the next stage of the initiation. How does that work? This is a real ceremony. Not Golden Dawn, but connected, sort of. So that's just a good example.
You're trying to do through all this, you're establishing a link between your conscious self and your unconscious.
See, I think he doesn't believe in psychic phenomena or practice. I think he doesn't realize you can actually have the same vision and enter the same space or project and transmit visions. I think he doesn't realize that, perhaps. Maybe I'm wrong. But if he did, I think he wouldn't have this really deeply flawed interpretation of symbolic functioning.
And so, for example, all right, I'll give you another example. You learn, let's say, to work with the magical weapons. What are magical weapons? Well, the magical weapons are things like a dagger, a wand, a cup, a pentacle. These are the magical weapons. And so these magical weapons have correspondences with the elements. The dagger is consciously, your unconscious is recognizing that, and you don't have to, but you Gabriel represents water.
Consciousness.
Michael represents fire. Uriel represents earth. And guess what? Each one of them is associated with one of the magical weapons. The dagger for Raphael and air, archetypes. It's right there in the name. Archangels are archetypes. And you can learn.
Actually, the archetypal world in the Tree of Life in the Kabbalah is above the archangelic world. They're creative beings. They're briatic. So archangels are divine names. God is in the Atziluthic world. Atzilut, Bria, Yetzirah, Asiya. So archangels, divine names, archangels, angels, then us, the heavens of Asaya, the Ishim.
Even more, you start to learn about other angels as well. And like there's all different types of magical systems, but there's something known as the 72 names of God.
But if you can interpret any of these things to be whatever you want them to be, why do you need multiple things?
Or the 72 angels. And so when you work with these angels, you can think of them as like different frequencies you tune into, because each of these 72 angels represent a certain aspect of the mind. So if you want to develop a certain aspect of your mind, or tune into or tap into a certain aspect of the mind by tuning into these different symbols, these different archetypes, you are sort of like tuning your unconscious to a specific frequency. You can think of like the archangels as broad frequencies. They're very broad. And the other many angels are more like fine tuning it, dialing it into something specific. Like maybe
what on earth are you talking about drinking pee for? Oh my God, some of you are very weird.
You know, specifically communication, or
at least I have an interesting community.
Power, if you want to write something. You're tuning into something that's very, very specific, rather than something broad like just intellect in general. So the idea that you conscious so that it begins to organize its time after lifetime. And I talk about all the time how to create a new world, yourself is divine, and we are all together collectively.
What translation are you talking about that I don't like? What are you even talking about? You have to bring up a subject for someone to engage with. Like, what are you talking about? If you're still talking about the Philosopher's Stone, that's DMT. It's not P, but you can think it's P if that makes you happy. Yes, his explanations aren't really even explanations. They're sort of rehashing the same thing and throwing in some Jungian ideas. Yeah, exactly, right. Do you notice how when you try to take his logic from one branch to the next, it doesn't even hold up there? This Targaryen. We won't go for
Actively divine. Your ego is the aspect of you that allows you to operate within consciousness. So it is the servant of your higher self. But when your ego can become inflated if it begins an image of an archangel or something. This, of course, requires you to develop your imagination. Very basics of the outer order.
Unfortunately, Paul Francis Young, this guy is one of the lead voices in the world on what the Golden Dawn is. And so hopefully this video will be out there and a few people will be like, hey, does this guy really, know what he's talking about? And people might find this and be like, oh, he doesn't. And maybe I should go actually check it out. That's the idea. So. Yeah, I don't think you do know what you're talking about, because you haven't demonstrated that. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. Translation.
The very basics of what you would learn, a very broad overview of what you would learn from joining as a neophyte and going through all the grades.
Yeah, Michelle, what are you talking about?
Of the outer order. Then there, of course, comes the second order, or the inner order. And so remember how, so the inner order, there are three grades: the Adeptus Minor, the Adeptus Major, and the Adeptus Exemptus. Now remember how when one wants to join the outer order, they first start out as a neophyte, which isn't real. It's more like a probationary title. It's not even on the tree of life in terms of organization and structure. Well, there's another transitory grade that's not like a true grade even, between the outer order and the inner order, which is known as the portal. So there's another grade called the portal.
Paul Francis Young says, I get you. He's a thought leader today who is LARPing as an elf magician. LOL. Very, very Candace Owens. He is he's interesting. Yeah. what can we say? We're checking him out because it had to be done. It was overdue.
Portal grade, which is essentially all about preparing one for entrance into the inner order. And the inner order, the second order, this is the order that Aleister Crowley absolutely wanted to get into to learn its secrets.
Oh, that's great. This could be interesting. This just took a turn.
And resulted in him basically revolting against the Golden Dawn after he got initiated by Mathers and took over one of the temples. And a lot of this ended up in the fracturing and falling apart of the Golden Dawn. Anyway,
So yeah, let's clarify that. Crowley wasn't initiated into the inner order. He tried. Mathers didn't initiate him, just, had him help him out because Mathers had been expelled at that point. And then the order divided into multiple groups with members being members of many different, a lot of people who were in the AO remained in the SM, and all of them were in the Cromlech Order temple, which was a different temple altogether, but different order altogether. But the groups were much more interactive than groups are today. Today, they're much more isolating, and I think that's a mistake.
This is the order that Crowley really wanted to get into, and he was obsessed with, and he eventually did through Mathers. But anyway,
he didn't.
We talked about what the outer order is about. So what is the inner?
Crowley broke into the building in London to write his name into the ledger as an adept of the order. That's how he became an adept of the order. That was his initiation. And then he locked himself in, and they had to get the landlord and the cops, and then they took him to jail. That's Crowley's adepthood initiation.
Order about the inner order, or the second order, is about going beyond human. So we talked about how the outer order is with the 4 elements. Well, guess what? There's a 5th element. The 5th element is spirit. So beginning with the portal grade into the inner order, you begin working with spirit, and you begin working with going beyond human into the inner order. And I'll explain what that means. But then, of course, after the the second order, the inner order, there's the third order, which was the realms of the secret chiefs. And like I said, we could talk about that more because there's some interesting things to discuss there. Like I said, I think that there was a ton of manipulation going on there. But there's some interesting things related to that. And it has to do with, we talked a lot about inner transformation, right? But what do you usually hear about secret societies? You usually hear also about like directing the world, like the world as a whole. Usually that's often associated with secret societies.
And that's just you understand how the logic's really messed up there, right? So people who are in power, powerful people who have lots of time and money, join secret societies. If all of us were millionaires, we'd probably be in a ton of different little groups just because we'd have nothing else to do with our time. And that's how it was. The idea that the secret societies were the chicken and the powerful people running the world were the egg is silly. The more developed society gets, the more people have leisure time to explore mysteries, ancient mysteries on their hands. They're like, let's do a group where we do this, but with just the Greek gods, or just the Egyptian gods, or just this god. So it's like, all right, I've got 3 days a week where I'm not seeing my mistress. Let's do it. And then they make a new secret society. And today there's tons of secret societies around government, politics, fitness. Like, oh my God, the TikTok. Like, there's so, what's on the streaming services, the crazy documentaries, the YouTube documentaries on crazy stuff. I found a documentary on Jack Parsons. We should check that out later this week. That would be fun. Let's do that maybe on Friday. Yeah. But there's all kinds of secret societies. There's so many secret societies. Occultology knows what I'm talking about. We were talking about this the other day.
Well, this is where we would start to discuss certain things in the third order, which I will if you guys want to hear about that. But first, we would talk about the second order. The second order is about going beyond human. and related to the element of spirit, the fifth element. So what I want to know from you guys is, because we've been talking for a while, is when we do another video, I want to know, what do you guys want to do? You want to go into what the inner order is, the second order, or do you want to spend more time unpacking one of the systems here, such as like Kabbalah or alchemy or the Tree of Life, or maybe one of the rituals, lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram, whatever. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want to hear about. I would think that perhaps we would go to the inner order next.
I will tell you.
Talk about the second order, and then maybe we could go back and do a closer look at some of these things after we have like a bird's eye view of what this is all about. If that is indeed what you want to do, let me know. Tell me in the comments. So I think we're going to wrap up here because, like I said, we've been going for a long time. And like I said, this is a massive amount of information that's hard to hard to put into words. So let me know what needs to be made more clear, and let me know if you enjoyed this as well. I always want to know, because talking about magic and this sort of stuff is new, fairly new on my channel. So let me know if you want more of this, if you want to continue this, or if you're more interested in other things. I would like to know. I always pay attention to your comments. One reason why I even did this video is because a ton of you were saying how much you wanted to know about this topic. So as always, you can check out the links in the description of this video.
Well, it's nice that he's doing his best to communicate
Dawn of the New Mind. Start with this one
to his audience,
and you can find links to
from good Golden Dawn books,
various Golden Dawn books that we referenced today as well. And if you enjoy my work, consider becoming a member. Become a member on Patreon by hitting the join button below this video. You can get access to members only videos, a bunch of cool stuff. And I want to give a big shout out to everyone who supports. I appreciate it very much. Especially Renaissance Fairy, Cassidy, Angela, DB, Nusalina, Christopher Smith, Dallas, Digital Tech, Seaweed, David King, and everyone else. Thank you very much.
Money, please. My money.
Okay, that was fun. Should we try and do
Welcome to Dawn.
One more? Should we do one more? I don't know. Dare we? Number 3 is a shorter one. Yeah, it's the shortest one. I think we could do that. It's the shortest one. Where's the volume? That's weird. The volume wasn't working on it. I don't know why. Let me check it. Oh, yeah, there's no volume on that one. I think we could stream it. One second, people. Just making this happen. Okay. I haven't done sharing screens before.
A temple swing open. In walks a man wearing a
Can you hear
mask
that?
armed with a dagger. This is Aleister Crowley, the infamous occultist here to take revenge on the secret society known as the Golden Dawn. He used to enter this temple as a member, but now he's come to storm it by force and take it over in the name of his master. Crowley steps forward, ready to confront whoever stands in his way, and at the top of the stairs, a figure appears, his rival, Irish poet William Butler Yeats, the same man who actually banished him. Crowley raises his hand, forms a dark symbol in the air, and mutters an incantation. Yeats stands firm and draws a
Is the video choppy? Okay. If the video's choppy, give me 2 seconds. I should be able to actually just let's see. Do some magic here. Well, let me get here. I should give you guys something too. Well, I just quickly rip a new copy of it. I'll give you this. So Dr. David Litwa has told me he actually has 5 copies of the limited hardcover left. He can send it to you from Australia signed, which not even I have that. And one of the super deluxe, that's like $1,000 version. It's like leather, and it's like he has one of these left for sale. And then the standard limited hardcover, which are already selling commercially for $500. Beautiful books. If you love the Hermetica, go check out Dr. David Litwa's books. You can get in touch with him and say you want one of the last copies. I didn't even know he had them. Otherwise, I would have been spreading the word a bit more. But I have a trailer I can play for you to see what that's about and check out Litwa's work. He's the leading scholar in the Hermetica today, and I'm honored to have him dedicate the new translation to me. So that's pretty amazing, and he's a wonderful guy. You should check out his work. Get his new book and join his little Gnosis Academy if you want. The Hermetic Bible has finally arrived. After publishing Hermetica 2 for Cambridge Press, Dr. M. David Litwa, Ph.D., published Post-Human Transformation in Ancient Mediterranean Thought, Desiring Divinity, and 1 or 2 other dozen major works. From early Christian studies to Gnosticism and the Hermetica. Dr. Litwa also teaches and translates Ancient Greek and Coptic. If you want to study more with him, join his Gnosis Academy, which meets monthly, and also you get to enjoy and participate in his many online recorded courses, getting a new one each month that you are a member. As a member myself, I can tell you these are well worth your while, and you get to explore and study with other like-minded people, scholars, and teachers themselves in many cases. Join the Gnosis Academy and get access to all of Dr. Litwa's work today, including an introductory course on the Hermetica, which follows the translation of the Stobaean fragments in Hermetica 2. But finally, the great announcement is here. The Hermetic Bible has arrived, and Dr. Litwa has retranslated the Hermetic fragments and the Nag Hammadi Coptic into a new Hermetica 1, ordered as a path of initiation and now released in the definitive edition from Fount Unlimited, an offshoot of Anathema Publishing in Canada, with beautiful artwork by Jose Gabriel Alegria Sabogal. Explore Hermetica and the Way of Hermes by pre-ordering the limited edition hardcover today, which ships out this spring. The unlimited paperback will also be available, as well as the deluxe version, which is already sold out. Explore the Way of Hermes with Dr. M. David Litwa, and stay tuned for more exciting announcements from Fount Unlimited, Anathema Publishing, and the Gnosis Academy. There you have it. You can go and get a copy. It's pretty cool that there's a few left. Let me change back to my own brand. I'm on the Arcana Synaxis brand. Boom. There we are.
And he had us. Now you want to get nuts? Come on. Let's get nuts.
Let's get nuts. Oh, this one doesn't have volume either. Damn, we can't watch this one with volume. So number 3, which looks like is his most produced one, we simply can't watch with volume. That's okay. There's 2 others. Boom. Let me try this one more time. No, it's got no sound.
Welcome to Dawn of the New Earth. I'm excited about today's topic. We are talking about the Golden Dawn, an extremely influential secret society that had a major impact and continues to have a major impact to this day on the Western esoteric tradition, with a plethora of highly influential members. And it is a system of magic, a magical order that discusses high magic, ceremonial magic. And we are going to be talking about what this order was, what it does, and everything about it, from the good to the bad, from the mysterious decoded manuscripts known as the cipher manuscripts, to contact with these supposedly ascended beings known as the secret chiefs, to their practical work in transforming the self and transforming the soul. It's going to be very interesting. And I'm excited about talking about this with you guys, because this is the first time we talked a little bit about Satanism and satanic magic, but I gave you my reasons as to why I don't really care for that form of magic. And if you practice that, that's fine. That's completely up to you. It's just not something I'm very partial to. Now, when we're getting into high magic or ceremonial magic, this is some very powerful stuff. And I've been wanting to talk about this stuff because this is the first time on this channel that we're really delving into occult topics like this that deal with secret societies, and I've always been interested in doing this on this channel because I'd like to go through it with you guys, because for the reason that there's a lot of interesting information in it, but it's filled with a lot of manipulation as well. And you have to be very careful.
Paul Francis Young. Yeah, if you're talking about talking to Morgue, he's super rich, successful, famous YouTuber. They are not going to talk to someone like me. I'd be happy to. I'd talk to anyone, of course. I think he would love our events, but I don't think he'll ever hear of people like us, unless they seek it out, which is fine. They're off. They're trying to, they're moving from topic to topic to keep growing their audience, which is understandable. Yeah, but yeah, he's welcome to. Obviously, I'll talk to anyone.
And you'll see exactly what I mean, because there's a lot of shadowy elements going on as well. So we're going to be diving into this. It's going to be really good. And we're going to get started right away. But as always, please like and subscribe. And hey, if you enjoy my work and you want to help my channel grow and help me reach more people with this important information, then become a member on Patreon or YouTube. And if you hit the join button right here on YouTube below the video, you can see all the different things you can get access to, our members only videos, our Discord server. Check out the different tiers. Check it out. And it helps out a lot. I really appreciate it. Finally, I want to remind you that my new book is out now. It just came out on Thursday. It is Teleocracy, Creating the New Earth. And this is all about taking our knowledge of the universe and reality as an interconnected mind, as the universe coming to know itself through itself, and applying it to the real world. How to create the Earth in our image, how to create a teleocratic planetary civilization where the purpose is to increase the quality of life for every individual in the collective. So that's out right now. Just came out. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, begin with my first book, Neogenesis, Dawn of the New Mind. The links to all my books are in the description of this video. And in the description of this video, you will also find a link to my Spotify channel where you can watch this on Spotify, listen to this on Spotify as well. And it's a very helpful way to consume this information. All right. But enough of that. We are talking about the Golden Dawn. And first of all, like I said, the Golden Dawn is a secret society. It is a magical order.
I'm sure he'd be aware from the business perspective that there's only a downside to talking to me. There's no upside to him talking to me, right? Even if it was a good talk, right? There's more upside to him spending his time just doing what he's doing.
Order, in order of ceremonial magic or high magic. Now, the difference between ceremonial magic, high magic, and low magic is the fact that what high magic is about, it's about the evolution of the self and the connection to the divine. And some would say contacting higher powers, but what exactly that means is arguable. So the Golden Dawn is a magical order, and it's a system of high magic or ceremonial magic. What high magic is about transforming the self, transforming the soul, connecting with the divine, expressing one's divinity, and some would say contacting higher powers. But what those higher powers are and what they mean is a matter of nuance that we will be discussing. But it's all about transformation, growth, that alchemical process of turning base metal into gold, but rather transforming the soul from a base state to a fully divine and expressed state. That's high magic.
So this is his 4th video. Can you tell that he's been reading and studying hard? He actually has. He's been putting in the hours. He's been grinding. Listen to the lingo and how much smoother it is. He actually has things to say. That
is ceremonial magic. That is
We're
different
watching the Golden Dawn evolution of Morgue. Pretty cool.
From what's known as low magic or practical magic. Low magic or practical magic is about things that you would more associate with everyday life, like making money, finding love, relationships, things of that nature. So
and so to be fair, a lot of people do use high magic and low magic the way he's using it, but a lot of other people use it to refer to working with higher celestial spirits and lower sublunar spirits, including, the dark stuff.
Ironically, most people are more interested in low magic or practical magic.
High magic as theurgy makes sense depending on some definitions. You always got to define these things because theurgy there's theurgy that's, transcendental and theurgy that's embodied. And which of those is high magic? I mean, that's why I think high magic makes more sense referring to a category of spirits that are, astral and celestial. And then low magic is working with sublunar spirits. In that sense, low Enochian would be almost low magic. Crazy.
Like, oh, I want to learn a spell to make money, or I want to learn how to, attract love in my life, etc. But the interesting thing about this is,
I just got to say, I think, Michelle, you make a really good point. This is like, yeah, I really value that kind of incisive point. I just do. Thank you.
That it really takes a strong knowledge and foundation in high magic and ceremonial magic to understand really what magic is and thus be successful at low magic or practical magic. It's kind of like if you imagine a flashlight, and this is just a quick analogy that came to my head. If you imagine a flashlight and that beam of light kind of being like practical magic, ceremonial magic is sort of like, or high magic is like the batteries. You need to have the batteries to increase your power for the effectiveness of these things to work. So most people are more interested in practical.
That doesn't make sense. Ignore what he just said there. Do not put any stock in that. Just pretend he didn't say any of that.
Oh, how can I make money? How can I find love? When really high magic and ceremonial magic is what will ultimately give you the evolution and transformation, the power for other things to be successful. And real quick, I just want to say, if you are new to my channel and you're like, why the heck are you talking about magic? I have a very specific interpretation of magic. Magic, it has nothing to do with anything that's irrational or crazy or like summoning demons or anything like this. Form reality through manipulating the way that reality works, and we can understand rationally how this is possible. Like I said, it's not woo-woo or crazy. I'm against all that, but we'll be the planet. First time that we're really getting into strong magical topics. We did a little bit with Satanism, but we're here. And I will say right off the bat, it can seem confusing at first. So just go with it. It will all fall into place as we explain it and as we explore it together. So let's just start. Let's just dive into it. Now, what I'm going to tell you, what we're going to explore today when it comes to the Golden Dawn and this.
It's always interesting when someone's like, so I'm going to study this thing, and then I'm going to, instead of explaining it to you the way it is, I'm going to change it and tell it as if it was a different way. And this is why we love Dr. Justin Sledge, because he enters into the mind and world of the piece of work that he's explaining, or the community or person he's explaining, and then presents the ideas on their own 2 feet. This is what scholarship is, and it's why we need it in harmony with practice and all these other things, because it does get us more in touch, I think, with veracity and reality, and this whole like new age thing of just whatever is whatever. The utter relativism of the new age is not helpful.
Secret society, this magical order. What we're going to explain today is more about what it is, how it began, who was involved, how it's structured, etc.
Now we're talking.
Now,
Let's
that
go.
being said, what we will do later, if you guys want this sort of thing, is actually explore the magic itself, which to me, personally, I'm much more interested in.
Post some your favorite member emojis in the chat if you're excited to get into the history of it, because that's fun. History's great.
A lot of people are more interested in the conspiracy kind of aspects of it, like, how it was structured, these secret cipher manuscripts, the secret chiefs and all that.
That's the boring
which
stuff.
We're going to talk about. But that's what most people are interested in. Personally, I'm more interested in the actual application of the different techniques that they were teaching. And so that's what we will explore later if you guys are interested in it. Today, we're just laying out like a broad overview of how the system began, who was involved at the start. So like I said, let's just get started. Let's get right into it. So I'm going to be rereading from a couple different sources as we explore this. One is on grunge.com from an article called The True Story of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And we'll also might be reading just a little bit from encyclopedia.com that has information on the Golden Dawn. So,
oh my God. So he's reading an article from grunge.com and encyclopedia. What the fuck? This is going to be a wild ride. I'm going to have to take another piss. Here, watch this while I go pee. We're back. Let's do this.
When was the Golden Dawn founded?
This
is a fairly old
me.
order. It's not an ancient order, however. It was founded in London in 1887. So in London in 1887, there began the formation of a secret society known as the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Its purpose was the practice of magic, the study of the occult, and the secret engagement with the paranormal. All activities that had the potential to scandalize the predominantly Christian society of Victorian England. So this system was geared towards, and remember, when it says that this is a magical order, what ultimately is the purpose of a magical order? The transformation of the self and society. And you know me, I've talked about this before. I'm not a huge fan of how secret societies operate, and we'll be talking about that because
how secret societies operate. They're like, none of them, like very few of them, operate the same. They're very different, and they don't really fundamentally follow different structures than you find in any business, corporation, church, political administration. I mean, they keep their membership secret, but it's not like some completely alien species of human gathering.
Can often lead to a lot of...
I'm just de-glamorizing. I'm just de-glamorizing, de-panicking it, de-conspiracifying it.
Manipulation, which
it gets
absolutely occurred in the Golden Dawn, in my opinion, which we'll be talking about. However, usually the goal of a secret society...
Oh, like, yeah, amateur magus. Forget your name. Anyway, that's okay. You got a handle. You've got a handle, man. You've got a handle.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
There you go. I know we're having fun. We're in hour 4, so we're having a lot of fun. The Golden Dawn, there was court cases, rape trials. There was rape trials. Shouldn't say that word, I guess, but it's true.
Especially a magical order, is the transformation of the self and
They weren't uncrushed grape trials.
Transformation of the world. Doesn't necessarily mean it's positive or a good thing. It depends on the aims of this society and how the society operates. And
Mathers sued Crowley in court. I'm still looking for the transcripts. I have them here somewhere. And I'm going to read the transcripts with British accents. And the lawyer's name is Scorpio. So you can imagine how wild that gets.
And so this was the goal. And this was taking place in Victorian England when in the middle of a predominantly Christian society. So you can see how there may have been a need for secrecy in times like that and in times like those. Today, we no longer need that. Right? It's not like we're being persecuted or burned at the stake or anything like that. This secrecy is no longer something that is required. Back then, yeah, it's excusable because it was necessary to be able to operate in a Christian dominated society. But anyway, it says by the turn of the century, the organized...
But no, memberships are still secret. People still keep their memberships secret. It's confidential, it's private. And so that hasn't changed. Yeah.
Organization would count among its members some of the most prominent artists and intellectuals of the day, all partaking in esoteric practice of ritual magic. And so who are some of these, who were some of their more famous members? So there was William Butler Yeats. There was MacGregor Mathers, who was one of the founders. Aleister Crowley. A.E. Waite, who you'll probably know from the Rider-Waite tarot deck. And many others, such as that have been rumored to be part of, like Bram Stoker, the author of Dracula, has been rumored to be one of their members as well.
That you are so not... Oh, God. Balls.
Prominent artists and intellectuals of the day. So this is another thing to...
Arthur Machen, Algernon Blackwood, Clarence Wilde, was it Olivia Wilde? Oscar Wilde's wife was in it. Florence Farr. The list is goes on and on. Maud Gonne. But not Bram Stoker. Not Bram Stoker.
To understand is that what is going on here is some very powerful stuff. And as you can see, usually individuals who are attracted to these sorts of things are artists and intellectuals of a high caliber. It's this isn't.
Imagine if he had read Dr. Fuller's book, Anglo-Catholic Clergy in the Golden Dawn, and realized it was like chock full of priests.
And this is why it's sometimes difficult to talk about magic because people don't really understand what it is. And it's become synonymous with like, oh, crazy woo-woo sort of stuff. But we'll be unpacking, maybe not in this video, but in future videos, if you guys want it, what it actually means.
And one of the ways that secret societies get so conspiratorialized in a modern culture and pop culture is because we don't see them in context, because they're not a thing anymore. It's weird when people are in them. We find it weird when someone's in a club of any sort. It's like, you're in a club like for rich people? No, man, I'm in a club that we, trade anime and manga. Like that's what I was when I was 10 years old. I was in a manga club because none of it was in English. We just watched it in Japanese and trade VHS cassettes and swap $50 deposits, swap videos, and that was a club. It was weird that we were in that club because that was a dorky fucking thing to do. We don't really do clubs anymore. Back then, they did a lot of clubs, and there was the Druid orders, the Masonic orders, the Co-Masonry, the Martinism, the list of orders is insane, and it's because that's how society worked. And those orders gave life insurance, they gave health insurance, they served each other in numerous ways, as well as were things to do at night when you didn't have big screen cinemas and computers and sex toys to entertain you, and you just had to get together with your friends and reenact druid ceremonies and dress up and have dinner. Yeah. I mean, in that context, these orders were secret, but they weren't strange. And were these orders running the world? No, but people who were running the world were in these orders and still are to this day.
And how it actually works. And you're going to see it's very powerful stuff dealing with accessing the power of the unconscious and archetypes, which didn't even get around to the realm of psychology until Carl Jung really came out with his theory of the collective unconscious and archetypes. But these systems were operating long before that. But anyway, let's continue here. So there was a lot of infighting and inner strife in this order. And
yeah, it's not really true. There was a couple points, but for the most of the time it was chill. Yeah. Looking at the two fights in a relationship, it's just so silly. It's just so silly.
So according to the academic A. Butler, said all sorts of respectable men and women were dabbling in dubious pastimes such as ritual magic and attempting to communicate with the dead. And especially in that time, that was very popular. It was late 19th century. So here's what I want to talk about here. Now, this is something known as the cipher manuscripts. So how did the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn begin? It says the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn owes its origin to a single text, the mysterious cipher manuscripts.
Yeah, we're skipping
this.
We've already talked plenty about this.
And aspects of alchemy. The tarot and aspects of alchemy. And Carl Jung has been incredibly influential on the psychology that we have today. If you ever heard the words introvert and extrovert, that came from Carl Jung. Carl Jung popularized the idea of archetypes. I mean, he really is the one who he didn't coin the word archetype, but he introduced the idea of archetypes and the idea of the collective unconscious.
I mean, I like Jung a bit. I like Jung. But I mean, he generally is, you know, Freud and Jung generally aren't accepted anymore. I think you should know that.
And a lot of these ideas, he was highly interested in alchemy and esoteric traditions because he believed that they had basically like a secret message for the transformation of the soul or the psyche. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there for people who may be like, this is a bunch of crazy stuff. We're going to unpack its symbolism to see what it really means.
But unpacking stuff in the language of Jung makes it less crazy.
It's really talking about, because nothing.
The idea that ancient religion and theology and spirituality would need to be interpreted in the terms of a 20th century guy named Jung to make sense. If you think about it, just think about it. Just think about that. Wait, why would one dude in the 20th century, why would running everything through his thought of the last 3,000, 4,000 years of recorded history, why would that clarify anything?
Is ever what it seems in this sort of thing. But anyway, so you had Westcott, he decoded this system.
Yeah, so Westcott created the cipher manuscripts based on Mather's research and work and hard work. Everyone knows Mather's made the system. Westcott just, we've covered it on past streams. Go watch the other streams. I'm not going to talk about that anymore.
Of that,
or better yet, get Light Extended. Get the last 3-4 editions of Light Extended. Read Dr. Fuller's work.
Guy, with the map and all the different pins in the map and connecting all the different things together. It's gonna seem like that at first, but it actually all comes together into a complete and whole picture. But you will see, like I said, there's a lot of manipulation going on here. So you have these systems that are all sort of interconnected: the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, the Theosophical Society, and the Golden Dawn was a newly formed society formed in 1888 and began recruiting members through Masonic lodges and the theosophical publication known as Lucifer. Like I said, I talked about that a little bit in my video called Satanism versus Luciferianism. So let's talk about this scholarly study of symbols and rituals, and could recommend new inductees. But now we're going to talk a little bit about something known as the secret chiefs. And I'm wondering, you know what, before we talk about the secret chiefs and the cipher manuscripts, actually, I want to touch on something else. And that is the Golden Dawn's huge popularity, because I think it's important to realize how influential it was. And that this wasn't just a bunch of crazy people in their basement, cosplaying or something. So it says the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn hit its peak in the middle of the 1890s, where among its hundreds of members were counted a number of key figures in Victorian society, all interested in the occult for the purpose of spiritual betterment and the pseudoscientific exploration of the nature of the world and humanity's role in it. Notable writers such as the poet W.B. Yeats and Welsh fantasy horror writer Arthur Machen joined in rituals and mystical studies, with the leading West End actress Florence Farr and A.E. Waite, the co-creator of the classic tarot deck known today, and of course Aleister Crowley, the writer and eventual the survival of the order, supposedly entitled, known as the Secret Chiefs, who contribute to the structure of the order, embody ascended masters, known as the Secret Chiefs. And I have contact with these guys.
Curious.
And they are telling me how we should run things, how we should do things. And I am the intermediary between the chiefs and the operation of the order. So we have a couple different things here that are giving authority to this order. That is the discovery of these cipher manuscripts, the decoding of these cipher manuscripts, and the supposed contact with otherworldly beings known as secret chiefs. But here's the thing. The origin of the cipher manuscripts were unverified, and rumors abound that the work was the creation of one of the occultists with whom William Wynne Westcott had claimed to received it, or was a forgery by Westcott himself. So what this means here is that the cipher manuscripts are highly suspects. We don't know the true origin of them.
You think?
And some people think that they were just created by Westcott, that he made them up. And we have a couple different elements that I want you to consider here. We have the fact.
We need a palate cleanser. So here's a recently published Golden Dawn document on this topic. New stuff's getting published all the time. We actually know a lot about the Golden Dawn, and only a fraction of it's out there, and it's getting all out there, and that's exciting. So here's there's a paper called Circle Equals Square from the newest Journal of Light Extended, and this paper is a segment from Tony Fuller's piece. So this is Carnegie Dixon, I think. Anyway. The work speaks for itself. Each of our grades is designated by an equation between two numbers, the latter referring to the Sephiroth. As a member progresses ceremonially through the grades in Sephiroth, the first number increases and the second number reduces accordingly. In our tradition, the first number is always placed within a circle and the second within a square. The circle denotes not as such the Sephiroth, but more the level of attachment to the spiritual and magical qualities associated with the progression. Conversely, the square denotes the level of attachment to the material forces associated with the particular Sephiroth. As one advances through the grades, the commitment to and level of consciousness associated with the magical and spiritual path increases in proportion to the decrease in subjection to the material forces which bind the lives of all living creatures, including man and woman. The material forces comprise the elemental kingdom of earth, air, fire, and water. To rule these forces and not be subject to their dominion, we have to know and experience each in separation. Such knowledge, and it is a magical knowledge, is attained by awakening the powers of the elements, whose symbols and images they are within the member's sphere of sensation. This occurs sequentially in the ceremonies of the first or outer order. Only in the grade of portal are these elemental powers balanced and ordered within the member's sphere of sensation when placed under the rule of spirit. In the Zelator 110 grade, the first step towards the quintessence and summum bonum has been taken, yet there has been no decrease in the material dominion at this time. The 10th Sphera, Malkuth, contains all the material and elemental powers and is immeasurable, is the immeasurable region. It is the immeasurable region. Not until Yesod has been entered and the Zelator has responded to the injunction, quit the material and seek the spiritual, does the binding to the material begin to reduce. It will be observed that in the neophyte grade, the circle and square contain the number 0, indicating that at this stage, none of the elemental powers has been encountered, and thus no move has been made to know and eventually rule them, and there has been no lessening of their dominion. Within the adept grades of the second order, the influence of the square over the elements falls away, and they fall increasingly under the power of the circle. The polarity of the square gradually becomes the merging of the circle through the balance is delicately poised in the grade of 5 equals 6, and not until the 6 equals 5 does the mighty Adeptus Major attain preeminence. Such victory is a painful process for the elements. Do not give up their power easily, and it is rightly said that this is a grade of death and a descent into hell, as our master encountered after the crucifixion. Mercy is found only when Gedula is entered and the adept is fully immersed in the circle and exempt from the elemental dominion. Of the third order, little can be said other than to note that the domain of the spiritual circle ever increases and that of the square ever decreases, although is never lost entirely while the adept remains incarnate. There is a great mystery in the circle and the square reserved for the highest grades. For the circle is the great feminine power found in Bina and who predominates in the spiritual triad. She is the eye in the triangle. End of paper. There's a real Golden Dawn paper explaining this. Fun stuff, right?
That Westcott, Woodman were members of they were Freemasons. They were Rosicrucians. Mathers was a member of many Masonic lodges, etc. We have these supposed documents, these mysterious documents that were translated as the structure to contribute to the structure of the order. And then Mathers claimed to be in contact with secret chiefs, giving him information on how to run things. Now, I want you to know...
We talked about one of those secret chiefs earlier, Raphael, who was known by the code name Frater Luxi Tenebris, leading people to think that he was a real person.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is this is a very common tactic done in secret societies because it gives authority. If you are just like, hey, guess what? I have an idea. I believe we should do things this way, and I'm going to start this order. It's a lot less powerful, psychologically speaking, than to be like, for example, the secret chiefs told me blah, blah, blah. Or I found these secret ancient documents that reveal, etc. Or I had a vision from God. Because this is very a common tactic in religion as well. I had a vision from God, and this is what God said. So you'll notice this is very similar, this discovering of secret manuscript.
And there's nothing wrong with having visions from God. The only problem comes from when you tell other people that they should accept them as their visions. That's the problem. They're meant for you.
Decoding it, having contact with secret beings, otherworldly beings. Very similar to the founding of Mormonism. So Joseph Smith founded Mormonism.
I'm not against sharing channeled or scried information, but people shouldn't accept it as gospel on its, on its own terms.
Eventually became a Freemason, and a lot of his family were Freemasons. And if you look at Mormonism, there is a ton of Masonic symbolism and influence in Mormonism. And how was Mormonism created? Well, Joseph Smith apparently found these golden plates in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics that he decoded, which became the Book of Mormon, because the angel Moroni guided him to them.
And he was doing Solomonic magic, scrying, and automatic writing to communicate with Moroni. Crazy name for an angel.
But we don't have them today because he had to give the plates back or something like that.
But they were lost or stolen.
Notice that common theme. Again, being connected to Masonry, secret documents, secret plates, Egyptian hieroglyphs, contact with an otherworldly being. This is, again, another really clear example of this is the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth were apparently discovered by this guy named Maurice Doriel.
Oh my God, he actually doesn't know that's a hoax? Oh my God, that's sad. He doesn't know that's a hoax. Dude, has he not been paying attention to the Billy Carson, Wes Huff debacle? Oh, wow, okay.
Who said that he found them. He found these emerald tablets in this indestructible, otherworldly material, and that it was inscribed with ancient Atlantean language that communicated with his mind, and he wrote it all down. He translated it all, and he had to give them back to who? Entities known as the Great White Brotherhood, who were apparently ascended masters. Again, same sort of thing, same sort of idea. So you have the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and the Great White Brotherhood. You have the, golden plates and the Angel Moroni in terms of Mormonism. And you have these cipher manuscripts and the secret chiefs here in terms of the Golden Dawn. And Maurice was I don't know if I don't think I've ever seen anything that said that he was a Freemason, but if you look at the things that he said, I would almost be sure that he was a member of the Freemasons, or else had a ton of knowledge about Freemasonry, because when you read this stuff and look at this stuff, you can catch the words used and the things that are mentioned and referenced, because they use the same language, they use the same lingo, they use the same words. So Mathers was claiming to be in contact with these beings known as the secret chiefs, and so you can see here that later, when we explore the different rituals and the actual magic of the Golden Dawn, we're going to see there's some good stuff there. But was this cipher manuscript legit? Probably not. Was Mathers in contact with otherworldly beings known as the secret chiefs? I mean, anything is possible, but no. I would not bet, a very high sum that he was. I would.
So there you have it. He doesn't believe in the existence of spiritual creatures or communication with them, really. Very rationalist understanding, which is, that's all right. That's all right. But yeah, the secret chiefs, for example, Angel Raphael, yeah, they believe in that they can communicate with spirits and be inspired by spirits and scry and do automatic writing and be in touch with the spiritual world, and that those beings exist. And that's the difference.
Bet a very high sum that he was not in contact with other beings, because it's such a common tactic across religion, across secret societies, to make these sort of claims to add legitimacy to your.
So if he just read the Hermetica, right, he'd realize, like any religion, we pray to beings, we talk to God, and we communicate with spirits and gods and summon them and conjure them and pray to them and have them intercede for us. And this is pretty ubiquitous in human life and culture, right? He just might not be realizing that a lot of people look at magical traditions and don't understand them within their cultural, socio-cultural context, especially the religious aspect, where it is believed that these things are happening, that these spirits exist, that gods exist, that God is real and not just a construct in our noodle. So yeah, that's a slight dividing line,
Order to be like, oh well, this was an expression of the divine here on earth, which it can be, but not because of secret chiefs, because we all are inherently divine.
So wait, that makes no sense. All of a sudden, like, we're all divine, but you can't talk to other spiritual creatures like angels or spirits or fairies or gods. Like, so we're all gods, but we can't talk to other gods.
So when we dive into this occult stuff, we have to be careful, because we know that these people who founded these orders were very smart and very manipulative. And if they are...
There he goes again, eh? What the fuck, dude? Like, whoa. You know what I'm thinking. Yes, you do. He keeps saying that. He doth protest a wee bit much. It's like everyone, like, I wonder what his staff, because he has staff. This guy at his level has staff. I wonder what they would say. Yeah.
Manipulative enough to, concoct these cipher manuscripts and, say they're in contact with secret chiefs or whatever, you can be sure that they also embedded manipulative tactics like in their teachings as well. Now, how much is there and what is and what?
Dude, this is like those people who say, well, everybody lies and everybody steals. They're telling you that they're going to lie and steal to you and from you. That they are literally telling you that. If you meet those people who are like, oh, well, everybody steals or everybody lies, they are telling you that they're going to lie to you and they're going to steal from you, not necessarily in that order. I promise you. So what he really, I think so. Oh my God. He's one of these people who's like, everyone's manipulative. Like, this is why we can't have nice things.
That's debatable. But this is one of the reasons why when people are like, oh, what books on the occult do you recommend? What system should I study? I'm very hesitant to recommend anything, except there's a couple that are decent. There's some that are really good. But overall, I'm always hesitant when it comes to like this older stuff because there is so much manipulation embedded within it. And this is why I'd like to, talk about it with you guys on my channel here so that we can go through it and spot the useful elements and separate it from the manipulative aspects, because you have to be careful. This sort of stuff can become brainwashing. They can brainwash you because you're doing these rituals every single day over and over.
Dude, what is he saying? Oh my God. Any of you NLP people still here? Like, why is he saying and claiming that that it's necessarily that manipulation and mind control are necessarily baked in to this or any spiritual system, and that now he's pointing at the rituals are there to mind control? That is so warped. You could say that about going to mass or doing the rosary or meditating. Is meditating brainwashing? Are you being brainwashed when you meditate? Maybe.
Over, and you're embedding this information. It's essentially, it can become brainwashing. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful with what it is that you're putting in your mind, where it's coming from, what the results are, what you're believing. And so this is where, when it comes to this sort of stuff, there are powerful elements that can be helpful in it. And by understanding it, we can understand more about ourselves and more about how reality works and how to communicate through archetypal symbolism, which is very powerful for connecting to the unconscious, because your unconscious communicates in symbols, as psychologist Carl Jung very much knew. And so understanding systems of magic is like working with a archetypal language where you can begin to communicate with your inner self, your higher self, your archetypal patterns that exist within you. But we have to be very, very careful, because there is a ton of manipulation that goes on with secret societies and orders. And a lot of them go out and try and start religions or manipulative systems, and they may have good intentions in mind, but in my opinion, inherently within a structure of a secret society, if it's not necessary, if you're not being persecuted, there's no reason for it, and it only creates a shadowy system where manipulation can occur. People will go because they want power, they want secrets.
So if I was doing what he's doing now, I would say stuff like, you shouldn't go join a Golden Dawn order because they're inherently manipulative at some point, and the rituals are going to brainwash you in some ways that you might not be aware of. Therefore, you should come study with me because blah, 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 blah. So that's what he's doing. That's what it would look like if I did what he's doing now. And that's gross, isn't it? That's fucking gross. Also, it's not true. Right? Like, fuck, you got a temple near you? Rock and roll. Even a bad order, like, groups are good. Groups can be fun. You can learn a lot. Even in one where the leaders are not the best or have, histories. Especially in a big group, you don't often meet them. Like, I have friends in Modern Mystery School. They're great people. I'm working with, Is it my kind of thing? No, definitely not. But yeah, you gotta be careful with this stuff. You don't want to end up like writing off the world. There's a lot of good people in the world.
And then it completely skews the whole point of the system. And a lot of people who, aren't of the right state of mind end up getting a lot of power. It's just a lot of mess. And so I can't stress enough that one has to use a lot of caution with this stuff. Like, I seriously, no joke. I can't stress it enough. You have to be very careful with this kind of stuff. And, just case in point, like the Golden Dawn disbanded, I forget, in the very early 1900s, exactly when. But for example, there are a lot of systems out there today that call themselves the Order of the Golden Dawn. They're not the original Order of the Golden Dawn. And I'll tell you, there are some out there.
That's like saying the Masonry is not the original Masonry. Oh, it's an unending, unbroken line and chain of people, but it's not the same thing. He might be under the misapprehension that it actually ended and then was recreated in the way that some of Crowley's stuff was. Their groups were. But again, there's still unbroken lines of practitioners training each other, and the GD temples never went away. They just weren't public. Duh.
That are very scammy, like extremely scammy, like they just exist to take your money. There are some. Now, I'm not pointing out anyone specifically. I don't want to do that. But I will say that there are some out there that, in my opinion, are very scammy. Incredibly so. And you have to be very careful.
Dude, I have friends in orders who are great, but they don't like the way their orders advertise.
And some of these systems will still claim to be like, oh yeah, we're in contact with the secret chiefs. No, they're not. They're not in contact.
Dude, yeah, anyone can have spirit guides and shit. Jesus Christ.
They're not in contact with the secret chiefs. They're just using that as a tool. So this is my opinion, of course, but I have a very strong opinion on this because, the whole thing, I'm an ex-Christian. I got out of Christianity because of all the bullshit brainwashing in there. And so it's really, sad to me when I see people being taken in by these other systems that can be very brainwashy. So this is an overview.
The irony
of how the Golden Dawn started. Very, very brief overview of how it started, its structure, its downfall, etc. And honestly, to me, this is the least interesting part of it. I don't really care about this stuff. I don't really care. What I care about is the actual teachings, the actual magic, the actual ceremonies, the actual rituals, and what we can learn from them. And so that's what I want to know from you guys.
Did I ban you from my group, Paul Francis Young? I don't know if you're talking to me.
Do you guys want to see that? Because if you do, that is what we will begin doing. And that's the stuff I'm really interested in. That's the stuff that I think is actually very applicable and powerful to understand how this stuff actually works, what it actually means. So tell me, I want to know, tell me in the comments if you want to actually start engaging with and understanding the actual system, let me know, and we will do that. But I'm very curious about your thoughts. Tell me your thoughts in the comments. I have a ton of other videos. Perhaps if you're interested in this sort of thing, check out my playlist on Satanism versus Luciferianism, because I think that would help in kind of beginning to understand these sorts of ideas if you are new to them. There's a ton of videos on my channel. And as always, check out my new book. Begin with this one, Neogenesis, Dawn of the New Mind. And, that's one of the things with my books, by the way, in the Neogenian system, is about allowing you to have access to information that will transform your mind without all the goddamn bullshit, man. Like, I'm just...
Money, please! My money.
Very reminiscent to me of my Christian upbringing, and that triggers my RTS, and I really don't like that. Anyway, check out my books. Links in the description. If you enjoy my work and you want to help me reach more people with this information, become a member on YouTube or on Patreon. Hit the button, join right below this video to see all the perks you can get access to. And I want to give a big shout out to everyone who supports. I appreciate it very much, especially Renaissance.
Relax, it's only magic.
All right. Having fun? Good. We're in the home stretch. This is his last one, his most recent one.
Welcome to Dawn of the New Earth. My name is Morgue. I'm an ex-Christian revealing hidden information.
Before we go further, I have to run to the restroom again. Send me a super chat if you support this stream. I really appreciate it. A few bucks helps. Get a membership. Yeah. This was an initiation. So we'll do one more. I'm just going to take a quick piss. And we're going to see where this goes. Because I feel like we've gone on a journey I didn't expect to go on. So Morgue, thank you for this journey. Because it's epic. Very long. I think this might end up being the longest stream I ever do. Jesus Christ, respect to those guys who do it all day, every day. Jesus, they deserve all the Lamborghinis, all the Lambos, and the shit they get. Like, yes, if you do this 8 hours a day or more, and I know some people do, like, you deserve all the cheddar in the world. Because I have fun doing these intense stretches. I have like Pluto in this one place near the 10th house or something. Ike Baker was telling me, he's like, that's probably why you can do these intense things and for long periods, ritually and in life. And I was like, interesting. Okay. So yeah, we'll do one more. Obviously I'm just going to run to the restroom and you can check out, this.
The Arcane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnokiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnokiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
Sorry, that one's not long enough to go to the restroom, is it? Oh, I appreciate it. Amateur Mages. Fucking A, man. Thank you so much. God bless you. That's awesome. Nice. Jacobus in the house. Good to see everyone. Saw a couple things that this guy in there. He's like, yeah, right. We understand, man. We understand if they soured you a bit. We've thrown him a bone for sure this whole time. We've thrown him a bone. Thank you. Amazing support. This is remarkable. You guys rock the house, and we got more to do. This is gonna be crazy. I can't believe we're doing the final one of his videos. Sure, we missed the one that he produced the most, which is too bad. I could stream it just by screen sharing, but it was choppy, said one of you, and so we couldn't do that. Thank you. Yeah. Let's do it.
Information in order to transform consciousness and create a new earth. And today we're talking about the inner order of the Golden Dawn, a secret society. And we've been talking a lot about the Golden Dawn lately. Last week we talked about the outer order, and today we're talking about the inner.
You know what? We should actually let's it was fun to punctuate what he was saying before with some good stuff. So here is the preparation for the 9=2 grade. 1. Studied the Da'at tree carefully in color. 2. Look through the Gospels and make a note of the kinds of food mentioned in connection with our Lord. 3. Make out a formula to use for 9 days beforehand in close connection with your daily life. 4. Meditate on the sense of smell and its close connection with memory. 5. Procure and use bath salts with a scent that particularly appeals to you personally. If possible, gather herbs from the garden and sprinkle them in your bath. 6. Meditate on reincarnation. Collect and compare everything, anything you may have gathered concerning your past lives. 7. Formulate a clear idea of what your permanent vocation is, distinguished from the temporary circumstances and duties of the present. 8. Look forward and make an act of faith that in your next life you may dedicate yourself to the fulfillment of that true vocation, having cleared of karma in this one. 9. For 2 days beforehand, keep as quiet as possible. Eat fresh fruit and salads, avoiding meat. Drink milk and citrus juice. For the last 9 hours, keep absolute silence, and if you can do so, conveniently abstain from any solid food. For those members preparing for the grades of 8=3 and 9=2, it was expected at the Body Raw Temple for them to come and stay for 1 or more days at the temple, spending their time in meditation. Probably not what you expected from one of the highest grade level preparations in the Golden Dawn system, eh? Right? It's a bit more like it gives Wicca vibes. Can I say that? I shouldn't. Bad Gen Xer.
Order. And this is extremely important because it has to do with accessing your hidden power and going beyond human. In fact, this was the order that Aleister Crowley, the great beast 666, wanted access to and actually staged a revolt and tried to take over one of the Golden Dawn temples in what's now known as the Battle of Blythe Road, which we're going to talk about as well. There's a lot of very...
And to be clear, amateur magus, when you say it feels 9=2, so the 8=3 was Dot, and 9=2 was Binah and Chokmah. It was both Sephirah. And then 10:1 was Kether. But yeah, 8 and 9 too. So that's the difference between that and what Crowley did. Is 9:2 was both Binah and Chokmah.
Interesting things here that we're going to discuss. I'm looking forward to it. There is a lot of information, a lot to unpack. So if you want to know, what secret societies teach, specifically in the deeper aspects of the order, you're in the right place.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot of what we are going to be understanding today comes from this massive tome, which is upside down, this massive tome, The Golden Dawn by Israel Regardie, as well as a variety of other sources as well. But the main sources come from this, and I have put a link in the description of this video if anyone wants to check that out for themselves. And we're about to get started, but remember, before we do, make sure you hit like and subscribe. And if you enjoy my work, become a member on Patreon or on YouTube. Hit the join button to see all the different levels you can join at and get access to our members only videos, our Discord server, things like that. I want to remind you that my 5th book is now available for pre-order. This is Psychogenesis, Self and Universal Transformation. And if you enjoy what we're talking about today, there are actually a lot of parallels within this. This is one of my favorites of the series. It gets into inner star actualization, attaining hyper-awareness, and will forming. It's going to be some very important information. So this is available for pre-order, comes out November 21st. If you don't know what I'm talking about, start with book number 1. This is
money, please. My money.
As paperback, Kindle, or audiobook. Links for all those things are in the description of this video.
I know, I'm
as
bad.
well as a link to my podcast on Spotify.
Keeps the adrenaline
which you can
flowing
follow
over
and
these
listen to that
long-ass
information
streams.
On that platform. That being said, let's begin.
Dude, the guy deserves to have almost 1 million subs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you look at how people did it, and you're like, yeah, you just you've got to be. Anyway, I don't want to.
My friends, so we have a lot to talk about. We are going to explore what the inner order of the Golden Dawn was all about, what they taught, and how it was about going beyond human and accessing your inner power. Before we do that, we're going to talk a little bit about Aleister Crowley, because Aleister Crowley is infamous when it comes to the Golden Dawn and the Inner Order. And so Aleister Crowley, I'm going to be reading from a site called Atlas Obscura to give you a little bit of an idea of what happened here, because there's some drama. There's a lot of drama that went along with the Golden Dawn, the Inner Order, Aleister Crowley. And there's actually some conflicting accounts of what exactly happened here at the Battle of Blythe Road, but I'll let you know the details here. So it says, Crowley was confident and charismatic, and he rose quickly in the ranks of the order. By the way,
did Crowley write
was
that?
a very controversial figure, to say the least. He's been described as, quote, a poet, a magician, a journalist, an alchemist, a philosopher,
So Crowley would put on plays in London, and, you know, they would pass jugs and cups full of opium and absinthe and all kinds of other drugs, just potions, through the crowd and drug the entire audience. And then they would put on far out bohemian plays.
By a self-affirmed drug addict and a drug fiend and a sex addict. He was also known as the Great Beast. So very controversial figure, to say the least. I'm not making any judgments on Crowley in this video. We'll do a whole nother video on Crowley if you guys want to see that and really dive into what's going on there. Anyway, Crowley was confident and charismatic, and he rose quickly in the ranks of the order. Mathers is one of the founding members of the order. So the Order of the Golden Dawn is divided into 3 levels: the Outer Order, or the First Order, the Inner Order, or the Second Order.
He sort of misspoke there. The Outer Order is the Order of the Golden Dawn.
And then the Third Order. The Second Order is one of the deepest aspects of the Golden Dawn, and it's where the founding members resided. The Third Order was the domain of the secret chiefs, apparently supernatural beings that guided the rest of the order.
Like, also known as angels and gods. Angels and gods and God.
We're not going to be talking about the Third Order today. If you guys do want to hear more about the Third Order, there's a lot of information and a lot to unpack there. But last week we focused on the First Order. Today we're focusing on the Inner Order, or the Second Order, which was the order of the founding members.
The largest writing on the Third Order ever. It's large. It's in here. Go get it. Go read it. Frere Yekida. Shout out to my ancestral home of Ballyclea, Dublin.
Of the Golden Dawn. And so Mathers was one of the founding members, and of course then a member of the Inner Order, of course. And Mathers, who had been causing rifts in the community, took a particular shine to the young occultist. However, when Crowley attempted to join the...
So Annie Horniman, heiress of the Horniman fortune, cut off Mathers and his wife Moyna while they're living in France financially. Started just giving money to Moyna, but then Moyna shared it with her husband, Mathers, of course. Horniman found out that Moyna was sharing the money she was just sending now to Moyna to Mathers, and cut her off as well. So Mathers expelled Horniman, very mature of him, from the order, and that caused Yates and Farr to get together and resignedly expel Mathers as the head of the order. And then Crowley went to see Mathers, showed up to Blythe Road, did what he did, went to jail, and then the rest is history.
Second rank of the order. So Crowley rose really quick through the Outer Order, and he wanted in the Inner Order. He wanted to figure out what that was all about. He wanted the information there, because that's when you start understanding how to go beyond human, how to really unlock your inner power. And
no, see, that's a real, that's something I should have put my finger on sooner. You learn everything you need to know by the time you finish the Golden Dawn. The idea that you need to go into the Inner Order to learn how to do the work is nuts. No, you learn, you know how to do the work when you finish the Golden Dawn. That's what I like about it. It's a graduation that you go through in Portal, and then you know how to do the work. Whether you do it or not is up to you. And if you do it, they might invite you into the inner order. You might get invited, but you have to then do the work. Unassisted is the word that we use. Unassisted. It's on you. And that is a huge strength of it. But it's not like there's some secret you have to learn to then really get the work going. The Hermetic mystery has been, revealed to you, and you then can choose how far you go with it. And then based on how far you go with it, you get invited to the inner order. That's how it's meant to work.
He was denied access. He wanted to go to he wanted to join the inner order, but he was denied access by the London chapter,
or
who disapproved of his leftist views and bisexuality.
Not true.
In response to this,
not true at all. They had Oscar Wilde's wife in the order. Letting the wife of a man who's in jail for sodomy is way leftier and shameful than having some multi-millionaire 25-year-old like Crowley, who might be a little, that was nothing compared to the shame that they didn't give a fuck about public perception. They weren't a public group. So that's the complete myth about Crowley. There was,
refusal. Crowley went directly to Mathers in Paris. There, he was immediately...
And Mathers had just been cut off financially, and Crowley, Mr. Big Bucks, shows up. 25-year-old Big Bucks, hungry for titles and recognition, shows up in Paris with a blank checkbook. What do you think happened?
Immediately entered into the highest level of the second order, Adeptus Exemptus. So the London chapter said, hell no, you're not getting in. So Crowley went directly to one of the founding members in Paris, which was Mathers, and automatically gave Crowley the highest rank in the second order.
So that's not how it works. So then Crowley went to Blythe Road in London and broke in and changed, locked himself in and wrote his name into the lists of the 5/6s. And that's his claim to being 5/6.
According to this particular site. The London...
But Mathers, he really helped Mathers out in some ways. Like Mathers gave him Sefer Sephiroth, which was a paper Mathers couldn't afford to publish. Mathers could barely afford to live at this point. And so Sefer Sephiroth, Crowley printed for him and expanded even into the book 777. So it's a beautiful collaboration between Mathers and Crowley. And Crowley's work with original Enochian prayers and invocations and consecrations, that's just in the back of the paperback Goetia book. Like, again, a lot of Mathers' work is in there, but Crowley's original contributions using Golden Dawn pronunciation in the proper way, not the false way that Regardie misread it, is remarkable. There's some amazing contributions that came out of all this drama. That's what I'm saying. So there's all this human drama going on. People can't pay their bills. Maybe they're drinking too much. Maybe they're partying too much. Maybe who knows what they're doing. We know Yates and Maud Gonne like to shack up in the hotel sometimes and do peyote. So there's all these sides to human lives we just don't see, but it explains so much and is factually some of the gems and the fascinating things. That's why I spend so much time when I study the history, like looking at the collections of letters between the major characters. It's just, you get such a different look at how the experience of these situations were. So, Crowley leaves Paris with some manuscripts that Mathers gives him to publish. Maybe he took a few more than he should have. Who knows? Mathers probably helped Crowley spend as much of his money as he could while visiting him in Paris. And, again, they were both on the outs from the order. They were both on the outs from W.B. Yeats and Florence Farr, because they were both acting like fucking babies. And that, I think, is fair. Paul Francis Young says, from my understanding, after you learn what you need to learn, you begin to do the work or great work yourself. Is separating from the toe from... Yeah, I think, yes, I think you're nailing it on the portable charger. I don't know. My earbuds died, so I had to switch to the big Bowers and Wilkins. Sorry for the appearance of the green screen. Okay.
Chapter requested evidence and
the history's fucking great. I love history.
Reasoning behind Crowley's promotion. So like, okay, why the hell did you do this? Why did you promote Crowley? And Mathers declined and dismissed the chapter as an official part of the Golden Dawn. In response, the London chapter renounced Mathers as their leader. Now you can see this is very interesting. There's a lot of rifts and division.
I think Mathers had been renounced when Crowley already went to visit him. He'd already been denounced. Yeah. Again, the recent stuff in the journals is amazing. It's the stuff that's been coming out in Frater Yekida's from Dublin, out of Caribbean Press, and the Light Extendros. A lot of the work is amazing. Melissa Seam's new book, absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah.
A lot of it being caused by Crowley, who is calling himself the Great Beast 666, or who has called himself the Great Beast 666. And of course, it's interesting because the archetype of the beast is, of course, about division. And it's interesting that the order is being divided through this. Now, that doesn't always mean
that this is the real book club.
It's negative. If there are harmful structures, division and the destruction of those are a good thing or a positive thing. It's not necessarily a moral judgment. It's just what it does. It's just its function. So on April, Crowley got promoted by Mathers. The London chapter said, hey, what the hell? Why'd you promote him? Mathers said, I'm not going to tell you. And guess what? You guys aren't officially part of the Golden Dawn anymore. And they said, oh yeah, well, you're not our leader anymore. So then on April 19th, 1900.
I mean, to be fair, that is close enough. That's it. If you want to assign blame, yes, I think more blame definitely falls on Mathers in this situation. But yeah, who cares?
While the poet and chapter leader, W.B. Yeats, was heading a meeting at the London Temple of the Golden Dawn, he was attacked by an astral siege from none other than Aleister Crowley. So Aleister Crowley went to the London Temple, and he wore a black mask of Osiris, a kilt, and he and his mistress burst into the temple, brandishing daggers and casting spells. Very dramatic. They intended to take the temple for Mathers. They wanted to take it over for Mathers, but they were unsuccessful. The police came, and it all went to court. And the London chapter of the Golden Dawn won, since they paid the rent on the space. And the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was disbanded a few years later. So, pretty interesting story. But
yeah, it's weird. Whenever the whole disbanded thing, I don't know where writers get that from. But anyway, doesn't matter. It was for 3 years, there was an interregnum period called the Morgan Rote, and then there was the break off. They divided into groups, and a lot of them stayed members in multiple groups. A lot of them, some of them had to be members. Some of the groups required that adepts of one group be a part of this other group. So like they were just it expanded. Like, wouldn't that be a shakeup, a way of totally rethinking the whole thing? The Golden Dawn didn't, die out. It expanded, and those traditions just ended up leading to so much that we have today. Even Wicca's part of the expansion of the Golden Dawn.
There are some other.
That's okay.
Like I said, there's some discrepancies between different accounts of what happened. So in that account, Mathers and his mistress went. They had daggers, casting spells.
What the fuck? His mistress, his wife, is that sexless wife. They never had sex. She hated sex. I think Mathers might have been gay, but like there's no evidence of that. No hard evidence. Pun not intended. But like bicycling around France in a kilt in full Highlander garb speaking a fake Scottish accent and calling yourself Comte de Glenstray, McGregor Mathers. A little gay. Of course, he was part of the Jacobite thing, and men were a bit more, into that back then. So who knows? Who knows? But Moina was not Mather's mistress. Let's be clear on that. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Crowley had the black mask of Osiris, but they were unsuccessful. They were rejected. But in another account, they were somewhat successful. So, according to this website, which is, it says Mathers relocated to Paris. Okay, I read that already. Okay, so in this account, Mathers sent Crowley to the temple, and Crowley forced the door open and changed the locks to prevent the other members from entering. They eventually managed to regain control, probably at the, by getting the police involved. And according to hermeticgoldendawn.org, Crowley breaks into the Second Order's headquarters at Blythe Road and seizes the property. And he summons the members to private meetings where, masked, he demands them to sign pledges of allegiance to Mathers. And under the direction of...
Yeah, this didn't happen. But this is a way better story than it. The real story is lame. This is, it's okay. It's okay, but this is way better.
Yeats, with the assistance of law enforcement, Crowley was expelled from the property. So, very interesting.
It's this, like, the story, like this, the way Griffin tells breaking into my house and disturbing us during a ritual. The way he tells it is very different than the way me and 30 other people remember it. These things happen.
Interesting story. One account says that Crowley stormed the temple, but was automatically rejected by the members there. Another says that he actually seized the property, forced himself in, and then changed all the locks and tried to make all the members pledge their allegiance to Mathers. A lot of drama, to say the least. But as you can see, the Inner Order was a pretty big deal. Access to the Inner Order, the secrets discussed in the Inner Order, all this. So with this kind of background in place as to, obviously, something Crowley really wanted to access and understand and be a part of, what was the Inner Order all about? What were they teaching that was so powerful and so important? And that's what we're going to discuss right now. Okay? So, last time we talked about the Outer Order. And before we discuss the Inner Order, let's just give a very brief recap of what the hell magic is for those who might be watching this video for the first time. There's a whole playlist, by the way. Check out the playlist if you're interested in this. I have a whole playlist on the Golden Dawn. So, what the hell is magic? Is it crazy? Is it not? It can be if you misunderstand what it is. But if you understand what it is correctly, you realize that all it is, well, not all it is, but what it is very powerful, is that you're creating or learning a language to communicate with your unconscious mind. And I'm going to read a quote by that, big black book that I showed in the beginning, The Golden Dawn by Israel Regardie, that explains this concept. So, Regardie says,
I didn't steal anything. I was part of an army experiment.
Joe stated his case logically and passionately, but his perceived effeminate voice only drew big gales of stupid laughter.
Get it!
Without adequate legal representation, Joe was given a stiff sentence.
The latent spiritual self of man, which is now known as the unconscious, then it be remembered that this vast subterranean stream of vitality and memory and inspiration can only be reached by means of a symbol. What does all that mean? Regardie is saying, all right, so for a minute, we're going to talk about magic in terms of psychology. And so in terms of psychology, the secret spiritual self of man is within the unconscious. And within this, It can only be accessed, you can only access this by using symbols. Carl Jung, I talk about him all the time on my channel, talked about all the time is that the unconscious only communicates in symbols, not words. Like when you go to sleep and dream, you have all these symbolic stories unfold, and it's your unconscious communicating to you. And so magic is about learning the symbols to communicate with your unconscious mind. Regardie continues by quoting Carl Jung and says, Jung states, is the primitive expression of the unconscious, while on the other hand, it is an idea corresponding to the highest intuition produced by consciousness, end quote. Thus, these weapons and magical instruments are symbols, representations of psychic events or forces inhering within the potential of the inner man. So when you use magical items like a dagger or a wand or a cup or a pentacle, it's that these are reflections of inner unconscious forces. And so you're communicating with your unconscious in terms of symbolic expression. And by working with these things, it means to stimulate the dormant side of man's nature. Excuse the gendered language, by the way, but you know, he, she, they, whatever, it applies to everybody. So it's about using these symbols to awaken the unconscious mind. And Regardie continues by explaining how Carl Jung did something very similar in his therapy sessions. So it says, it's an interesting fact that in his practice, Jung encouraged his patients to paint symbolic designs that were sometimes comparable to the Eastern mandalas. It seems that the effort to paint these designs had the effect of straightening out stresses and knots in the unconscious, thus accomplishing the therapeutic object of the analysis. There's a lot more we could say about this, but I explained this in other videos, so we're going to move on from there. But it's essentially about the fact that, hey, look, this is about manipulating the unconscious mind. When you're working with different items or symbols, it's not that these inherently have some kind of power on their own. It's that
We will ask the question.
Being establishing a link to them. And he compares this to Carl Jung's work and how he would have his patients paint pictures to represent the, you know, and through painting these pictures, the unconscious would be able to come forward.
Yo, people, go subscribe to Magus in the Media. He and I just did an over 3-hour long podcast recording that hasn't been released yet on one topic and one topic only. Maynard James Keenan, the Reverend. So stay tuned. That'll be fun. I'm going to do some funny promo videos for it.
So that's a very, very brief description of what magic, when properly understood, is. It's just important to remember. It's nothing crazy. It's not like how they show it in Hollywood. It's about creating a map or a language to which you can communicate with your unconscious. So last week we talked about the outer order. Remember, it was divided into 3 orders. And Israel Regardie says, the graduated training of the entire outer order was intended as a preparation from the practical work to be performed in the inner or second order. So Regardie says everything that you do in the outer order was simply to prepare you for the inner order.
For the new world order.
Never forget what it's really all about, kids. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom again. Enjoy this song.
Tonight, 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 tonight.
See tonight. I am almost ready to play guitar. Maybe at the end of the stream, I'll pull out the guitar and do a fucking song. I might do it. I might do it.
Let me just make a mark to myself to read something else. Okay. So what was the Outer Order? We remember what the Outer Order was. The Outer Order was associated with the 4 elements. So in the Outer Order, as you would go up the different grades,
he spent so long talking about the Golden Dawn, and I swear to God, it's like he's still talking about like grades. They're the most irrelevant thing we do. That's like trying to teach, Magus in the media like this. That's like teaching for 5 hours about a martial art, and all you do is talk about the different belt colors.
you would learn to work with the different elements.
Like, couldn't we stretch at least a bit as well?
Earth, which represented groundedness and stability. Air, which represented intellect. Fire, which represents will. And water, which represents intuition and the emotions. So by working with the 4 elements, you are becoming balanced and grounded. Balanced and grounded. That's what you're doing in the Outer Order. And so why are you doing this? Why are you working to be balanced and grounded? Because you are working towards what is a preparatory work to be grounded for the Inner Order, which is about going beyond human. And you need that stable foundation to be able to do this. And so there is a grade in between the Outer Order and the Inner Order, a grade that prepares one to enter into the Inner Order. And this grade is known as the portal. So before one enters into the Inner Order, they join the portal grade. And the portal grade is associated with the 5th element. There's a 5th element.
So like, that's the thing about it. Like, he's describing it. I would describe Kung Fu, because I know there's a couple of you Kung Fu guys in the crowd. If I was just reading a book and then trying to describe it, but like I had no awareness of what the key challenges were in each stage. I wasn't aware of like how each technique or school or thought practice would impact my muscle groups or bodies, or what would be strenuous on my limbs and maybe my skin and bones. Like, nowhere, like there's just no embodiment of what the knowledge is being talked about, just like empty vapidness of like without soul or form or structure. It's just like all words. But you know, hey, we like him, right? Don't we like him? I think we sort of might like him more than when we started. I think now we might kind of be like, hey, this could be for him if he wasn't busy selling his own thing.
A hidden element. The 5th element, the hidden element, is spirit. So one is introduced to the element of
occultology and mages in the media. You guys will meet hopefully at MagicCon. And you're both Kung Fu guys.
Spirit. And if you've ever seen a pentagram, the very top of the pentagram, the point at the top, represents the spirit.
Pentagram.
And the other 4 points represent the 4 elements. This is to symbolize
Smaragdine tablet, or the tabula smaragdina. Boy, I fucked that up.
That spirit is a hidden aspect is because you've been working with spirit the whole time. You just didn't, it wasn't explicitly made clear in that when you're working with the four elements, what are you doing? You're controlling the four elements. Thus your consciousness, your mind, you as the magician, the practitioner, you are the element of spirit. And that's what you are. And so you enter into the portal grade, which switches focus from the four elements.
He could do crypto GD, right? He could this could be his religion, and then he does GD. That would work. Because if he wants to have some rationalist religion, that's Maimonidean. Maimonides is great. Maimonides is what the Zohar was written against. For those of you who don't know, Maimonides believed that we become angelic through increasing our practice of reason. And he was a great philosopher, the greatest of his age, Jewish philosopher. But Kabbalah and the Zohar was written as a push back against him. He was so outrageous. People found it so outrageous. What Maimonides proposed was that it was just purely through the development of human reason and rationality, the logos, that we attain angelic status. And then the Zoharists come and hit back with the fucking Zohar. They're like, no, there's these demons and these things, and then there's the non-Jews who are evil demons, and there's all these bad things, and then all the shells and the Sephiroth, and there's all these structures, and you don't understand. It's not just just bare reason. They created this whole mystical system to fight back against Maimonides. But you fast forward 800 years about, and you get actually the fusion of Maimonidean angelomorphism through logos reason with Zoharic mysticism and magic and demon conjuration and angel summoning. You get those two things reunited in the mystical orders of the 17th through 20th century and now 21st century, united in these ideas that reason and this hermetic sort of journey up beyond reason is united to the connection with daimones, conjuring of spirits. And we just sort of over time fuse those two things together, even though they were enemies when they first occurred in their own time and place.
Elements to the fifth element of spirit. And Israel Regardie says, the grade of the portal, which conferred upon the candidate the title of Lord of the Paths of the Portal, of the Vault of the Adepti, is not referred to a sephira as such. It may, however, be considered as an outer court of Tefereth, exactly as the Adeptus Minor.
Yes, I'm not the only reader of Maimonides. Yeah. Guide to the Perplexed. And honestly, you can just watch all the videos or some of the videos done by Zevi on YouTube. Zevi, his channel is Seekers of Unity. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. If you want better than a bachelor's degree in Kabbalah, go watch all his videos and you'll be in the top 10% of Goyim Kabbalists.
Minor ceremony may be considered Tefereth within. Its technical attribution is the element of Akasa or spirit. So what this is essentially saying, let me read one more quote and then I'll explain that. Regardie continues by saying this grade, which separates the first and second orders, portal separates the first and second orders, is intermediate between the purely elemental grades and the spiritual grade of Adeptus Minor. Right, so the outer order are the elemental grades. You're working with the elements. The Adeptus Minor, the first grade of the inner order, is a spiritual grade. And thus the portal is a transition between the two in which the practitioner is going from an intermediate phase and is introduced to the idea of spirit from the four elements and onward. So Regardie says a crown to the four lower elements, right? It's at the top.
This is my portal diary. I found it's right up here. I keep all my diaries here. This is my portal diary. Yeah. The first thing I wrote in it is, of course, the invocation of thought. Things are falling out of it because you put printouts in it sometimes. Yeah. Well, that's cool. So there's diagrams. Looks like a working with Phalag. So the stuff I was doing in Portal. Very busy. Very busy. Yeah. So I would do tarot readings. These are tarot cards. I'm just writing them by the Heaven of Asaya. And then I'm charting out where those cards, the key cards, are on the Tree of Life, so that I understand how the energy is flowing and how to impact it. Yeah, I haven't looked at this one in a long time. Anyway. All right.
Top of the pentagram. This rite formulates above earth, air, water, and fire, the uppermost point of the pentagram, revealing the administration of the light over and through the kingdom of the natural world, being able to control those elements of yourself. So, real quick, I want to talk about another thing he said. So you'll notice he says that it may be, however, considered as an outer court to Tefereth, exactly as the Adeptus Minor ceremony may be considered Tefereth within. We haven't talked about the Tree of Life really much. If you guys want to know more about the Tree of Life, I'll do a whole video devoted to it because that's a lot of information to unpack. But the Tree of Life is a symbol that is used in Kabbalah and a lot of magical traditions. And it's basically a blueprint of the soul or the mind. And Tefereth is at the very center of the Tree of Life. And what Tefereth represents is essentially the center of consciousness. And the portal grade represents the outer courts of Tefereth. The Adeptus Minor grade, which is the first grade in the inner order, represents being within Tefereth. And once again, Tefereth is a very important point because it represents
it's not like
the
he
center
can bring it to life
of your field of consciousness. In Jungian psychology, this would be related to consciousness and the ego. Okay? So, what about the Adeptus grades, Adeptus Minor, Adeptus Major, Adeptus Exemptus, and the inner order as a whole? So,
you didn't do as much of the history
Israel
as I
Regardie
was
says,
hoping for.
It is to effect this redemption of the personality, to regenerate the power of the dragon, and attempt to bring the individual to some realization of his potential godhead. That is the object of the Adeptus Minor ceremony. So the Adeptus Minor, the first grade of the inner order, is about beginning to understand how to integrate the shadow and make contact with the higher self, or the divine being within you. In some systems, this is known as the Holy Guardian Angel. And so you are attempting to establish contact with the higher aspect of you, your eternal self, your true self, your God self.
My horn can pierce the sky.
a lot of this is very comparable to Jungian psychology, where in Jungian psychology, we have the idea of integrating the shadow self and the process of individuation. The process of individuation is about working with the unconscious to connect to the self. And so let's read a little more, because do I have that quote by Carl Jung? Let's see. What did Carl Jung said? Yes. So Tifereth is the center of consciousness, and it's the organizing principle. So Tifereth is the servant of the higher self. And here, within this grade of Adeptus Minor, first contact with the higher self can begin. And higher self is associated on the Tree of Life with Kether, which is the crown.
Yeah, I think it's a bad idea to initiate someone into that grade without any indication that they've made that leap. I think that's a bad idea. It happens.
And again, if this sounds kind of wild or out there, remember that Carl Jung, or in Jungian psychology in general, the ego is often described as the servant of the higher self.
And I guess the reason is because all this stuff, all the grade material and tools and complex rituals and simple rituals of the Golden Dawn's inner order, where all the meat really is, are there for you to explore that relationship with the divine. You don't need them to establish it.
So if we understand this in terms of psychology, what is the ego, by the way? The ego is the center of your field of consciousness, and it's all those attributes that make up you in quotes, because it's not the true you. It's the you that likes chocolate but doesn't like vanilla, that is a doctor, that has 3 kids, that's age 45, that likes to ride bikes and watch horror movies, etc. It's all these.
The people are retarded.
Personality, your avataric aspect of yourself. The higher self is you in totality, your true self, your ultimate self. In Jungian psychology, this was the totality of your psyche, which includes the ego. In the Neogenian system, it's the inner star, which goes beyond that to being your eternal self, which has existed across lifetimes and has always existed and will always exist, and engages in a process of reincarnation or relocalization to gather more training data. So the ego is the servant of the higher self. Specifically, Carl Jung called the ego a complex whose archetypal core was the higher self. Basically, what it means is that the ego is sort of an illusion, but it's a useful illusion. It's a powerful tool. It's what allows you to navigate consciousness, and it is sort of your true self, but in miniature. It's
I have a message for you.
Version of yourself. Jung said, quote, "The ego stands to the self or higher self as the moved to the mover, as an object to subject." So in this view, the ego isn't the main driver. Instead, it's the self, the higher part of us, that directs our true path. And so this is the essence of what Jung called individuation, the process of aligning our ego with our highest, truer self. And so this is very similar to the process that begins in the inner order of the Golden Dawn, which is about aligning Tifereth with the holy guardian angel, or the higher self, or Kether, or your true self. Let me see. I lost my place here. So Israel Regardie says,
you know, I like that this guy is a bit more down to earth than I thought he'd be. He's a bit more humble and human than I thought he would be. Yeah.
The whole grouping of symbols is an elaborate and dramatic portrayal of the central theme of the great work. In a word, It depicts the spiritual rebirth or redemption of the candidate, his resurrection from the dark tomb of mortality through the power of the Holy Spirit. Now, of course, this is being used in a lot of symbolic language. Basically, what Regardie is saying, hey, all the symbols we use, all the dramatic rituals that we do, it's all about this. It's about the great work. What is the great work? The union of subject and object. What does that mean? It means aligning, well, it can mean a lot of different things, but in this context, it's about aligning your higher will or your lower will with your higher will. Connect.
The Masturbation Network, keeping America baiting for 300 years. And now, Sweet Bang Tube.
Oh yeah, give me some. Cut me a piece. Oh, that's... Go away, baiting!
All the different symbols and rituals are just just portrayals of that central theme. It depicts his spiritual rebirth and his resurrection from the dark tomb of mortality. So you can understand this, like, metaphorically, of course, in terms of like the dying and risen God, where Jesus Christ was died and crucified and then rose again, but as a spirit. So it represents the destruction of the old, the destruction of the material, and the birth of the spiritual, which means in what we're talking about here is the realization that your ego self is not who you are. So in essence, that you dies, not literally, of course, but metaphorically speaking, you realize, oh, that's not me. And you are, that part of you dies, not literally, and you're not trying to destroy the ego. The ego is important, but the identification with it dies. That's the important part. You no longer identify with the ego. And that is the death of the old self, and the spiritual rebirth is the birth of your new self as you begin to realize and understand what you truly are. Regardie says, recall the Tifereth clause of an Adeptus Minor. I further solemnly promise and swear. And by the way, the Tifereth Sephirah is often related to like Christ consciousness and higher consciousness because it's the center of your field of consciousness, but it's directly linked to your higher self. So you have the power to access and activate that Christ consciousness or higher consciousness within yourself. So here is a clause, the Tifereth clause of the Adeptus Minor. Quote, I further solemnly promise and swear that with the divine permission, I will from this day forward apply myself unto the great work, which is to purify and exalt my spiritual nature, and with the divine aid, I may at length attain to be more than human, and thus gradually raise and unite myself to my higher and divine genius, aka higher self, and that in this event, I will not abuse the great power entrusted unto me. Note that this clause answers unto Tifereth, seeing that it is the lower will that must apply itself unto this work, because it is the king of the physical man. So Tifereth is the lower will and the king of the physical man, but has that link to the higher self. Again, like in Jungian psychology, the ego is the servant to the higher self. And remember, here's the important thing to remember. A lot of people might make a mistake here and go, oh, I have to sacrifice myself to a higher power? No, because the ego isn't what you are. You are that higher power. So when you're aligning your lower self with the higher self, it's not as though you're...
So a lot of problems occur hermeneutically, as it were, when interpreting this material, because the Golden Dawn comes from a different era than Jung does. And so Jung interpreted things differently than they did in the Victorian era. And the Golden Dawn was much more influenced, especially in the later versions, by Rudolf Steiner. And Rudolf Steiner viewed the ego as the I, and the I as the higher self, contrasted to the me, the lower self. And so when you look at Golden Dawn literature, ego interpreting ego by Jungian terminology really risks losing what they're talking about.
You're like submitting to a god or something. You are letting your true self begin to wake up and begin to actualize in this realm.
Another way of saying that is to quote Goethe, the great German scientist and philosopher. And he said the greatest gift of the children of earth is their personality.
So Israel Regardie says, task of the Adeptus Minor, to render the king of the body, or the lower will, with obedient to and anxious to execute the commands of the higher will, that he be neither a usurper of the faculties of the higher, nor a sensual despot, but an initiated ruler and an anointed king, the viceroy and representative of the higher will, because inspired thereby in his kingdom is man. So he's basically saying that the lower will is an initiated ruler and an anointed king of yourself, of your mind, of your faculties. And it is the representative or viceroy of the higher will. This lower will is an initiated ruler, a king, but is in service to your true self, your higher self.
Yeah, despite how clumsily he's communicating this, at least he's reckoning with the actual material and presenting its ideas as best he can, even though, it would be clearer if he just read it without commentary. Unfortunately, his commentary tends to obscure it and reinterpret it in a lot of dead ends. Anyway, it's very popular.
And
this video got like
what's really interesting about this is that, so in the Adeptus Minor grade, one is just beginning
blonde and had
to make this contact, or learning how to make this contact. And then the Adeptus Major grade, you begin to really strengthen and fortify that connection.
Oh,
as
is
you
that
go up
what
these
Adeptus
grades,
Major is
strengthen
about?
it even more, such that you begin to understand what the will is of your higher self. And that's your true purpose. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, I don't know what my purpose is. I feel meaningless. I feel nihilistic. I feel like life doesn't have any meaning. This often stems from the fact that one isn't tapping into or has consciousness of the will of their higher self. And it's even been described as, particularly in Thelema, as the relationship between the lower self and the higher self as being the prophet of the holy guardian angel. And, if some of this religious terminology turns you off, I completely understand. But, this is very similar to the Jungian idea of the ego being the servant to the higher self. But it's always important to remember throughout all this, that the higher self is you. It's not something outside of you. It's not something different than you. It's not something external to you. It's not something other than you. It is what you are. The ego is just an aspect of you that organizes data and information and is the center of the field of consciousness. And it's about using the power of your ego, which is very powerful, to begin to enact your true will, your true purpose, and actualize your true self. Now, in terms of the Neogenian system,
and I do want it to be clear, even though it's fun to make fun and it's fun to be critical, I do always listen, trying to understand what they mean and not just what they're saying. That's very important to me. I'm not going to critique what they're saying if I know what they mean. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean?
This has a lot of parallels with interstar actualization, where in interstar actualization, we are seeking to actualize our true self, our high self, by integrating our unconscious, which means integrating the shadow self, the mirror self, and the power self to form a cohesive whole, a cohesive unity, and awaken and form a connection with and actualize the inner star, which is what you are, which is your higher self. And I just always want to be clear, because I think sometimes with these systems, it can sometimes do it in such a way where it starts to seem like this higher self is something other than you, but it's not. It is what you are. Also, we talked a little bit about the tree of life. I want to also mention that there is something called the tree of death, or the tree of knowledge. It's been called the tree of death or the tree of knowledge, which has to do with the shadow aspects of yourself, which is really important, because we have to remember that in order to be whole, like Carl Jung said, we have to integrate the darkness, not ignore the darkness, not try and bind or banish the darkness, but understand really what it is. And in terms of Jungian psychology, this is about exploring the shadow self. So the shadow self are all the aspects of you that have been repressed, and you want to be able to explore these and integrate them, deal with them, so that they are serving you rather than wreaking havoc on your life. So
what is happening
this,
right now?
Second order or inner order is all about going beyond human, actualizing your true self, forging a connection to your true self, learning how to communicate with your true self, and learning how to actualize your true and higher self. And all the different rituals and whatnot within this grade are for that attainment. And then, of course, after the second order, there is the third order, and that's where stuff gets really weird. And it has to do with the secret's chiefs, these, apparently supernatural beings that guided the order. They didn't. Of course, that's my opinion, but come on. And so the idea here is, or what I want to know from you guys is, what do you want to know? What do you want to talk? Because there's a lot we could do from here. We could talk about, different aspects of the system. We could talk about different actual rituals, different actual ceremonies. We could talk about the Kabbalah. We could talk about the tree of life. We could talk about the tree of death and the tree of knowledge. We could talk about the third order. Now, I'll say, if we do want to talk about the third order, this involves having to talk a lot more about Aleister Crowley and the various orders that he started to establish, which began to put the third order into a much more stable framework. So tell me what you think. I want you to let me know in the comments what you thought about this. If there's anything confusing or anything that's not clear, let me know. As I've said before, it's sometimes difficult for me to tell what's easy to understand, what's obvious, and what requires more explanation. So always tell me. I want to know what you guys like. If you guys want to continue talking about this stuff and what it is that you want to hear more about, what interests you, tell me in the comments below. And there's a whole playlist on the Golden Dawn, so make sure you check that out. And
we know.
If you enjoy my work, make sure you hit like and subscribe and become
a member.
Know
there's a
helps
playlist.
Out a lot. You get access to our members only videos and our Discord server, a lot of other great stuff.
And you can tell Rolling Stone magazine that my last words were I'm on drugs.
To everyone who supports, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. It's how I'm able to do this. And so a big shout out to Renaissance Fairy Cassidy, Angela, DB, Nusalina, Christopher, Dallas, Digital Tech, Seaweed, David, LaDonna, Grace, and Eon, and everyone else. Thank you very much.
Wow, we did his whole playlist. We actually did it. Good for us. That was an epic journey. I guess we should talk for 5 more minutes so we can clear the hour mark. How are you doing? I know some of you were in and out. What can I say? Hey, definitely come to our event, online or in person. Or at least stay tuned to the new announcements coming, because there's more to say. Huge announcements coming, as well as headliners for MagicCon in spring 2027. So go to enochiacon.com or arcaneresearchsociety.com. At least sign up to get the emails, because yeah, a lot of the workshops are very small and limited number. And if there's one you want to do, hear about it right away. So check that out. Check out this video, and then we'll talk for a few more minutes. I will let you know some more fun and exciting news and updates, and we can reminisce about. Let me know what you thought of this. How are you feeling after this crazy journey we just went on with Morgue official? It was far less painful than I expected, but also I feel strange. How do you feel? Thoughts, questions, emotions, special emojis. All right, yeah, let's hang out. Let's do this. I didn't think I was capable of doing this. Thank you for being here. Oh, just because you guys are all here, I'm going to give out the other 5 now. There you go. Giving out the other 5. Because thank you for being here. It was also a large stream, like, for me. This is big. And to have all of you guys here and do such a weird thing. I mean, so I've been working really hard on I've been looking at here it is. You know, middle pillar. I'm looking at the way it looks across the traditions and documents, because I use it in such a wide variety of ways, as do most people, I think. And because it's not like at all the LRP, which has original documents and then identifiable changes over time, middle pillar was always an exercise. So the analysis doesn't have as solid a basis. You just gotta look at different ways people use it, and People have some strong opinions. Nick Farrell thinks you should just do it for 3 months and then stop. And who knows? Who knows? I don't think so, but we'll see. Yeah. Paul Francis Young says it's been emotional. I'll give him that. His eyebrows in general says 300-degree mage in all the colors as perplexed like the Ramban. All right. Evicted, Michelle. It is evicted. I don't know what that means. Sweet. Thanks for posting the cool memes. Become a channel member, super chat, buy memberships, all that jazz. Yeah. Because I haven't confirmed dates for MagicCon, I can say I've invited people like David Heimsmith, Angela Puka, John Michael Greer, Ike Baker's probably on board, and a whole bunch of other obvious people. But we're definitely going to look for new people to get on board at MagicCon because we want to have a lot more elements from the witch and pagan and Wiccan community. We like the shamanic stuff as well because entheogens, shamanism, those all fit in very well. Just like Eastern medicines, Ayurveda, Tantra, yeah, it all is in the domain of the arcane. The domain of the arcane. Any questions before I go? We made John D stickers and Edward Kelly stickers. More Portal Diary. I'll show one more Portal Diary thing. Just one. But I'll look for something good, and then I have to go. And then I'll have to go because
I've got to return some videotapes.
You know, find something good. I mean, all of it's pretty good. I tended to like. By this point, I was writing down stuff I thought was important and I wouldn't write everything down. You can't write everything down when you're active all the time because you'd be writing all the time. I can't read that. That's some creepy like transcription of what a ghost of a dead spirit told us out in the woods at a conjuration. Here's a paper I wrote on service. I can't stand my old writing when it comes to that sort of stuff. Exegesis on John. Yeah. Okay. So in our portal grade, we had to write an exegesis on the Gospel of St. John. Oh, I'm sure this is too painful. This is way before I did seminary, man. I'm sure it's too painful. God, it's very long. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just very either technical or personal. So I'll show you this again of the 7 virtues and the 12 torments. There you go. Then under the 12 torments, which are ignorance, grief, intemperance, incontinence, injustice, avarice, falsehood, envy, guilt, anger, rashness, malice, and in Hermetism, of course, these would be like 12 tormentors, the 12 punishers. And then the 7 virtues: divine knowledge, joy, temperance, and let's say continence, justice, sharing, communion, truth. The wind is carried in its bosom, Hermes Trismegistus. The moon, imagination manifests our will on earth. The child Mercury is the offspring of the divine copulation between the red queen and the white king. The child is also the gold. The red queen is animal nature, Nephesh. White king is spiritual nature, Neshama. The child is born in Tiferet, the gold. Fire is will, water is imagination. These are, as we know, the tools that of the mage to complete the great work. For burn in the water, wash in the fire. Burn in the water, wash in the fire. Take that away from today. Burn in the water, wash in the fire. Have a great night. This was awesome. Thank you all for the donations, super chats, everything. Boom, boom, boom. And never forget,
the people are retarded.
Solomonic magic is not a thing. That's the whole point of the title tonight. I wanted to mislead the readers to think about Solomonic magic as a thing, but it's not a thing. And
all right, everyone. Amateur mages, thanks for hanging out. We'll do more. I've got the deep dive on the middle pillar and Enochian magic. It's going to be great. And I just am very busy and have a lot to do, and got to get back on the roll now that I'm done cleaning for 3 days and getting injured. Now I'm back on the wagon. That doesn't even mean it. That's not a thing. All right, I'm going to go, guys. Thank you very much. Have a great night. God bless.
tonight, tonight, tonight.